728. Updated a little late. There is a big chapter on the 28th. When High Mi of the Wasteland left the northernmost ferry port of the Tongyi continent and used his supernatural powers to find Kui Yu and Fei Ran. One of them was casually strolling around the mountains. After suffering 2 losses in a foreign land and in her hometown, the round-faced girl in cotton clothes became more cautious. She began to diligently gather and refine the moonlight everywhere. The other one was admiring the moon at the peak of Jiaoping Peak outside the Great Spring Mirage City. Zhu Mi casually brought one of the 10 young people to his side and accompanied him to admire a materialized building and a parasol tree that was hiding behind it. Embroidered Tiger Kui Liao was an expert in not competing with other people's strongest points. He liked to make up for his weaknesses first, and then unleash his own strengths to the extreme. This caused the fight for the Aquarius continent. No matter how Zhu Mi schemed or used his methods, there was not much meaning, and he could only use offense against offense. Both Fei Ran and Jiao Yu bowed to Mr. Zhu. Zhu Mi smiled and nodded. He then looked at Fei Ran and smiled. "You are finally willing to use the name of senior brother Kie Yun." Fei Ran said, "I am sorry for making a fool of myself." Fei Ran is willing to take the initiative to apologize to Wu's military camp and exchange benefits according to the size of the military merit. If Fei Ran does not have enough, I will borrow from senior brother. The capital of Daquan was temporarily safe. It wasn't because the mountain and river battle array of Mirage City was difficult to shake, nor was it because the border army of Daquan had gathered and shrunk into a city that was difficult to attack. Rather, it was because after Fei Ran had left Peach Leaf Ferry earlier, he had a whimsical idea at Jiaoping Peak. He had sent a flying sword message to the old Wuzi tent, requesting that Mirage City of Daquan be his newest territory in Tongyi continent. Furthermore, Fei Ran was occupying the city by himself. It wasn't even the Guiyu tent, where Fei Ran was located, that wanted this place. This created a great conflict with the Wuzi military tent stationed in the old capital of southern Qi. The title of one of the 10 youths was not enough to make the entire military tent fear him. In the end, the two sides did not fight because Fei Ran had used one sentence to convince the other side. "Kie Yun is my senior brother." Fei Ran did not need to say anything about using Kie Yun's military merit to exchange for Mirage City. The cultivators of the upper 5 realms in Wu's military camp closed their mouths and left silently. They did not leave behind a single harsh word. Swordsman Jiao Shenying. Tan was the direct disciple of the king stage great demon Yang Ji. Yu Sai was even addressed as young master by the great demon Fei Fei. In addition, Fei Ran and Kie Yun were martial brothers. These were all top secrets of the Jiazi tent. In the wilderness, reasoning was the easiest. However, since Mr. Zhu was making fun of her, Fei Ran was willing to use another method to reason with him. In the wildlands, the reason was simple was because the rules were too simple. There were big and small reasons, and right and wrong could all be covered. Zhu Mi waved his hand and said something that Fei Ran didn't understand. "It's nothing. I'll settle the score for you personally later." Not to mention Mirage City, even the entire Great Spring Dynasty is something that Fei Ran deserves. The demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the Tongyi continent had already sensed the changes in the weather of the continent. Fortunately, he didn't feel too much fear and was slightly comforted. In the middle of the Tongyi continent, a majestic building appeared. It should have appeared a long time ago, but it didn't. It was one of the 9 majestic buildings built by the Confucian Temple, the Demon Subduing Tower. It suppressed the entire Tongyi continent. This Demon Subduing Tower drew a circular boundary that encompassed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Zhu Mi, Ku Yu, and Fei Ran happened to be standing outside the boundary. Zhu Mi stretched out his fingers and gently pressed them against the screen of the heaven and earth forbidden formation. Ripples appeared, and the scenery within thousands of miles began to shake. As demon cultivators, Fei Ran and Ku Yu instantly felt a kind of suffocating pressure from the great Tao. Fei Ran used her sword Qi to eliminate the natural suppression, while Ku Yu condensed moonlight around his body. Only Mr. Zhu didn't feel anything. However, it wasn't because Jiao Sheng wasn't a demon. On the contrary, for some reason, even though Zhu Mi hadn't set foot in the demon subduing tower's territory, The ripples of light and the scenery of heaven and earth seemed to have condensed into substance and continuously condensed at Juemai's finger. It was obvious that Fei Ran and Ku Yu both took a few steps back. This was because the demon-subduing tower's formation had been suppressed by Juemai. Otherwise, Fei Ran and Ku Yu would have had no choice but to quickly retreat. Juemai retracted his 2 fingers, and the formation gradually dissipated. He looked up and said to Jiao Yu, "The Lotus Nunnery's abbess had to die, but she died a little early. Do you know that you're the bright moon's predecessor? That's why the moon-supporting mountain has always looked at you with a whole new level of respect." The great ancestor's direct disciple, Xin Zhuang, who stayed behind to guard the moon-supporting mountain, often went to visit you in the bright moon. However, she always looked at the Lotus Nunnery's abbess coldly. That's because Xin Zhuang's true body used to be the Moon Palace's goddess who watered and chopped Osman thus. That's why Xin Zhuang looked down on the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. Jiao Yu said, "I've guessed and thought about it, but I'm not sure." Juemai suddenly laughed and said, "If you advise a gentleman to raise his heaven-lifting hand, how many bystanders will look at you coldly?" His heart was full of schemes, but his chest was blocked by 10,000 pieces of ice. He cooled his warm heart and burned the sage's book in his heart. Jiao Yu pretended he didn't hear anything. Fei Ran asked, "Can Mr. Ju destroy this Xiongzhen tower?" Juemai said, "I can, but the gains don't make up for the losses. That's why there's no need for it at the moment. However, compared to the Xiongzhen Tower in the South Po-Suo continent that can only be used as a decorative shelf, it's indeed an eyesore and a hindrance." Fei Ran truly admired this Mr. Ju from the bottom of her heart. In the early years, Fei Ran had studied under Juemai for many years. However, the 2 of them weren't master and disciple in name. Before they parted, Juemai had jokingly said to Fei Ran that he would only read half of the sage's book. If he read too much, he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a sage. If he read too much, he would be a true sage. Half of the book was just right, and he would gain both fame and fortune. Juemai looked at the sky, as if waiting for something. Fei Ran's sword heart suddenly trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to distance herself from Juemai. However, in the next moment, Fei Ran felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. However, Jiao Yu had disappeared without a trace. Juemai lightly shook his sleeves. On one of his sleeves, the snow-white moonlight shone brightly. Juemai looked at the bright moon in the vast heaven and smiled, just in case. The true trump card of Fuyao continent's 3 mountains and rivers restrictions, other than trapping Bai Yi, was Juemai's heaven-reaching method to forcefully imprison that continent's river of time, turning it into an almost still lake. Juemai suddenly said to Fei Ran telepathically, "Your senior apprentice brother wants me to pass a message to you. He has already done well enough to accept a disciple on behalf of his master. From now on, it's up to you." Fei Ran's expression was indifferent as she stared at this wasteland world's when high. However, Juemai's figure instantly disappeared. A sword gleam split open the sky, heading from Qingming Tian to the vast heaven. In the world, immortals could control the wind, and it was extremely difficult for them to be faster than flying swords. This was common sense, and as one of the 4 immortal swords, the Daoist scripture was naturally faster. At the highest point of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Chen returned and sat on the railing. He looked at his second senior apprentice brother who didn't listen to his advice with a faint smile. The second senior apprentice brother frowned unhappily and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen raised his hands and touched the slightly tilted lotus crown on his head that symbolized his status as the chief. "Aren't you afraid of ending up like the Tai-Bai sword? True invincibility is true invincibility. Senior apprentice brother, are you going to throw away your reputation that has not fallen for 8,000 years? No matter how much Bai Yi cherishes old friendships, Bai Yi still needs to survive to be able to return this huge favor." "I don't think so. Senior apprentice brother's transaction has made me confused. May I ask the reason why senior apprentice brother gave me the sword?" Once he lost that handy Daoist scripture of the immortal sword, the title of senior apprentice brother invincible might fall to someone else. The second senior apprentice brother asked, "Junior apprentice brother, do you need a reason to break the rules by transforming into the sky demon and infiltrating Jiang Yunxing's Daoist seed?" Lu Chen said helplessly, Of course I do. I just know that senior apprentice brother is too lazy to listen. Junior apprentice brother is too considerate to tell you. The second senior apprentice brother said, then there's indeed no reason for me to throw away the sword to the vast heaven. Scheming and scheming, doing something is near doing nothing. It's not tiring at all. I've wanted to say this to you for a long time. It's just that you've always been one who doesn't listen to other people's opinions. As your senior apprentice brother, I've always been too lazy to say anything to you. Lu Chen turned his head to look at the ethereal 5 cities and 12 buildings and lamented, senior apprentice brother doesn't need a reason to do things. This is probably the reason why I still acknowledge you as my junior apprentice brother even though our daos are different. The relationship between the 3 leaders of the Beko Keikyang building in the past was actually very subtle. From the fact that the 3 of them each took charge of the Beko Keikyang building for 100 years, it was enough to tell that they had 3 different daos. Especially Lu Chen and his senior apprentice brother, the second senior apprentice brother, made all the cultivators in the entire Qingming world confused and uncertain. When the second senior apprentice brother took charge of the Beko Keikyang building for 100 years, the world had to obediently obey the rules of the Beko Keikyang building. The one who refused to obey the rules the most was the genius from the Da Shendu temple who had gathered countless Daoist meridians. In the end, he was personally defeated by the second senior apprentice brother and his Daoist meridians disappeared from the world. From then on, the Beko Keikyang building and the Da Shendu temple became mortal enemies. When it was Lu Chen's turn to take charge, the world would have its own daos after 100 years. Gathering and dispersing, chaos and peace were uncertain. The meridians were complicated and a mess. As for Lu Chen and the Da Shendu temple, or the other Daoist sacred grounds other than the Beko Keikyang building's 3 meridians like the Suigong, the relationship between them was not bad. Lu Chen often traveled among them and talked freely, drinking and enjoying the scenery. However, he did not spar with them. It was rumored that the Suigong's palace lord had been in seclusion for many years and the 22, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, was able to marry an ascendant realm female cultivator from a mortal enemy sect. In the end, they ended up as a pair of immortal Daoist companions. In fact, all of this was inextricably linked to the most carefree third leader of the Beko Keikyang building. When the head leader of the Beko Keikyang building returned, the hidden situation of the world would be revealed. Many Daoist officials of the various orthodoxies, dynasties, and immortal mansions would be able to recuperate and strengthen themselves. On the other hand, his 2 junior brothers had a relatively harmonious relationship with the Daoist ancestors' first disciple, who was accepted as a disciple on behalf of their master. Before Lu Chen ascended from his hometown and came to the Beko Keikyang building, he had long listed the future head leader's senior brother as the Daoist master of the ancients alongside the Daoist ancestor. Even before Lu Chen took the boat out to sea, he specially went to find the ancient ruins of Tianshui that were lost in the long river of time. Because of that, the Daoist ancestor passed through the pass on a green ox scooter. Someone forced him to write a book and left behind 5,000 words for the future generations. This person was the Daoist ancestor's first disciple, a Daoist master of the ancients who made Lu Chen praise him as the celestial phenomena and geography are clear when looking at them from a bird's-eye view. In short, Lu Chen felt that his senior brother's Daoist techniques were very high and the great Tao was close to Taoism. However, in the eyes of the peak cultivators of the Qingming world, Lu Chen did not necessarily approve of the Daoist master of the ancients who claimed to be the best in literature and the second best in martial arts. Lu Chen closed his eyes and used a secret technique to observe the mountains and rivers through the eyes of a direct disciple. He sensed the flow of fate in the vast world for a moment. After opening his eyes, he held the back of his head with both hands and laughed. It's a pity that the proud and arrogant great celestial master Zhao Tianlai was one step ahead of you in delivering the sword. Otherwise, it would be quite a big joke. The Daoist master of the ancients sneered, then let's see whose immortal sword will enter the Fuyao continent first. Daoist master Jiao waved his sleeve casually and a majestic Qingming Qi of Tao, like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, followed the immortal sword and broke open the sky once again. Lu Chen could not help but turn his head and ask, "Senior brother, are you also competing for who is first?" The Daoist master of the ancients asked in return, Do you really want me to mention my honored master before you are willing to go to the heavens beyond heaven obediently? Lu Chen was about to stand up slowly and leisurely leave with the wind. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, I'm really the matchmaker. There's no one better than me. It turned out that in the fifth world, there was another immortal sword, Innocence. It followed closely behind the famous 10,000 arts and Daoist scriptures and finally appeared in the world for the first time after 10,000 years of silence in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Back then, Lu Chen worked hard to set up a stall in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In order to connect this immortal sword, Lu Chen spent a lot of effort to finally push the handcart to the clay bottle alley. However, later on in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, half of the immortal sword's immortal sword was cut off by Chen Qing. However, it was unknown what Chen Pinggan was thinking. He had intentionally left the immortal sword unsevered. Human nature was complex and unpredictable. It swayed between divinity and bestiality in the first place. Only through a tug-of-war in the hearts of people could the human race be the one to shatter the great Tao of the ancient heavenly court in the end. The gods saw it as the worst, but the human race did the best. Each went to the extremes, and the other went to the top. From then on, it was a change of one. The Daoist master of the ancients glanced at his junior brother Lu Chen, who was full of pride. Lu Chen was about to continue speaking. A young Daoist priest with a young face and figure appeared beside the railing. Oh! Even the second Daoist priest and Lu Chen were caught off guard and did not notice. Lu Chen immediately shut his mouth and restrained his expression. The second Daoist priest bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, Disciple Yu Do pays his respects to master. The second Daoist priest of the Beko Keikyang building was known as Yu Do. His hometown was Qingming Tian. He had cultivated for 8,000 years. Lu Chen hurriedly leaned back and landed on the ground. After straightening his back, he bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Chen pays his respects to master. The third Daoist priest of the Beko Keikyang building was known as Lu Chen. His Daoist name was Xiao Yao. His hometown was vast. He had cultivated for 6,000 years. He had been in the Beko Keikyang building for 5,000 years. However, the Daoist priest's appearance in the Lotus Grotto Heaven was not that of a young man. The Daoist priest smiled and said, It's a pity that I can't see by draw his sword with my own eyes. It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling to break the rules. The Holy Master, Daoist priest, and Buddha had set the rules for heaven and earth together. Since then, none of them had broken the rules even once. Beside the young man, a visitor who was visiting the Beko Keikyang building for the first time appeared. He was the old Daoist priest of the East Sea Monastery in Tongyi Continent. The second Daoist priest obviously did not care about the 14th level old Daoist priest. He did not even look at him. Lu Chen smiled. The old Daoist priest was so powerful that he could even wrestle with my master. How did he lose to the old Shotsai back then? He even lost a hairpin and the sun and moon essences of the lotus flower blessed land. I am very surprised. The old Daoist priest sneered. Lost? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a superiority in Zuzhu? The old Daoist priest seemed to be speaking casually, but his words were so powerful that the entire Beko Keikyang building's 5 cities and 12 buildings could feel it. Especially Divine Cloud City, where the position of the mayor was temporarily vacant, was the most shaken. Lu Chen said in realization, Thank you for your advice. The second Daoist priest snorted and the abnormal movement in Divine Cloud City stopped. The Daoist priest said, Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately understood and said with a smile, I will follow master's orders. However, the third chief did not go to the heavens beyond heaven, but to the Dashuan temple. The second Daoist priest went to the heavens beyond heaven and was destined to help his junior brother Lu Chen clean up the mess. The old Daoist priest said, The fifth world is going to change. In a brand new world, the pressure of the Great Way was the heaviest. Whoever was under the pressure would have to shoulder it. However, Ningyao was too full of vigor previously, so much so that even the great Tao of heaven and earth had to temporarily avoid its sharpness. Originally, if there were no accidents, Ningyao would ascend to the ascendant realm. At that time, it would be the key to the great Tao. After all, the first ascendant realm in the world and the first 14th realm in the world had accumulated a huge difference in the size of the heavenly Tao tribulation. However, when that little girl brought out an immortal sword, traveling far and wide under the heavens, a single move would affect the entire situation. The variables were extremely great. Those ancient existences who were ready to make a move would not turn a blind eye to it. They would probably stop hiding in various places and swarm up. The Daoist priest said, "Not necessarily." The old Daoist priest nodded and said, "Even if the world changes, it may not change." The Daoist priest smiled and said, "That's true." In the Ascendant City, looking at the pale Ning Yarrow, Twisted Shin asked, "Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this?" Twisted Shin did not agree with Ning Yarrow's choice. It was too rash and too radical. She even regretted showing the secret letter to Ning Yarrow in advance. Be it the Taoist priest of Dragon Tiger Mountain or the second Daoist priest of Beko Keikyung Building, Ning Yarrow was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Not only did she have to take out the real natal flying sword and travel the world, but she also had to take part in the well-deserved fight of the immortals. It was not worth it. Once the celestial sword Innocence was damaged and returned with injuries, it would be a great loss. If the celestial sword was broken and lost in the battlefield of Fuyao Continent, Ning Yarrow's realm would fall to UPU. Ascendant City would lose the great sword celestial Ning Yarrow, who was firmly on the throne of the world. Ning Yarrow was far from being the #1 ascendant realm cultivator in the new world. In the end, not only would Ning Yarrow's great path be blocked, but Ascendant City would also lose the opportunity to fight for the world. Ning Yarrow sat on the threshold and did not say anything. She just reached out and wiped the blood between her eyebrows. No matter how she weighed the pros and cons, Ning Yarrow should not act so impulsively. Twisted Shin shook her head and said, "If Chen Pingan was here, he would definitely stop you. For the sake of Ascendant City, I will do everything I need to do." Ning Yarrow said, "But Ascendant City is Ascendant City, and I am me. If Ascendant City does not have an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, it will lose the power of the world. I don't think Ascendant City can really fight for the world with Ning Yarrow. If Ascendant City really loses power, I will not owe Ascendant City anything. She would only owe him so much for planning." And Ning Yarrow did not think that he would stop her from taking out her sword. Besides, if he was a hidden official in Ascendant City, she would only have more free time. Why would she need to work so hard? She could just take out her sword. Ning Yarrow reached out and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. The sword sacrifice this time was no small matter. Before this, besides Chen Qingju, only Dong Sangeng, Chen Shi, and a few other old sword cultivators knew that she actually had a second natal flying sword besides Cutting Immortal. Besides, even if it was the natal flying sword Cutting Immortal, Ning Yarrow was not willing to take it out, because it was easy to be attracted by Innocence and cause Ning Yarrow's sword heart to lose control. At that time, she would really become the sword servant of the immortal sword Innocence. The sword spirit of an immortal sword was untamed and its sword heart was pure to the extreme. Cultivators could only use their realm to suppress it or use a tough sword heart to temper it. There was no other way. Good and evil people, intimacy with the great Tao, were all false. Ning Yarrow nurtured the two flying swords to refine them, but also to test the sword Innocence with Cutting Immortal. In fact, Ning Yarrow had privately asked the eldest sword Immortal a question. Was Chen Pingan really okay for the 60-year promise? At that time, Chen Qingdu did not answer the question. It depended on the senior's mood. Twisting Shin suddenly frowned and said, "You have to be careful of the great Tao in this world." Ning Yarrow turned to look at the tailor. It was as if someone was reminding Twisting Shin, and then Twisting Shin was reminding herself. Twisting Shin shook her head, "I still have to keep my promise on this matter." Ning Yarrow nodded, "Without Innocence, I still have Cutting Immortal." Twisting Shin suddenly laughed, "The only person who can make him like is Ning Yarrow." That year in the prison, the young hidden official did not mention to anyone about his meeting and reunion with Ning Yarrow. He was like a miser. It was as if saying one more sentence would cost him a lot of money. Instead, It was the Ascendant Realm demonic Frost Descent who knew some inside information because of his scheming with the young hidden official. He was really anxious and told Twisting Shin more. In fact, Frost Descent did not clearly see Chen Pingan's complex and deep state of mind that was like a maze. He only told Twisting Shin two relatively vague mental scenes. One was the youth walking with heavy steps towards a small house in a shabby alley. The world was dark, and only the ancestral house seemed to be lit by a lantern. It was bright and warm. The youth in straw sandals paused at the door and looked at the light in the house. He did not dare to believe it, but he could not help but feel happy. After the youth crossed the threshold, his steps became lighter, but he carefully walked slower, as if unwilling to walk faster. The second scene was of the youth walking alone towards a covered bridge. His steps were unsteady, and the world was so dark that one could not see his fingers. But when the lifeless youth slowly raised his head, he saw a person sitting on the steps. The youth's eyes, which were originally as dark as ink and as deep as an ancient well, suddenly seemed to see the light of the sun and the moon. Ning Yarrow bid farewell and left. Twisting Shin put the lantern back on the table. Celestial Master Residence on Longhu Mountain. After the old scholar left the star-picking platform, Zhao Tianlai said, "Thank you for making a trip to Fuyao Continent. We can't let the world laugh at our Taoist Master Residence for not having a sword." The little Daoist nodded and turned into a streak of sword light, heading towards Fuyao Continent. When the old scholar appeared in the Taoist Master Residence, the situation in Fuyao Continent was at its most dangerous. Therefore, when the old elementary scholar left Mount Sui and returned to the Taoist Master's residence, he was not just a headless fly. However, before the old elementary scholar rushed to Mount Longhu, the Holy Master gave him a strange explanation. When he arrived at the Taoist Master's residence, he was not in a hurry to catch up. Therefore, the old scholar was ordered to find wine. What's wrong with drinking some wine from Zhao Tianlai? How many words were written in the couplet? Especially the words oneness of heaven and man on the horizontal board. How could it be given out so casually? It was not that the Confucian temple did not quarrel about it. They felt that it would take away a part of the Confucian orthodoxy's literary aura, but the key was that it was not appropriate. Especially the two Confucian temples' head and vice-head who had the merit of reshaping the Confucian orthodoxy. In the end, they listened to the old scholar's reasoning and did not treat him well. Therefore, the old scholar only drank a jar of osmanthus wine. It was not enough to make up for the several jars of saliva he drank. As for the dozens of jars of osmanthus wine that he accidentally forgot to return, it was to help the Taoist Master Residence. Besides, even if he gave it to anyone, it did not matter who drank it. So what if the Taoist Master Residence had an endless stream of guests? Could there be the First Lord of Mount Hauran, the great god of Sui Mountain? Could there be Bai Zi? Could there be the Holy Master or the Sage of Rites? One had to have a conscience. It was not a good habit to pretend to be innocent after taking advantage of others. It should be changed. After the old scholar was thrown out of the star-picking platform by Zhao Tianlai, the battlefield in Fuyao Continent was divided into two. In the ancient battlefield where Bai Yi's heart was partially manifested, the Middle-earth talisman Yu Xian and the withered bone-thrown great demon Bai Ying were fighting each other. One of the 14 thrones of the desolate world was confronting one of the 10 lords of Hauran. The talisman's puppets that formed soldiers from beans and the white bone army under his command were everywhere. This caused Bai Yi's heart to be in tatters. It was only supported by Yu Xian's tens of thousands of talisman puppets. This kind of celestial technique to mend heaven and earth could be said to be very powerful. In fact, it was even more difficult than creating a small heaven and earth. Bai Yi was still holding his sword, Tai Bai. With one slash, he cut down 5 thrones. When Yang Ji finally said where Bai Yi's 14 realms unification was located, it was the heart poem of this unrivaled Hauran poem. Almost at the same time, Bai Ying, who was in a small heaven and earth with the talisman Yu Xian, was sitting under the sword attendant Long Zhen. He held the long sword that was refined from the soul of clairvoyance. He lightly shook the sword and a string of golden words trembled and turned into ashes. However, there was not a trace of spiritual energy in the world. Qieyun helplessly held her forehead and said with a smile, "My dear mother, Sister Yangji, you finally saw it. But is this the problem now? Don't you want to guess how many poems and lines are left in Bai Yi's heart? 14 Realms Unification. It could be roughly divided into 3 types: timing, geographical, and human. Realms Unification was a land of mountains and rivers. It belonged to geographical advantage. It was similar to the secondary sage and literary sage of the vast world. The Lotus Nunnery Master, the talisman Yu Xian, belonged to the time of Tao unification. It was related to the sun, moon, and stars that were unchanging and undisturbed by the river of time. Bai Yi's 14 Realms Unification belonged to human. In addition, if a sword cultivator wanted to reach the 14 realms, it was probably the same. Timing was not an extravagant hope. Geographical advantage was meaningless. Moreover, sword cultivators pursued the principle of heaven and earth cannot restrain their sword. Why would they take the initiative to harmonize with the heaven and earth? Bai Yi did not stop attacking. Not only did it ignore the stagnation of the river of time, the sword light was untraceable. More importantly, it caused Bai Yi's spiritual energy to be consumed extremely slowly. No matter how many times he attacked, other than the spiritual energy consumed by the sword, the only thing that was truly consumed was the poems in his heart. A waterfall came from the heavens. The yellow river descended from the heavens and traveled to the East Sea. It landed in the mortal world and fiercely collided with the Yeluohe formed by Yangji's great Tao. Huge waves surged to the heavens. In Bai Yi's painting of mountains and rivers, 10,000 li of land turned into a lake. Its momentum was not any weaker than the battle between Yangji and imperial concubine Fei. Bai Yi's sword slashed Yangji's Dharma image, which no longer maintained a human head, into 2. Yuan Shou's 10,000 zhong true body charged over with his staff. He was only 100 li away from Bai Yi, becoming one of the sovereign great monsters closest to Bai Yi. Tai Bai's sword swept across. With a dazzling sword light that could split the heavens and earth, he forcefully blocked Yuan Shou's staff. The staff in Yuan Shou's hand shattered once more. He shook his right wrist and made a grabbing motion. A staff with the inscription "See Calming" appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Bai Yi could not use the poems in his heart again. Otherwise, wouldn't this battle go on until the end of time? Not only that, Bai's sword will lingered and his heart image was born. This made Yuan Shou, who was getting more and more ferocious, swing his staff wildly, wanting to shatter the heavens and earth. As for Wu Yu, who was the first to approach Bai Yi, he was in a similar situation as Bai Ying. Floating clouds and setting sun, green mud, sorrowful birds circling the forest, withered pine trees hanging upside down, Dang Dao high and steep, Dang cliff 10,000 turns. The great Tao is the blue sky, but one cannot come out. Even I, Bai, cannot come out, let alone the great monster Wu Yu in the heart image world. Such a phenomenon made Wu Yu's Dharma image, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, seem to be able to support the heavens and earth. However, his fists and weapons could not split open the heavens. Bai Yi also visited the immortal. Yangji broke the Yellow River with much difficulty, but he didn't expect Bai to slash at him once more. 3,000 feet of white hair, I used to fish the white dragon, drawing my knife to cut the flowing water and placing the dragon beside the stream. 3,000 snow-white flying swords landed in the stream like rain. The sword slashed the great serpent true body, Yangji. On the other side of the stream, there was a general on a white horse, crossing the river. The iron cavalry was in formation, as dense as snow mountains. Arrows shot out, iron spears advanced, and sword energy fell like rain. Bai Yi at the border. It made Yangji suffer unspeakable pain. The great monster Niu Dao, who had already broken free from the golden armor cage, was about to get close to Bai Yi. The heavens and earth changed. Clouds covered the sky, the colors of autumn spread out for 10,000 miles, the vast wilderness, and the wind blew. Where the wind rose was where the sword energy rose. The sword energy was as heavy as mountains and ridges. One by one, they blocked the galaxy and fought like a bull. Qieyun did not move at all. He pulled open his leather bag again and slightly avoided Bai Yi's sword. He waited and watched. He glanced at the sky and thought that it was the sword energy of the white jade coffin that fell from the sky. He then looked down at the human world and guessed that it would be the scenery of the green wheat fields in March. He did not expect that it was not the case. It was beside the downtown wine shop. The youth learned swordsmanship, drunk on the willow. With a cup of wine, he carried the wind of this life. The young swordsman traveled, drinking and laughing, in the city of murder. The Ranger by Yi. This time, Kye-yoon could not avoid the young ranger's sword. In the next moment, Kye-yoon had just closed his body when he found himself in the starry sky and night sky again. He smiled bitterly. Even he felt annoyed. The other sovereigns were probably even more determined and full of killing intent. In his dream, he rode by Lu to the mountains. There were 4,000 mountains, 32 peaks, and 1,000 maidens followed him in the sky. He sang the Zixia immortal scripture. Everyone, open the heavenly palace for me. The true spirit refined Yu Chenchio. The bridge walked on the rainbow. The banished immortals walked around the blue sky. Tai Bai Yi was boundless. The stars were lined up. He was drunk. He leaned on the ancient pine tree with his sword. Who knew that the Milky Way under his feet was so wide? He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to beckon Ching Tong with a smile. On another battlefield. The talisman Yu Xian did not need to roll up his sleeves to fight. Plus, Bai Ying was of a similar style. Therefore, Yu Xian taught Bai Ying a lot of common sayings. What do you mean by snatching something? Don't snatch a coffin. The frog wants life and the snake wants to be full. What do you mean by I'm a hairless bird? You're a sow huddling in the corner and snorting 3 times. Nonsense did not delay Yu Xian's important task. First, 2 golden talisman were quietly hidden among thousands of talisman of different grades. They hung at the east and west ends of the small world. They were the sun talisman and the moon talisman respectively. Finally, they turned into a bright talisman. The sun and the moon reflected each other's radiance. Their bright light illuminated the world. Therefore, there was a praise on the mountain. Once Yu Xian used this talisman, there was no need for the lantern lighting talisman in the mortal world. However, the reason Yu Xian had taken out these 2 talismans was to confirm one thing. Was the flow of time in the Fuyao continent's heaven and earth restriction faster or slower? If there was indeed a difference in speed, then what was the exact difference? But even if the sun and the moon matched to form a bright talisman, he still could not find out. It was not easy and difficult to accurately see the scale of time in the many layers of restrictions and cages of the small worlds. The talisman Yu Xian threw out another 2 green talisman. He did 2 things at once. He chanted incantations. 1 sleeve, 2 worlds. He used the sun talisman and the arrow leaking talisman. The sun dials stop flowing. The starlight stops moving. The fragrance rain flows beside. The sweet dew hangs above. The sun's shadow appears in time. The flowing water settles at the moment. Urgent as the law commands. The light is in the candle. The water is in the arrow. Shining in the sky, the elites circle each other. The sky is completely white. The sun is small. The clouds break through the sky. Go. Yu Xian clenched his teeth and threw out another green talisman. It was the pavilion rising talisman that Yu Xian had created himself. There are no runes in the mountain. Immortals in the clear spring water stand 12 hibiscus leaves. They flow with the waves. They set the 12 hours. The sun's shadow is not different. Once the 3 talismans were thrown out, the great Tao was revealed in an instant. Although the 3 green talismans were burned to ashes in an instant, Yu Xian had already seen through the heavenly secrets with just a glance. He reminded Bai, be careful. The river of time flows in reverse. The talisman Yu Xian was suddenly speechless. It turned out that when the talisman Yu Xian shouted out his inner thoughts, 3 immortal swords had broken through the 3 layers of restrictions of the Fuyao continent. The 3 immortal swords had dispelled the talisman Yu Xian's words of be careful, the river of time, and flow in reverse. Not only that, the Kye-yoon in Bai's heart also happened to smile at Bai and say, the proudest thing in the human world, Bai also lives up to his name. This Kye-yoon obviously could not control the 3 immortal swords. However, Yun could control the 3 layers of restrictions and the river of time. Therefore, even if the talisman Yu Xian saw through the heavenly secrets, he could not tell by a part of the truth. Bai also said, Jiao Sheng. The death substitution technique was in Bai Ying. However, the death substitution technique was in Yun. Therefore, the current Yun could be said to be alive or dead. Another heaven and earth, or another true human world. The 4 immortal swords gathered beside Bai. Bai also held a Tai Bai, Daoist scripture, naive, and 10,000 laws. The 4 swords killed the 4 sovereigns other than Bai Ying and Yun. The 4 swords killed Wu Yu, Yang Ji, Yuan Shou, and Niu Dao. They could not be more dead. Yun's figure dissipated. She did not suffer a single sword, but her great Dao disappeared. Zhu Mi smiled and said, using the sword of the future to kill the present. Bai can only go. Zhu Mi finally said, in the future, if you and I still have a chance, let's fight again. The sword slashed down. Bai did not hesitate to use the sword of the present to slash Yun. Zhu Mi allowed the sword light to land on his body. The heaven and earth of the continent flipped, and the river of time was in chaos. Yang Ji and Yuan Shou looked at each other, as if they did not understand why they were still alive. Niu Dao and Wu Yu had solemn expressions as they looked at Bai Ying, whose great Dao had suddenly collapsed. The biggest question was, where was Bai Yi? Moreover, why was Yun's aura the same as Bai Ying's? It was like the great Dao was completely cut off, but it was also slightly connected. It was like Yun had mysteriously turned into Zhu Mi. As for where the talisman Yu Xian and the 4 immortal swords went, it made the group of revived sovereigns even more confused. Then, how did Bai Yi kill Yun and Bai Ying under Zhu Mi's nose? Liu Cha sheathed his sword with a complicated expression. There was no more 14th realm Bai Yi in the world. As for the immortal sword Tai Bai, apart from the sword sheath, the sword itself had been split into 4 and scattered all over the place. One of the Tai Bai sword tips went near the ruins of the inverted mountain. The grey-robed elder seemed to have been slapped on the head as he fell into the whirlpool beneath his feet. In the Middle-earth divine continent, Zhu Zi suddenly grabbed a blade-strengthening gourd from Liu Cai and kept one of the sword lights in the gourd. He returned the blade-strengthening gourd to Liu Cai and let this direct sword cultivator thank the scholar. Fei Ran, who thought that she only protected the Mirage City out of boredom, suddenly widened her eyes as she saw a sword body hovering in front of her. The 3rd sword light followed the immortal sword heaven and broke through the sky of the 5th world. It fell rapidly and finally landed beside a green-robed Confucian, Zhao Yao. The great sword immortal Zhonglu, who was guarding the door, turned a blind eye to the last sword light. Guarding the door was only to stop people. What was there to stop a broken sword? Besides, Zhonglu admitted that he could not stop it. That sword light went towards half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan suddenly looked up. Although he was separated by the Jiazi tent, he could still feel the presence of the sword Qi. Li Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. He did not say anything in the end. He just silently looked at the grey-robed figure who had crossed the northern city wall for the first time in order to stop the broken sword from falling into Chen Pinggan's hands. Chen Pinggan staggered. A Dharma idol stood up. It was Chen Qingdu, who held a long sword and slashed at the grey-robed figure. Dragon God, take my sword. Chen Qingdu's last sword attack was to slay the dragon god many years after his death. Li Zhen squatted on the city wall and covered his head with his hands. He did not want to look at the scene that he had already seen once. In the Middle-earth divine continent, plum flowers bloomed in white. Under the tree, a child appeared out of thin air. He looked around, slightly confused. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the plum flowers. A tiger-headed hat was suddenly placed on the child's head. An old scholar touched the tiger-headed hat that he had carefully prepared and laughed heartily. Such is the fate of the heavens. Brother Baye, shall I take you out for a drink? In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pinggan sat up with difficulty. He saw a grey-white rag wrapped around a sword tip, hovering in front of his eyes. What's going on? The old dog dragon god and the thief Li Zhen knew how to scheme. Looks like they have a lot of capital. An old man appeared beside Chen Pinggan. He bent down and patted the young hermit on the head. He said, "Take it as compensation for not keeping our promise." Chen Pinggan turned his head. He only saw the dissipating image of his boss. Before Chen Pinggan could get up, Chen Qingdu took the initiative to sit on the ground. He placed his hands on his abdomen and gently clenched his fists. The old man smiled and asked, "How was that sword?" Chen Pinggan thought about it. "Who cares?" he said sincerely. "Impressive." Chen Qingdu smiled. "You really know how to speak. Just like me in the past." In the past, the young sword cultivator said, "Let's fight." Chen Pinggan said, "Don't worry." Chen Qingdu nodded. "Very good." Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. Chen Qingdu disappeared from the world. A young hidden official in a bright red robe clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. A moment later, Chen Pinggan's robe suddenly turned white. He stood up and walked to the top of the city wall, looking at the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi opposite him. Then a figure landed beside him. It was the swordsman Liu Cha with a sword on his back. 729. Updated an hour late. Sorry. 23,000 words. Chen Pinggan had seen 3 sword cultivators who called themselves swordsmen. The first was Alliance, then the Ghost House Valley's Puchang, and finally the bearded ranger beside him. The pressure Liu Cha gave Chen Pinggan was greater than the dragon god, who had been his neighbor for many years. On one hand, Liu Cha's swordsmanship and sword intent were more profound. The dragon god's body was incomplete, so he had never returned to the peak of his realm. On the other hand, the dragon god was a human sword cultivator, while Liu Cha was a demon. Chen Pinggan's Tao of Sowing, which carried his true name, had a mysterious relationship with Liu Cha. Liu Cha sized up the white-robed hermit with interest. His first disciple, Bamboo Box, had suffered at the hands of this young man before. That's good. It'll save him from overestimating himself and thinking that there are no more sword cultivators outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan did not move, but his robe turned red again. He asked, "How's Ascension City?" Liu Cha took out a flask of wine and drank a mouthful. He glanced at the young man who seemed to be moved and asked, "Do you still have the ability to care about others?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Indeed, I don't have the strength." The grey-robed dragon god had been killed by Sword Immortal Boss. Chen Qingdu had once said that the dragon god would die if he dared to take a step north of the city wall. That was the truth. It was a pity that Chen Pinggan did not see the dragon god's death with his own eyes. However, Chen Pinggan did not know what the sword tip was. Was it a sword from the dragon god that had never appeared? Or was it a relic left behind by Sword Immortal Boss? Based on the strange phenomenon from before, it seemed to have come from the gate of the inverted hanging mountain. However, who would throw a sword tip at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? If it was a traveling item, why did Sword Immortal Zhonglu and the Savage World not stop it? As for the greyish-white tattered cotton cloth, it was wrapped around the sword tip. It was a clear proof of the dragon god's death. The remnants of the grey robe was similar to a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword that had been stripped away by a great divine power. Therefore, it was definitely not a magic robe. Boss Sword Immortal only wanted him to keep it properly and refine it with his heart. However, he didn't want him to refine it into a natal item. Instead, he wanted him to refine it into an external sword. He wanted to refine the sword tip into a long sword and the cotton cloth into a scabbard. When the time came, it should be a pretty good sword for a swordsman. Chen Pinggan asked another question. Is Lu Ji dead? Don't die, please don't die. Too many sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had died. It was not easy for them to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji and the others, who had traveled far and wide with a clear conscience, should not have died just a few days later. Chen Pinggan admired Lu Ji's temperament as a female greatsword celestial, as well as the future of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan hoped that Lu Ji could live for thousands of years. Even if Lu Ji established her own sect in the vast realm and completely broke away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Ascension City, it would still be a good thing. The style of the founder of a sect would often determine the atmosphere of a sect for hundreds or even thousands of years. If there was a chance to meet Lu Ji again in the future, Chen Ping'an's first sentence would be that Lu Ji was indeed a beauty. Whoever denied it, he would *ck their mother. Liu Cha said, "No, Lu Ji is currently fighting with Yang Ji and Yuan Shou. However, your senior brother is near the battlefield." In addition, Xiao Chuo had a good relationship with Lu Ji when he was a hidden officer. Lu Ji returning to the South Hassa continent is not a big problem. Chen Ping'an immediately asked, "Fuyao continent?" Liu Cha said, "Bai also fell into Mr. Ju's trap. The immortal sword Tai Bai has been broken. However, the price of the wilderness was not small. Bai Ying and Qie Yun were sacrificed. After this battle, there would be more and more new faces for the 14 thrones of the wilderness." On the righteous world side, Xiao Chuo's sword killed Zun Yuan of the Tongyi continent, Yaro Jiao killed Zhu Shunji of the Central Plains, Bai Ying refined Wanyan Larojing of the Gold Armor continent, and a native ascendant of the Fuyao continent escaped with heavy injuries. He almost dropped 2 levels and barely managed to keep his immortal status. If Qi Tingji did not save him, he would have been carved on the city wall. He was now hiding in a small white porcelain cave in the Liuxia continent to recuperate. Chen Ping'an seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder that sword tip was a part of the immortal sword Tai Bai. No wonder the dragon monarch flew over the city wall to stop the sword tip from approaching him. However, why would Bai Yi give this item to him? Moreover, it was the sword tip with the greatest killing power. The thrones of the wilderness had died one after another. The Lotus Nunnery Master, Huang Luan, Yaro Jiao, Bai Ying, and Qie Yun. Bai Yi, who was the pride of the human world, had died. Why was the battlefield at the Fuyao continent in the southwest instead of the Gold Armor continent, which was closer to the Central Plains? How did the Central Plains Confucian Temple plan this battle? However, it made sense. Bai Yi did not have a good relationship with the Confucian Temple. The Confucian Temple did not seem to have the right to tell Bai Yi what to do with his sword. Moreover, Chen Ping'an did not have the ability to predict the situation in the Fuyao continent and the Gold Armor continent. He could only deduce from the words Zhu Shunji and Wanyan Larojing carved on the city wall. However, Liu Cha said that 2 king stage demons were killed, and Liu Cha followed the tip of Tai Bai celestial sword. Did this mean that the battle that could be said to be the pinnacle of the human world was an unprecedented siege that would never be repeated in the future? Did the Confucian Temple and the Central Plains Divine Continent have a countermeasure? Did Liu Cha participate in this or not? Or did he use a divine ability like Kui Dong's reversal of mountains and rivers to send Liu Cha here? Did he kill Meng Chao to prevent any accidents? There were too many questions, but there were no answers. He did not know the truth because there were too few clues. Moreover, he could only believe 70 to 80% of Liu Cha's words. However, Chen Ping'an was very clear about one thing. The more the wilderness world and the Jiazi camp wanted to eliminate half of the city wall, the better the situation in the world would be. At least the South Whirlpool continent and his hometown, the Aquarius continent, were still firmly defended. Otherwise, with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and an Earth Immortal sword cultivator like him, there was no need for Liu Cha, the 3rd highest thrones, to come here personally. Chen Ping'an's body and soul were shattered by Liu Cha's sudden punch. Liu Cha did not use his sword. He only used the body of a sword cultivator to punch. Moreover, he was holding the wine pot with one hand. Chen Ping'an could have blocked it, but he did not. He took the punch and gathered not far away. He was very confused and did not know what Liu Cha's intention was. The result of such a punch was the same as the result of the Dragon King's sword in the past. It could not kill Meng Chao, who had merged with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It could even be said that it was similar to the previous hidden officer Xiao Chuo's punch. What Chen Ping'an lacked the most now was precisely this kind of body tempering. However, Chen Ping'an did not have any wishful thinking. He did not dare to be greedy for another punch from Liu Cha. Liu Cha drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. No wonder you could endure the Dragon King's sword so many times. The foundation of a martial body is very good. Sword many times. Damn it, the Dragon King had attacked 179 times. Chen Pinggan asked, "How's the Ascension City?" He could not help but ask the same question again. Liu Xiaoche answered, "The Ascension City has not only gained a firm foothold in the New World, but it is also the one who has expanded the most among the 5 major forces." Chen Pinggan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Then, he sighed. Since Liu Xiaoche answered all his questions, it seemed like his situation was not good. He was just a small earth immortal sword cultivator who could not go anywhere. Was it necessary to trouble Liu Xiaoche to personally attack the Great Wall? As expected, Liu Xiaoche smiled and said, "I'll attack you a few times when you ask me a few questions. So you can ask a few more questions. Anyway, as long as there are more than 3 strikes, the difference will not be big." Chen Pinggan actually asked again, "Did Zhu have an agreement with the Moon-bearing Mountain's grand ancestor, so that Zhu would not only be the mastermind behind the scenes, but also the person with the highest combat strength in the wilderness?" Liu Xiaoche smiled and did not say anything. Chen Pinggan said, "Including Bai Ying and Qie Yun?" "More like half." When I asked the 3rd time, Mr. Liu did not answer. When I asked the 2nd time, Mr. Liu was even worse. He asked a lie, so he only attacked once. Otherwise, if I continued to ask, Mr. Liu might owe me a few more strikes. Liu Xiaoche no longer paid any attention to Chen Pinggan. He casually used earth-shrinking mountain and river and walked on the city wall of this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan had always been following this swordsman who used to be the 3rd highest sovereign. Liu Xiaoche squatted down and placed his hand on one of the city walls. He pressed down lightly and quickly stood up and went to another place. Liu Xiaoche said casually to the white-robed official beside him, "I'll just take it as I owe you 2 swords. You only need to attack 20 times. After that, I'll attack again." As Liu Xiaoche spoke, he looked around. The world changed and the sword aura became strict. Liu Xiaoche drank a mouthful of wine and smiled, "You're really not polite." Liu Xiaoche threw a pot of wine. "All right, I was just scaring you. I also said it on purpose for the old blind man to hear. Zhu wanted me to use you as bait to lure the old blind man to come here and die." Liu Xiaoche had already been told by Zhu about the greater good of the world. In addition, the grand ancestor of Mount Tuoyue had ordered him to be reasonable. After going against his will once, he would not attack a young man on the Great Wall of Sword Qi again. However, Liu Xiaoche did not mind attacking an old blind man of the 14th realm. As long as the old blind man left the 100,000 mountains, Liu Xiaoche would attack with all his might. The wine pot did not fall to the ground. Instead, its whereabouts were uncertain and it suddenly appeared everywhere. As for the young official, he was nowhere to be seen. Liu Xiaoche smiled. This kid was so cautious that it seemed like he was too thorough. On the opposite wall, Li Zhen stood up with a puzzled expression. Zhu suddenly appeared and smiled, "You should thank me for causing the river of time to deviate slightly from its original riverbed." Li Zhen sighed, "In the end, I'm the fool." Zhu shook his head. "In my early years, when I was flipping through the old almanac on Mount Tuoyue, I always believed that among the ancient sword cultivators, regardless of whether they had died in battle or survived, their clairvoyance had been underestimated. You should have a place in that riverside meeting. However, I don't think anyone would be willing to have an existence that seemed to be waiting for someone at the lower reaches of the river of time by their side. Back then, I had calculated many outcomes for you, including how you could save yourself and how you could survive until you reached a further ferry. However, it was difficult for me to come up with a foolproof plan. The pleasant surprise was that I was inspired. Thus, I came up with this plan to kill you. However, the person I had envisioned back then was the Sage of Rites, who had crashed into the vast world from outer space with many ancient gods. Once we succeed, there will be no more little teacher in this world. Bai Ziyi might change his mind. Li Zhen frowned. Bai Ziyi has an extremely good relationship with the Sage of Rites. Will he completely rebel against the wild world because of this? Zhu smiled. Victory and defeat are uncertain. It's difficult to help either side. However, when the wild world has a 60% chance of winning, Bai will only have one choice, be it for the sake of fewer deaths in the vast world or for the wild world to gain a foothold. Direct and efficient. Only when the world is stabilized will there be a chance to recuperate. Of course, before that, I will definitely take the initiative to look for Bai and agree to some things. Zhu Mi turned his head to look at the 100,000 mountains in the far south. He smiled. Bai of the demon race speaks for the vast world. Jiao Sheng of the human race seeks power for the wild world. Do you think there is a more suitable natural ally than us? Li Jun said, it's a pity that it didn't work out. Zhu Mi said, it's indeed a pity. Li Jun sighed, Jiao Sheng's methods are really insidious. Zhu Mi smiled, overt schemes can be used. If one can use an overt scheme like an overt scheme, one can be considered a master of the art of war. Li Jun muttered softly, back then, the Confucian temple shouldn't have let you leave the vast world alive. At the very least, they should have let Jiao Sheng die inexplicably at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Zhu Mi only shook his head. Li Jun asked, how many demons are you going to eat before you stop? I'm very curious. Are you really only at the 14th realm now? You and my master. Zhu Mi waved his hand, don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Don't think too much. The sword that Liu Cha used all his strength to slash Bai Yi was the stagnant lake of the River of Time. However, it seemed to have returned to the original riverbed. This allowed Bai Yi to wield 4 celestial swords and slay 4 sovereign stage demons. After that, Bai Yi had completely exhausted his spiritual energy and the poem that he was most proud of. Then, Zhu Mi reversed the flow of the River of Time again. Only Bai Yi, whose body and sword were broken, was left at the crossing of the River of Time. The rest of the beings in the continent, including the 6 sovereign stages and Liu Cha, who killed Bai Yi, all returned to the Lake of Time. However, during this period, when Bai Yi realized that Qieyun was Jiao Sheng, he was already wielding Tai Bai and slashing Qieyun with his sword. Not only that, Bai Yi, who was killed by Liu Cha, also used his yin spirit to travel far away. He gave Liu Cha a taste of his own medicine. He reversed the flow of time and went against the flow. At the cost of destroying his celestial swords, he slashed Bai Ying again. It was only at this moment that Zhu Mi removed the restriction on the lake. The River of Time returned to normal and flowed between the heavens and earth. Therefore, after that, the River of Time of a continent became so broken and chaotic. It was to let the future Bai Yi stay as far away from the present Bai Yi as possible. Without the cultivation of the 14th realm, he had completely lost his celestial sword Tai Bai. From then on, Bai Yi would no longer be a hindrance to the general trend of the world. After that, Zhu Mi was not afraid of whether Bai Yi could return to the peak in the next 100 or 1,000 years. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Li Jun suddenly asked tentatively, Bai Ying is your young spirit's external body? Then, in the process of cultivation, he mixed many souls and made Bai Ying think that he is Bai Ying? Zhu Mi smiled and said, why did Guan Zhao say that he is a fool? I don't think so. Therefore, I have always valued you, the direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain. If not for the small accident where the young hidden official fought in place of Ning Yaro, Li Jun would have known more inside information. Of course, one of the 4 immortal swords, naivety, would either be destroyed or become one of my natal items. Li Jun asked, Zhu Mi, in the past few thousand years, how many great demons have you fused with the Tao? The so-called Tao fusing of the 14 realms of Zhu Mi was eating. He ate the master of the Lotus Nunnery, ate the Yarrow armor, ate the Qieyun, and fused with the yang spirit Bai Ying. In fact, there was also a great demon Huang Luan who fell to the nascent soul realm. As for the ascendant realm Wanyan Larojing of the Golden Armor continent, he thought that he could drag out an ignoble existence. What happened to him? He fell into Zhu Mi's hands. What else could he do? In the wilderness, it was not easy for anyone to see Zhu Mi. Most of the people Zhu Mi met were young people who were worthy of cultivation. Otherwise, there was no need for Zhu Mi to stop them. The direct disciples of the moon-supporting mountain would help to stop them. Therefore, Ju Mi's second highest position in the wilderness always gave the feeling that it was intentional by the moon-supporting mountain. It seemed that the moon-supporting mountain needed someone with a good brain to help pass on the message. Therefore, when High Ju Mi had always been considered to be at the peak of the ascendant realm at most. He was a sovereign with a very high ranking but relatively weak combat power. The great demon Bai Ying of the Withered Bones throne almost never fought with other sovereigns or ascendant realms. He liked to sneak around and scheme. He especially targeted those great demons who were secretly recuperating. It was rumored that he refined them into puppets. Therefore, although Bai Ying's combat power was not high, he was famous for his deep family background and shrewdness. Bai Ying not only had the sword attendant Long Jian transformed from the dragon monarch's head, but also the long sword refined from a part of the remnant soul. Bai Ying's actions could really be said to be unrestrained. Li Jun was quite helpless and felt powerless. He squatted down again and sighed. Even if Li Jun's life-flying sword was the river of time, he did not dare to say that what he saw was the truth. Many times, seeing a part of the truth made people think that they were infallible. However, the more self-righteous an ordinary person was, the easier their life was. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Li Jun was an exception. Li Jun suddenly remembered something and almost laughed to tears. It was said that in history, the great demon Bai Ying once asked when High Ju Mi if he wanted to be the lord of culture and education in the wilderness. Ju Mi seemed to have just smiled and said, "Not enough." Li Jun raised his head and stared at the scholar in a green scholar's robe in a daze. Were scholars so scary? Ju Mi just quietly waited for the old blind man's choice. The old blind man was still the same. As long as the old blind man did not leave the mountain, Ju Mi would not go to the 100,000 mountains. Ju Mi laughed in his heart. "Li Jun, think about it. When you think it through, go to the Tongyi continent to find me. If you don't think it through, it's okay. You can just stay in the old wilderness." During the Fuyao continent battle, in order to kill Bai Yi, apart from using all kinds of methods, Ju Mi also paid a price. That was half of Bai Ying's and half of Cheiyun's Dao's. The former came from the wilderness, while the latter came from the vast world. In the conversation between the young hidden official and Liu Cha, he accidentally revealed the truth, but it was actually a guess. How to guess it was very simple. Put yourself in the scholar's shoes and imagine that the scholar was full of evil tricks. You might as well use the greatest evil to guess the intentions of others, and think of all the methods as thorough and meticulous as possible. There were actually a few clues. For example, the death of the master of the Lotus Nunnery. If the great ancestor of Mount Tuiyue and Chen Qing were superior in terms of Daos and could not make a move, then as the hidden official of the wilderness, Ju Mi should have at least stopped them. He should not have watched Elder Dawn kill the big demon with his sword and drag a bright moon into the human world. As for how Ju Mi convinced Cheiyun, Li Jun could not guess. Ju Mi seemed to have guessed Li Jun's doubts and took the initiative to dispel them. In my big picture, the sword cultivator Fei Ran is an extremely important existence, far more important than the likes of Kui Yu and Yu Sai. Ju Mi then said something that made Li Jun's heart tremble: "Clairvoyance is the same. In my heart, it is second only to Fei Ran. Therefore, the clairvoyance of all the remnant souls has always been under my control." Ju Mi then said, annoyed, "Is there a need? Li Jun, who has been complaining on the city wall for so many years, do you really not want to leave the riverbed constraints of the river of time and not be a sword cultivator clairvoyance anymore?" Ju Mi pointed at the battlefield where Chen Qing killed the dragon monarch. "Yes. On this city wall, there were once judicial officers and hidden officials. In the past, Jiao Sheng was even the former judicial officer. Even earlier, in the ancient heavenly court, there were sword-bearers and armor-bearers. However, Bai Yi actually gave a sword to Fei Ran, which made Ju Mi a little unhappy. He needed to divert his attention to kill a big accident. In the past, although Fei Ran did not have the title of teacher and student, Ju Mi taught Fei Ran much more diligently than the direct disciples like Shi Chen and Liu Bai. In fact, there were only 3 people left in Fei Ran's sect. Under the arrangement of the great ancestor of Mount Tuiyue, they were already Ju Mi's chess pieces. Zhu Mi originally planned to appear as Fei Ran's teacher in a sense one day and return half of Fei Ran's senior brother Qieyun to make Fei Ran follow him wholeheartedly and walk towards the seemingly endless path together. Would there be Li Jun and Yu Sai behind the two of them? Shoal Current followed from afar. In the past, at Mount Tuoyue, Zhu Mi found the great ancestor of the wilderness, who had been recuperating for 6,000 years. Zhu Mi proposed 3 plans to him. The first was that the Great Wall of Sword Qi flew up and landed on the 5th world. Otherwise, Savage World would have suffered far fewer casualties in the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The second was that embroidered tiger Kui Dong swallowed a continent and stopped the demons of Tongyi continent from going up north. Apart from that, when the 14th realm Bai Yi attacked, the temple head helped out from both sides and watched from the sidelines. Of course, there was also the young man next door who was the hidden official. Otherwise, Zhu Mi's plan would have been completed long ago. He would have broken through the southwest Fuyao continent and attacked the weak southeast Tongyi continent. He would have attacked the weakest Aquarius continent and taken down the weakest North continent. He would have taken down the weakest North continent and the weakest continent. After that, he would have confronted the Central Plains Divine continent, Drifting Dawn continent, and South Swirling continent. During this period, he would have returned Fuyao continent to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. However, the wilderness would have taken Fuyao continent and Golden Armor continent in the end. However, as long as Zhu Mi took down Aquarius continent, it would be a major turning point. The most interesting thing about the 3 plans was that the wilderness's plan was the complete opposite of Zhu Mi's Great Tao. Zhu Mi did not hide anything from the grey-robed elder. The latter laughed heartily. Not only did he not kill Haoran Jiasheng with a slap, he allowed Zhu Mi to do whatever he wanted. Thousands of years later, Jiasheng became Zhu Mi, and Zhu Mi became Bai Ying. As for the war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhu Mi had been secretly plotting. Other than the gradual defection of sword immortals and sword cultivators, his focus was on the hearts of the people. For example, the Rain Dragon sect, the Flood Dragon Ravine, the Mountain Water Cave of Fuyao continent, and the 3 great demons of Tongyi continent. As for who came up with the best plan, the great ancestor of Mount Tuoyue and Zhu Mi could accept it. A wilderness without any education could treat Haoran Jiasheng as a great scholar. This was the biggest joke in the world. How could Zhu Mi not have racked his brains for thousands of years to plan for Mount Tuoyue? Zhu Mi suddenly frowned. Then, he smiled and said, "What a talisman, Yu Xian. He ruined 2 of my small plans. I will have to reason with him one day." Outside the gate of the Bright Moon Palace, the white-haired old man in purple who had ascended to this place was on the verge of collapse. He almost fell to the ground, but he still had a thought. He roared angrily and endured his injuries. Without hesitation, he crushed tens of thousands of remaining talisman. One of the Bright Moon talisman made of golden material suddenly turned into the figure of a Confucian scholar. He smiled and disappeared. Yu Xian scolded, "Dog Jiasheng, I can't give you dog shit to eat." In order to break away from the restriction of the River of Time in Fuyao continent, Yu Xian held the Tai Bai scabbard that Bai Yi threw at him. The old man did not hesitate to break the entire heart image galaxy in a wine pot. He used half of it as a gift to protect Bai Yi's soul so that the Holy Master who was guarding the peak of Mount Sui would have a greater chance of success. The remaining half of Bai Yi's soul would be more complete. As for the remaining half of the galaxy, the number of talisman was still more than 400,000. They pulled together with the celestial phenomenon galaxy and turned into a long bridge of talisman similar to the ascension platform. It dragged Yu Xian away from the mortal world and finally came to the ruins of the Cold Moon Palace, one of the Haoran forbidden grounds for 10,000 years. Even so, it was still very dangerous. If it were not for the sword immortals outside of Bai Yi blocking with their swords, Yu Xian would have been beaten down to the mortal world by a girl with pigtails. However, he did not expect that Zhu Mi would use some unknown method to deceive everyone. He attached a piece of his mind to the talisman and followed it all the way here. Even after Yu Xian landed, he only sensed that something was wrong based on his intuition. He did not say anything and would rather destroy the remaining talisman of a great Tao life item than let that chance appear. Reality proved that the talisman Yu Xian's gamble paid off. Zhu Mi did not even bother to retract the piece of his mind that was covered by the light of the moon's life. He chose to dissipate along with the golden talisman. He did not want to be captured by the Holy Master. Outside the ruins of the Moon Palace, the talisman Yu Xian sat on the ground dejectedly. He held the Tai-Bai scabbard that Bai Yi asked him to return to the Da Xiandu temple. The old man laughed and said, "Damn it, I don't want to be a hero anymore." However, the old man quickly stroked his beard and laughed, "To hell with the 14th realm, I feel great." He looked down and saw that his snow-white beard was stained with blood. He stroked his beard as if he was pulling it. He started to curse Jiao Sheng again. After cursing, Yu Xian wanted to get up and leave this place. However, he did not expect another page to appear out of nowhere and land in front of Yu Xian. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed. He was dragged far away. It was as if the talisman Yu Xian was about to be brought into the vast galaxy by a page of a book. There was a poem on it. The stars were bright, as if they were out of the world. There was also a sentence that seemed to be a side note. The talisman Yu Xian merged with the Tao here. Yu Xian stood on the talisman that was suddenly as big as a boat. It was as if the great Tao was traveling far away and an immortal was riding a boat in the sea of stars. Yu Xian cupped his fists. There were ripples in his heart lake. Yu Xian's immortal energy is vast. Yu Xian laughed and said, "The Holy Master is too kind, too kind." At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Zhu Mi opened the restriction of the small world and stepped into the caged bird on the opposite side. Zhu Mi could not help but laugh. The two swordsmen seemed to be on different sides of the world as they drank their wine. Liu Xiaoche got up first and broke the restriction of the caged bird. He returned to the vast South Whirlpool continent. According to Zhu Mi, since they had already taken down the 3 continents, the next thing they had to do was to take down the South Whirlpool continent and the Eastern Bottle continent at the same time. The battlefield of the Whirlpool continent would be handed over to Liu Xiaoche. Only Q-Sword and Chen Chunan would be needed. There was no need to care about the rest. Chen Pinggan stood up and said with a smile, "It's not easy to kill the old blind man, right?" Zhu Mi looked around and nodded, "It's harder to kill him than Master Hidden Official." Chen Pinggan kept the wine pot in his sleeve and asked, "How can I kill Bai Yi?" Zhu Mi did not answer the question. "You are a sword cultivator, but you can't see Bai Yi use his sword." "It's a pity." Chen Pinggan said, "Bai Yi can see me use my sword in the future." Zhu Mi smiled. The young hidden official's words sounded very heroic. If ordinary people heard it, they would only think that it was a young man who was arrogant and didn't even put Bai in his eyes. However, Zhu Mi knew that this was the same principle that the scholar Chen Pinggan and the scholar Hao Ran Jiaosheng had said. Unfortunately, people are often disappointed. But I still have to not let others down. Zhu Mi looked at this homeless dog who was boasting shamelessly. He was very patient and said slowly, "That's because a person has never been really disappointed." Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "There was once a little girl who was fleeing for her life. She saw her mother hiding from her husband and daughter and secretly eating steamed buns. The little girl just looked at that scene numbly. Do you think she was not disappointed? Was she not desperate? It can be changed. It can be changed. Is it great to be a scholar? Will the disappointment be greater? I don't think so." Zhu Mi shook his head and said, "It's a good principle, but it's still too small." The young hidden official suddenly laughed, "Of course. I'm young and lacking in knowledge. How can I compare to Zhu Mi, when Hai? Tao. Reason." Zhu Mi put his hands behind his back. "How many copies of yourself do you have to kill before you can truly accept your fate and change the world step by step?" Chen Pinggan was expressionless. Zhu Mi's figure had already disappeared. Even the intrinsic flying sword Caged Sparrow did not notice his arrival and departure. Chen Pinggan took out a talisman to confirm whose world he was in. Zhu Mi appeared behind Chen Pinggan and laughed, "How did you become a hidden official when you're so timid?" Chen Pinggan put away the talisman. Zhu Mi said, "I'm looking forward to your martial 10 realms vigor." Chen Pinggan was silent. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi outside the two worlds, The sword immortal heroic spirits that had walked out of the painting began to take up formation. They could wear down as much of Ju Mi's Tao as possible. Ju Mi laughed. You only reached the peak after your golden core was shattered again and again. What about your nascent soul? Why don't you use the fall of a chi refinement warrior to exchange for the limit of a pure martial artist? Chen Pinggan took a deep breath. If there was no other way, he would give up half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This was Chen Pinggan's final trump card. He would use his life and half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to exchange for a sovereign's Tao. Actually, the value of half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was still extremely high. This trade was not worth it, but it was extremely interesting. Who would be willing to exchange their Tao for a sovereign great demon? The dragon god was probably the most willing, but he was still trying to confirm if his boss, the sword immortal, had a backup plan. Ju Mi seemed to be confirming the young hidden official's determination. In the end, Ju Mi disappeared in a flash. He first removed the restrictions of the world before breaking the sparrow-caged sparrow. Before returning to the Tongye continent, Ju Mi used his sword Chi to carve the words by Yi on the city wall. Not only that, Ju Mi even removed the mountain and river restrictions of the Jiazi tent, allowing the young hidden official to see the light of day again. Chen Pinggan appeared at the edge of the cliff. On the other side was Li Jun. With the death of the dragon god, only Li Jun, the 100-sword immortal of the moon-supporting mountain, was left on that half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They looked at each other from afar. Li Jun's expression was complicated. He seemed to be smiling. Chen Pinggan asked, "Are you so happy to eat your asterisk tea?" Li Jun asked, "Share some with you?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Give it to me." Li Jun was stunned on the spot. He asked doubtfully, "Chen Pinggan, have you been crazy since you were young?" Chen Pinggan said, "A hungry dog is not afraid of a stick. You are like a chicken in a flock of cranes." Li Jun looked at the vast land in the south and then turned to look at the gate in the north. Finally, he retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Pinggan. He said, "Let's go." Chen Pinggan said, Li Jun, clairvoyance is clairvoyance, Li Jun is clairvoyance, clairvoyance is Li Jun. Is it important? Who is the person in front of you? If you can't even figure out this, where can you go?" Li Jun was stunned. "Damn it, the hidden official can speak human language?" Chen Pinggan said again, "You can understand human language?" Li Jun held his fist and shook it hard. This was the first time he admitted defeat. Chen Pinggan suddenly sat on the edge of the cliff. Li Jun did the same. He said to himself, "When I leave, Li Jun's clairvoyance will be gone. Chen Qing is dead. Dragon God is dead. They are all dead." The history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and even the whole history of sword cultivation, seemed to be divided into two. Compared to the real Great Wall of Sword Chi that was cut open by the grand ancestor of the moon-supporting mountain, it was even more broken. Chen Pinggan said nothing. He took out a pot of wine and gently threw it out. He then shattered it with sword energy. A pot of wine spilled on the ground. He worshipped the sword cultivator dragon god from 10,000 years ago. Together with two close friends, he worshipped the moon-supporting mountain. The Yu clan of the Central Plains joined forces with the Liu clan of the Snow Mountain continent. One provided manpower, and the other provided money. Then, they used up the qi of the mountains and rivers of a beautiful land in the Xuanmi dynasty. As a result, the spiritual qi within a radius of 100 miles was exhausted. In the end, they built a temporary gate from the north of the Jinjiao continent to this place. Of course, to do this, someone had to use his sword. It was the word-engraved sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Qi Tingji. Rumors about this foreign sword immortal were like mushrooms after a rain in the Central Plains divine continent. Almost all the different mountains and rivers of the imperial palace more or less mentioned this Qi Tingji who appeared out of nowhere. All the imperial palace reports did not deny one thing. If Qi Tingji did not use his sword to kill demons, the Fuyao continent and the Golden Armor continent would have fallen even earlier. The old scholar was furious at the academy. He went to find Old Man Yu and asked for some wine. He also wanted to see if Old Man Yu had anything he did not need. Pei Qian brought sister Baoping to meet sister Zaishi, Yu Zhuanfu. Jin Zhenming and Zhu Mai, the two sword cultivators, were the first to leave the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent. They retreated to the northern gate. Yu Zhuanfu and Pei Qian, the two pure martial artists, left even later. In the end, only Cao Ci remained in the northern part of the Golden Armor continent. Pei Qian and Cao Ci's 4 matches had to be put aside for the time being. Pei Qian was very clear about the big and the small, and the urgent matters. In the end, the 4 of them returned to the Yu family together. They did not expect Lin Junbai to be nearby. Lin Junbai had traveled from the Shaoyuan dynasty to the Xuanmi dynasty and stayed in the capital for more than half a month. However, Lin Junbai did not leak any information to the outside world. If Yu Zhuanfu and the other 2 did not return to the Central Plains Divine Continent, Lin Junbai would have to return to the Shaoyuan dynasty in another half a month. The Yu family was one of the top aristocratic families in the Central Plains Divine Continent. The Yu family had many branches and leaves, and their family tree was filled with boxes. Yu Zhuanfu was also the daughter of the first wife with high hopes. Otherwise, she would not have been betrothed to the Qilin of the Huai family. Lin Junbai, Jin Zhenming, and Zhu Mai were all sword cultivators and people of the Shaoyuan dynasty. They were very close. Currently, they were all living in the Yu family residence of the Xuanmi dynasty's retired emperor. Yu Zhuanfu once again played the role of a crappy matchmaker. He dragged the girl of the same age, Yu Qingqing, to Lin Junbai for a round of chess. Yu Zhuanfu looked at the 2 of them. The more he looked, the more compatible he felt. It would be a pity if they did not give birth to a bunch of beautiful children. As for the girl in red who was said to be from the Cliff Academy, Yu Zhuanfu was just being polite. That was all. She and Pei Qian were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Li Baoping was just a friend of a friend. Moreover, Yu Zhuanfu was never good at building relationships. Yu Zhuanfu led a group of people to the Gall Cypress Pavilion. This was the Yu family residence's famous scenic spot. The white jade table in the pavilion was a chessboard. There were only 2 stone benches and 2 chess jars on the table. When the players sat down, the others stood and watched. It was very particular. Of course, there were benches for sitting in the pavilion, but they were slightly further away from the chessboard. As the pillar of the huge family, the Yu family's ancestor was born a prodigy. He was known as the beautiful wind god, rarely ambitious, never tired of learning, and well-read. This Gall Cypress Pavilion was a scenic spot personally built by the Yu family's ancestor, Yu Panshui. However, more than 100 years ago, this place was sealed by Yu Panshui for a full 300 years just to play an unprecedented game of chess. 160 people placed their pieces on the chessboard. Because each person could only make one move. As for whether they would play white or black, it depended on their luck. The first move of the black pieces was exquisite and unparalleled. Then, the middle game collapsed. The white pieces were in a good position until a white-robed Confucian entered the pavilion. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard. Then, he said, "There's no need to play anymore." When the group entered the pavilion, they looked around. It was a completely different world. The ancient cypresses were dense. It was said that each of these priceless cypresses had been transplanted from an immortal residence called Jingguan City. The bamboo grew from Azure Immortal Mountain, while the cypresses grew in Jingguan City. Pei Qian had no interest in Go. He had always been like this. When he was young, he was too lazy to use his brain and couldn't earn any money. Later on, he would watch Old Wei and Little White kill each other on the chessboard. Li Baoping stood behind the woman, silently watching the game. Jin Zhenming and Zhu Mai stood behind Lin Junbai. Of course, they had to protect each other. If it wasn't for Yu Zhuanfu saying that his family's old ancestor was a terrible chess player who liked to pretend to be cultured and only wanted to do some superficial things, Pei Qian would have thought that the Yu family's old ancestor could win against his little senior brother. According to Yu Zhuanfu, even the young prodigy and beautiful wind god, never tired of learning, were all made up by her old ancestor after he became the head of the family. In fact, when he was young, he was a little fatty who regarded money as his life. At a young age, He learned how to earn money to make a living. Yu Qingqing smiled and said, Junbai's chess skills are becoming more and more refined. Lin Junbai played the real void point to perfection. A few years ago, Lin Junbai was a guest of the Yu family. At that time, Lin Junbai's chess skills were forcefully pursuing the so-called profound and mysterious changes of the divine dragon. However, when the weapons clashed on the chessboard, his killing intent seemed to be too heavy. Now, his style of chess had changed. It was deep and precise without missing a step. His killing techniques were interlinked, but his chess skills and killing intent were not heavy. That was why she had such a refined evaluation. Yu Qingqing's chess skills might not be that great. At most, she could be considered a first-rate chess player in the Xuanmi dynasty. Compared to the top immortal masters who were proficient in chess, the gap was still very obvious. However, her eyes had always been very good. She was jokingly called the Yu family's flower of understanding by the old ancestor. When Yu Qingqing was playing chess with Lin Junbai, she glanced at the extraordinarily handsome and focused young man. She sighed in her heart. When the country's fortune rose, so did his chess skills. In the flourishing Shao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai was bound to be the future imperial tutor. One day, Lin Junbai's chess skills would reach the realm of one breath clear, rise high. Not everyone who was proficient in chess could really achieve great things outside of the chessboard. However, the young man in front of her seemed to be connected with chess. Yu Zhuanfu and Pei Qian sat side by side. Yu Zhuanfu took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He took off the wine pot at his waist and handed it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian hurriedly winked at Yu Zhuanfu. He quietly raised his chin and pointed at the serious Bao Ping sister. Yu Zhuanfu smiled and drank by himself. He was very curious. Apart from her master, there was someone Pei Qian was afraid of. Yu Zhuanfu stretched and put his hands on the railing behind him. He focused his voice and said to Pei Qian, Cao Ci fought a lot on the battlefield between the two continents. It has a lot to do with your master's ascension to the top of the mountain. After entering the pavilion, Pei Qian sat upright. He clenched his fists on his knees and gently nodded. Yu Zhuanfu said, Cliff Academy's reputation is not small now. It's all thanks to that Dali Xiu. Pei Qian didn't want to talk about Xiu. He just smiled and said, I've known Bao Ping's sister for a long time. My master said that Bao Ping's sister has been wearing red since she was young. Yu Zhuanfu nodded. Although she still didn't understand why Pei Qian was so close to that woman in red. But she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Just like how Pei Qian never mentioned Huai Qian in front of her. Yu Zhuanfu drank and occasionally glanced at the chess game. Anyway, he couldn't see the outcome of the game. She knows how to play chess, but that's all she really knows. She prefers to play chess. In the Yu family's library, there was the first draft of the Elephant Sutra written by a military ancestor. The Qi cultivators on the mountain were far more thoughtful and far-sighted than the people below the mountain. But other than military cultivators often praised chess and looked down on elephant play. Yu Zhuanfu asked, Do you know how to play chess? Pei Qian shook his head and said, No. In the past, old Wei and little Bai often played chess. But once, they were mocked by their little senior brother. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian recalled the exact words he had said earlier. One of them was the most insulting. The depth of chess is Wei Xian's drinking capacity. Aren't you too ashamed? Of course, Yu Zhuanfu didn't know this. He said casually, among the 10 young candidates, there's a young man called Xu Bai. He's proficient in chess. Half of his reputation as Xu Xian comes from this. When Xu Bai was young, he once sleepwalked to the straight hook platform in the ancestral court of the School of Military Strategy and played 10 games with Elder Jiang, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Xu Bai won 4 and lost 6. Therefore, Xu Bai was already very famous among the cultivators at the peak of the mountain before he became one of the 10 candidates. Before he became Xu Xian, he was already nicknamed Young Grand Duke Jiang. Yu Zhuanfu drank a mouthful of wine. If there's a chance, I must ask him for advice. Losing is certain, I just hope it won't be too embarrassing. Pei Qian was even more interested in Xu Bai and Xu Xian, so he said, I've only seen the talisman Senior Xian. He's really like an immortal. School of Poetry by Xian, School of Poetry Su Xian, Talisman Yu Xian. Chess Shu Xian? Pei Qian suddenly grinned. Sister Zaishi, and I'm just saying if, I'm your Yu family's ancestor, I'll secretly hide the 100 or so black and white chess pieces and engrave the names of the cultivators playing. It's valuable and can be treasured. Yu Zhuanfu's expression was strange. Pei Qian asked, "You've already done that?" Yu Zhuanfu sighed. "Let's just change identities." Pei Qian shook his head. She couldn't bear to change identities. After Lin Junbai and Yu Qingqing finished a game, it took nearly an hour and they still had to replay the game. Pei Qian asked Yu Zhuanfu in advance, and after getting permission, he took Sister Baoping for a stroll. After walking away, Li Baoping rubbed Pei Qian's head and said, "You don't have to be so reserved with your friends." Pei Qian thought for a bit and nodded. "I'll listen to you." Li Baoping continued. "You just came back from the Jinjiao continent battlefield. It's normal for you to be nervous. But you can't always be like this. When Marshal Uncle took us to travel, he would occasionally slack off, let alone a disciple like you." Pei Qian said sullenly, "Even if Master slacks off, it's to save energy and spirit. It's not the same." Li Baoping smiled but didn't say anything. The old scholar suddenly appeared with a child wearing a tiger head hat. The old scholar laughed and introduced them to the child. "You can call me Sister Baoping, Sister Pei." The child glanced at the old scholar, who immediately said resentfully, "You're drunk, you're drunk." "You can't blame me. Old Yu's treasured wine is really strong." Then the old scholar handed Pei Qian a small and exquisite bamboo paper cutter with inscriptions engraved on both sides. He smiled and said, "Pei Qian, this is a gift from Senior Yu. Take it. You don't have to be so polite. Don't refuse a gift from an elder. It's something close to you. To Senior Yu, it's just a drop in the ocean. It's just a seed from Luo Po Mountain. Just take it, otherwise old you will be anxious." Pei Qian was about to say something, but Li Baoping pulled his sleeve. Pei Qian scratched his head and took over the extremely precious paper cutter. He did have some belongings. If he didn't have something close to him, he would have a headache about how to bring it home. He couldn't always owe Sister Zaishi something close to him. He said he would return it to her after leaving the Jinjiao continent. Then the old scholar said he had to leave for Sui Mountain. From beginning to end, the old scholar didn't say the name of the child wearing the tiger head hat. After the old scholar left, Li Baoping and Pei Qian also left the Yu family. Li Baoping wanted to return to the academy. The students of the Cliff Academy were studying there. Pei Qian had finally returned home after traveling for many years. But they had to cross the continent to reach the Bifeng continent and then take a detour to the North Lu continent before returning to the Baoping continent. Li Baoping gave the narrow knife to Pei Qian and left with the blade-strengthening gourd hanging from her waist. Pei Qian stood at the door and called out to Sister Baoping. Li Baoping turned around and smiled brightly. She stomped her feet lightly and waved her hands quickly. Pei Qian scratched his head. In the end, he didn't have the nerve to be so childish. Pei Qian stood at the door for a long time before returning to the residence. She first asked a steward to help her inform the Yu family's patriarch if she could thank him and bid him farewell. The steward agreed with a smile. After Pei Qian met the Yu family's patriarch, she went to bid farewell to Yu Zhuanfu. Yu Zhuanfu wanted to send her to the immortal ferry. Pei Qian brought along the unnamed disciple named Arman. When Yu Zhuanfu arrived at the ferry, he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Since Pei Qian is going to Leigong Temple, I also want to go there and see if I can ask Senior Pei or Xiangpei about fist techniques." The Yu family's patriarch stood in a pavilion in the private garden with a plaque that read Wood Fox. Beside Yu Panshui stood a handsome young man in white. Yu Panshui grinned and rubbed his hands. "Thanks to Brother Qi, I'm lucky that old Shotsai didn't hit me too hard today." This young master who was temporarily a guest of the Yu family was Qi Tingji. In the mountain water cave of the Fuyao continent, he couldn't save Zhu Shenji. Fortunately, he later killed Wanyan Larojing in the Jinjia continent. Although that ascendant realm cultivator most likely didn't die completely, This battle merit fell on this old sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for that ascendant realm cultivator of the Fuyao continent, he was extremely grateful to Qi Tingji. He made an appointment with Qi Tingji to find a place to drink when he came out of seclusion in the white porcelain grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. Old Sword Immortal referred to Qi Tingji's cultivation years. Although the words were carved on the city wall, Qi Tingji's appearance was extremely young. Qi Tingji first rose to fame in the Central Plains Divine Continent, then became famous throughout the continent. However, Qi Tingji disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that the Liu family's wealth god of the White Snow continent wanted to invite Qi Tingji to be the family's grand consecrator. The Liu family's wealth was definitely beyond imagination, so Qi Tingji was now the Liu family's guest of honor. The merit accumulated from the war between the two continents was enough for Qi Tingji to establish a sect in the vast heavens. However, Qi Tingji was still hesitant. Once he took root in the vast heavens and established an ancestral hall as the founder, it was equivalent to giving up on Ascension City and the Fifth Continent. The two gates of the Fuyao continent and the Tongye continent hadn't lasted for many years. The vast heavens news about Ascension City was almost completely blank. Otherwise, it was just some randomly fabricated news. Previously, when the old scholar came to visit, Qi Tingji actively avoided meeting him. He didn't expect to miss out on the child wearing the tiger head hat. Yu Panshui didn't even dare to mention names. Qi Tingji could roughly guess the final result of the Fuyao continent battle. The Confucian Temple of Confucius must have paid a heavy price. Yu Panshui smiled. That Liu Jubao fellow is rich and overbearing, and his heart is even fiercer. That's why he didn't spend a single coin to let Brother Qi become a guest of the Yu family. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Qi Tingji dismissed it with a smile. Yu Panshui's smile faded. He asked, "How do you plan to reply to the Liu family?" Qi Tingji said, "I'll meet this Liu family's god of wealth first." Yu Panshui nodded. In the garden, hundreds of flowers bloomed. The next moment, a slender middle-aged man in simple clothes walked into the pavilion. He cupped his fists and smiled at Qi Tingji. Liu Jubao greets Sword Immortal Qi. Qi Tingji cupped his fists in return. Yu Panshui smiled. "You guys chat. I'm going to meet a junior and see if that kid can be tricked into marrying into the Yu family." Liu Jubao's mouth twitched. Yu Panshui slapped his head and snapped his fingers. A wisp of green smoke appeared on the plaque. Finally, it condensed into a graceful and beautiful woman who followed behind the Yu family's patriarch. In a study. After Lin Junbai crossed the threshold, an immortal cultivator gently closed the door. There was only an old man in the study. He sat on a chair facing the window. Lin Junbai took a few steps forward and bowed. If he sat in the pavilion, he could forget about sitting in the study. The Yu family's patriarch, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked like a wealthy old man. He was chubby, and when he squinted, his small eyes made his face look even bigger. Out of nowhere, he looked a little oily. It was hard to imagine that this old man, who was only at the unpolished Jade realm, could support a stronger Xian Mi dynasty after the Daqing dynasty was destroyed. Whether it was Daqing or Xian Mi, they were ranked higher than the current Shao Yuan dynasty. In a slightly dark and cold study room. Since the old man didn't speak, Lin Junbai just stood there. Yu Panshui finally spoke with a smile. "I heard that you're proficient in chess. You're about to surpass your master. Junbai's chess skills are still not as good as yours." These words are too greasy. I'm asking about the outcome, not the style of chess. According to your words, I'm even more domineering than Xiuhu. Is it interesting? Junbai and you both have their wins and losses. This kid is shrewd. His nurturing technique is better than his chess skills. The imperial tutor of Shao Yuan dynasty has taught a good disciple. Don't give me any less than I deserve. I'll return what I don't deserve. How will you return it? Do you think that people's hearts and reputation are like money? Greasy, greasy. You're so young and old, yet you're so greasy. Within the rules, I ask my heart and I do my own thing. Didn't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for Yu Zhuanfu? Are you disheartened and retreating in the face of difficulties, or are you still unwilling to give up and want to cast a long line to catch a big fish? This question is not easy to answer. You either have to admit that you have ulterior motives, or you have to admit that your master's heart is too dirty. Every move placed outside the chessboard is a dirty move. So why don't I help you find a reason? Wouldn't that make you more refined? The old man held a jade handle that was as cold as congealed fat. It was thinly carved and very shallow. There were only 2 engravings that were deeper. They were both seal styles. One was the word jade and the other was the word cut. Exhaling, he clenched it with both hands and gently twisted it. Then, he habitually rubbed it against his face. Lin Junbai turned a blind eye to this. Yu Juanfu doesn't like me. I'm not suitable for Yu Qingqing. Yu Panshui sneered. Silly girl, how did you like Chen Pinggan? Lin Junbai asked back, why did Yu Juanfu not like the hidden official? Yu Panshui narrowed his eyes. He raised his wrist and gently grasped it. In the next moment, a seal appeared in his palm. He pinched it between 2 fingers. The words on the side of the seal read, "A stone in a stream, how can it not be a mainstay? Beautiful clouds in the sky, fist still in the sky." The seal read, "A female martial god, by Chen Cao's side." Yu Panshui asked, "You lost to this person in chess? Do you know who he is?" Lin Junbai said, "It's good that Mr. Yu knows." Yu Panshui raised the other jade handle in his hand. "Curse this guy a few times and I'll give this to you. Heaven, earth, you, and I know. If I don't say anything, you won't say anything. What are you afraid of? Let me remind you, this handle in my hand is an old item from Shuehua Garden. It's equivalent to half of Shuehua Garden. Not to mention you, even your husband won't dislike it. This item came from Laro Kung Blessed Land. This kind of strange stone, Tianhuang, was the essence of Laro Kung Blessed Land's mountain root. It was a unique item of Blessed Land. It was priceless. 1 tael of Laro Kung stone was 1 tael of grain rain money. There was also a saying, half of the world's seals and inkstones came from Laro Kung Blessed Land. It was a famous first-class blessed land with rolling in money. It was controlled by a sect under the Xian Mountain Talisman. The talisman Yu Xian had 5 sects in 1 mountain. He had 1 first-class blessed land, 1 small grotto heaven, and 2 medium-class blessed lands. Among them, the Cloud Dream Grotto Heaven had the Green Grass Lake. Just the Flood Dragon Grotto Heaven alone had several Flood Dragon Grotto caves and countless aquatic monsters. What was rarer was that they were naturally docile and were most liked by the fairies on the mountain. Thanks to the chaotic mountain and river gazettes in the vast world, the fairies selected many must-have items on the mountain, such as the dragon fairy dress, the pearl of the palm bracelet with 12 dragon beads, a dressing mirror made by the Liu Li Pavilion in White Emperor City, a copy of a cloud sticker or a flower sticker that was known as a second-class authentic work, a jade spring bottle from Liu Xia Continent with a branch of plum blossoms from Baihua Blessed Land. How could Yu Xian not be rich? How could the talisman not be rich? Even Yu Panshui, who controlled the treasury of the Xian Mi dynasty, was ashamed of his inferiority. At this moment, the god of wealth Liu of the Snow-White Continent who appeared in his garden once took the initiative to offer a price. He wanted to buy half of Laro Kung Blessed Land from the talisman Yu Xian. It was said that at that time, Liu Jubao carried a pile of things with him, which was full of Guyu money. In addition to the mountain of immortal money, the Liu family was also willing to take out half of their tree-shade blessed land and give it to Yu Xian. Yu Xian did not agree. So what if you, Liu Jubao, are rich? But do I look like a person who lacks money? In the end, half of Laro Kung Blessed Land, half of tree-shade blessed land, and Liu Jubao giving money to Yu Xian were all superficial. It was similar to a marriage alliance between the aristocratic families at the foot of the mountain. In fact, the Liu family of the Snow-White Continent just wanted to hug another thigh. Of course, both sides could indeed make a lot of money in the long run. One side was making money and the other side was losing money. It would not last long. It was just a flowing road of wealth. It would go when one said it would, and it would disappear when one said it would. Lin Junbai seemed to have a script in mind. Without hesitation, as if she was reciting a script, She really scolded Kui Dongshan. Yu Panshui laughed and was very happy. He threw the handle to Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai put it in her sleeve and said, "It's a pity that I can't open the stone into a square stamp." Yu Panshui turned his head and said, "Go back and tell that Xiao Hu." A cold voice sounded, "This servant accepts the order." Lin Junbai did not look sideways from beginning to end, turning a deaf ear. There were too many rumors about this Yu family's ancestor. His temperament was just one of them. Yu Panshui suddenly asked, "That young hidden official, can he really make you, Lin Junbai, admire him?" Lin Junbai nodded and said, "I can't, but my heart yearns for him." Yu Panshui laughed and said, "Let's talk around." Lin Junbai said, "Winning or losing is all up to Mr. Yu." Yu Panshui shook his wrist and put the seal back in place. He stood up and said, "Let's go to Gaul Cypress Pavilion to kill a round. This kid's tone is really big, as if he can beat me." At the ferry port of the capital city, Pei Qian and Yu Zhuanfu took an immortal ferry to the White Snow continent. Our man stood by the railing of the observation deck, watching in a daze as the magnificent capital city grew to the size of a palm, the size of a mustard seed, and finally disappeared. Pei Qian asked, "You first make up for yesterday's practice, or else you'll have to pay me back for a piece of snow." The child just stood on his tiptoes and kept looking at the distant land. Pei Qian was not angry, nor did he scold him. He just said, "According to the agreement, if you don't practice for 2 consecutive days, you'll pay me back half of the snow. If you don't practice for a total of 3 days, you'll pay me back all of it." Only then did the child say vaguely, "Let's watch a little longer." Chen Lingjun finally arrived at the mouth of the Great Blasphemy near the Spring Dew Garden. He successfully left the suppression and restraint of a continent's mountains and rivers. His momentum was vast and mighty, like a dragon entering the sea, he set off monstrous waves. However, just as Chen Lingjun was about to take advantage of the situation and charge forward for thousands of miles, he did not expect to slightly raise his huge head and see that in the distant sea, there was a man in a green robe standing at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He looked very confident and at ease. Then, in the huge waves, he immediately returned to his original form. He threw out spells randomly, but he could not suppress the stormy waves caused by the turbulent water. This made Chen Lingjuan's heart tighten. On both sides of the Great Blasphemy near the mouth of the Great Blasphemy, there were already several immortal masters helping to suppress the water so that it would not spread to the shore to avoid harming the innocent. Unexpectedly, there was still a fish that escaped the net. Chen Lingjun saw the young immortal master who was dumbfounded in the end. Chen Lingjun made up his mind and shook his badly mutilated dragon tail, changing the trajectory and crashing into the depths of the sea. His entire head smashed onto the seabed. Rocks, cliffs, bridges, embankments, and all the land belonged to the flood dragon. The invisible great Tao of the river blocked the flood dragon. When the flood dragon traveled the river, it was all about moving forward with indomitable will and crazily absorbing the water. The flood was monstrous, and the faster it traveled, the easier it would be. However, Chen Lingjun walked with bumps and bumps all the way. He held on until here in a spurt of energy, and finally, he was completely exhausted. If it was not for the small boat blocking the way, Chen Lingjun could have charged at least 1,000 miles out of the sea. Chen Lingjun shook his head dizzily. At this point, there was no benefit in continuing to walk on the sea. He endured the severe pain all over his body and condensed into a human form. He took out clothes from the square-inch item and put them on. With the bamboo box on his back and the mountain walking stick in his hand, he walked shakily on the waves to find the drowned rat. Looking around, he saw the drowned rat lying on the capsized boat with his upper body. He shouted, "What happened to the water?" Seeing that the person was fine, Chen Lingjun heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he felt a mixture of sadness and joy. He could not help but burst into tears. "I will never catch water again in this life. No one can say anything about it. Not even the old master's word." After howling a few times, Chen Lingjun plopped his butt on the surface of the water and laughed. He had finally succeeded in walking the desecration path. Fortunately, old Daoist Jiao, Bai Jun and the other good brothers were not around. Otherwise, Chen Lingjun would have dragged them along to finish the desecration as if it was wine. Chen Lingjun immediately wiped his face. He saw that the Qi refinement warrior who looked like he was only at the cave abode realm had finally turned the boat over. He was squatting there and pouring water into the sea with both hands. It was probably because he had used a lousy spell to resist the huge waves and had exhausted his spirit Qi. Chen Lingjun did feel a little guilty in his heart. He was admiring the scenery, but he became a drowned rat. Above the sea of clouds, Li Yuan held his forehead. My brother Lingjun caught water. Did water enter his brain as well? How can he be so desecrated? The successful desecration only allowed a flood dragon of the Golden Core realm to have a nascent soul. It was not the nascent soul bottleneck that Li Yuan and Shenlin had expected. To cultivators, a nascent soul and a perfected nascent soul were worlds apart even if they were in the same realm. To flood dragons who had a harder time ascending the realm, the disparity between the two was even greater. Moreover, could something like desecration happen again and again? If the opportunity was gone, it would be gone in this lifetime. Originally, according to Marquis Longting and Duke Ling Yuan's deduction, as long as Chen Lingjun succeeded in his desecration, the worst outcome would be that he was at the peak of the perfected nascent soul realm. If he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and ascend to the upper 5 realms. However, this created a bleak situation for Chen Lingjun. Li Yuan was already starting to worry about his future. Would Chen Pinggan take his anger out on his Dao protector when the time came? The water god of Nanshuan Hall, the current Duke Ling Yuan, Shenlin, stood side by side with Marquis Longting, Li Yuan. She smiled and said, I think this is not bad. I'm starting to understand why Chen Pinggan is willing to take care of Chen Lingjun. Li Yuan still felt heartache for his good brother's loss of the great Dao. Being a good person is really too expensive. Li Yuan frowned and asked, that Qi cultivator who always gave me a strange feeling appeared here coincidentally and caused Chen Lingjun to fall by half a realm. Is he really only an earth immortal? Shenlin was also a little worried. Other than the cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden on the shore, there are also our water officers patrolling the sea together. Logically speaking, no one should appear here. Further away, 1,000 miles away, there was actually a fishing immortal from Lushire Pit. According to the deduction of both parties, after Chen Lingjun rushed into the sea with the great blasphemy water luck, he would temporarily rest in the temporarily opened underwater residence to consolidate his foundation and cultivate his primordial spirit. A plump woman in a green robe appeared out of thin air beside the 2 Marquis of Great Desecration. She said, Master asked me to pass the message that you don't have to investigate the origin of that person and let him go. Not only that, if someone wants to investigate the origin of this person, such as the Xian Bureau of the Great Origin or the Water Dragon Sect, and comes to sound you out, you can persuade them or stop them. If you can't stop them, just let me know. The woman smiled and said, wanting to flood the Thunder God's residence in the Baby Mountain, Marquis Longting is so bold. Li Yuan laughed and said, Lady Tantan, I don't deserve it. This Lushire Pit Ascendant Realm Demon was called Qingzhong and called herself Lady Tantan. She also liked to claim kinship with the most proud person in the world. It was rumored that outside the Lushire Pit, there was a golden couplet, striking the long sky of Qingming, treading on the waves of Lushire. So what if you're in the Ascendant Realm? So what if you've written a poem for Lushire? Look at you, you're so arrogant. If you're really capable, then go and be arrogant with my good brother, Fire Dragon Immortal. The woman smiled and left. She could not help but glance at the young Qi refinement warrior on the sea. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually scared. It was not better than meeting Immortal Fire Dragon. A dragon slayer. Wouldn't it be easier to kill the water descendants? Chen Lingjun was very smart. He casually found an excuse and cursed the treacherous water situation here with that brother. Soon, they started calling each other brothers. He did not expect that brother's surname was also Chen and his name was Zhuoliu. This name was similar to his good brother, Bai Jun. Moreover, it was obvious that he was a person who failed in the imperial examinations. Chen Lingjun laughed heartily. Your surname is Chen and mine is Chen. Aren't we brothers from the same family 500 years ago? Chen Zhuoliu smiled slightly. Previously, he found a fragmented secret realm and casually found an immortal's remains. He then returned the previous skin to the young coachman from the North Continent. The coachman worked for nothing and received a bag of immortal money. Chen Lingjun exchanged it for a successful desecration, instead of failing at the last step and working for nothing. If the desecration went smoothly and the heavy rain attacked the two shores, it would not be difficult for Chen Lingjun to reach the pure jade realm. He would not have the current nascent soul realm and would have the embryonic form of a true dragon. However, Chen Zhuoliu might not be able to hold it in and return the money first before cutting off his good brother's head. Moreover, if Chen Lingjun chose to crash into the boat and kill the passers-by in order to achieve a higher level of Dao achievement, then Chen Zhuoliu would not have to worry about it and save energy. Chen Lingjun felt that he wasn't the kind of person who would randomly acknowledge someone as his brother. He bade farewell to Chen Zhuoliu, mainly because he wanted to quickly thank Li Yuan and Duke Ling Yuan before finding Bai Huan and returning home together. On the way back, Chen Lingjun went to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven to thank his good brother Li Yuan, and then strolled around the Spring Dew Garden. However, he did not meet Chen Zhuoliu, who was squatting at the Spring Dew Garden ferry and eating tortoise jelly. Such a coincidence, it would be a pity not to make friends with him. As a result, they hit it off even more. Chen Zhuoliu took out an old money pouch and pretended to treat him to a meal, which made Chen Lingjun feel sad. He heard that Chen Zhuoliu wanted to go to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoliu was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck. Li Yuan stood at the shore of Great Blasphemy and looked at the ferry. Suddenly, he was shocked. He saw the blue-robed scholar standing on the railing smiling at him. Shun Lin immediately bowed, and Chen Zhuoliu turned and left. After strolling through the skeleton beach, Chen Lingjun persuaded Chen Zhuoliu not to go to the Ghost Valley to be a wild cultivator, but to follow him to the Aquarius continent to eat and drink. However, when they arrived at the Spring Dew Gardens ferry, Chen Zhuoliu suddenly said that he would go to the Oxhorn Mountains ferry later. Chen Lingjun agreed to meet him at Luopo Mountain and went south alone. When they arrived at the Oxhorn Mountains ferry, Chen Lingjun could not help but wipe away a lot of bitter tears. After hanging the sword talisman, Chen Lingjun arrived at his own mountain gate. When he saw Cao Qinglang, Chen Lingjun laughed loudly and strode towards Cao Qinglang. Qinglang, I haven't seen you for a few years, but your realm is still climbing like an ant. This won't do. Cao Qinglang stood in place and nodded gently, smiling without saying a word. Chen Lingjun laughed and asked, in the years that I wasn't in Luopo Mountain, did anyone bully you? Tell me, now it's just a matter of brother Chen slapping you. Cao Qinglang shook his head, never. Chen Lingjun was slightly disappointed, but he quickly started to climb the mountain. He did not see Center Yuanji, he was not diligent in walking. But Chen Lingjun quickly saw the young lady in black who was patrolling the mountain. His face stiffened, he held back his laughter and stood in place with his walking stick. Using the melon seeds as hidden weapons, he jumped and twisted his waist, shouting let's go, he threw out a hidden weapon. Patrolling the mountain, let's go, he beat the flowers and trees to the point that they could not retaliate. Pei Qian had not returned from his travels, and the Right Law Protector was truly invincible in Luopo Mountain. Chen Lingjun coughed, Xiao Mili. Ju Meili was stunned on the spot, then hugged the golden carrying pole and walking stick. She ran all the way to Chen Lingjuan's side and shouted, Jingqing, Jingqing, Jingqing. Hearing this name that could only be heard in Luopo Mountain, Chen Lingjuan's eyes turned red. Xiao Meili said timidly, were you bullied? Who was it? If they can beat me, then they can beat me. I'm not afraid to go down the mountain. Chen Lingjun laughed and patted Xiao Meili's head. He bent down and asked, Master hasn't returned home yet? Ju Meili nodded, the road is so long, the good mountain lord will definitely walk slower. Chen Lingjun nodded. Chen Lingjun let Xiao Meili lead the way to find Chen Nuanshu, that silly girl. He first went to Jise Peak's ancestral hall to burn incense. Along the way, Xiao Meili told some stories about her family, and finally whispered, the good mountain lord's senior brother, Great Sword Immortal, misunderstood you at first, worried that you would bully Sister Nuanshu. The little girl did not notice that the high-spirited Uncle Chen. At this moment, his teeth were chattering, and he asked with a trembling voice, left and right? Ju Meili nodded lightly, and said, don't worry, I helped you clarify the truth. Great Sword Immortal is laughing. Chen Lingjun felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was rumored that Great Sword Immortal left and right never laughed. Then there must be a deep meaning. Even if you don't like me, you should at least look at me. So what if you're a Great Sword Immortal? Can't you be more reasonable? Chen Lingjun suddenly felt sad. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, wailing in grief. I finally succeeded in transforming into a flood dragon, and then the matter of a punch became a matter of a sword. After reuniting with Chen Nuanshu, Chen Lingjun was sickly. However, when he reached Jise Peak's ancestral hall, Chen Lingjun took a deep breath, placed the bamboo chest and mountain walking stick outside the door, and stepped over the threshold. After that, Chen Lingjun quickly recovered some of his elegance. He went to Mount Huameng to find little brother Yunzi, or to Mount Huanghu to find Hongxia. The three flood dragons were coincidental, and they all succeeded in transforming into water one after another. Mount Luopa did have the meaning of Great Tao being close to water. In fact, Hongxia had a good impression of Chen Lingjun, but he was selfish. He always felt that even if the sky fell, Chen Lingjun would be in front of him to take the punch first. However, Hongxia was cold and did not show his emotions. He was too careful in Mount Huanghu, so he seemed to be more polite and distant with Chen Lingjun. In terms of cowardice, Hongxia, who quietly built the water residence in Mount Huanghu, was far better than Chen Lingjun, who was in Mount Luopa. It was not that Hongxia was a coward, but a giant python in Mount Huanghu who could compete with Little Loach for the Great Tao opportunity in Mount Liju Grotto Heaven was a natural flood dragon. His temper was definitely not good. Chen Lingjun even scolded Ron Teng to his face. That was at the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, which was Ron Teng's territory. Would his master dare? Absolutely not. Of course, Chen Lingjun corrected his mistakes and kowtowed to Sage Ron many times. Blacksmith Ron did not do anything, but his face was a little ugly at that time. On this day, Chen Lingjun was playing with the Umi brothers and Xiaomi at the stone table by the cliff. Chen Lingjun had his only little brother, Yunzi, reveal his true form. His head was placed on the edge of the cliff, and his body was hanging off the cliff. Xiaomi closed her eyes, turned sideways, and punched non-stop. In the end, the python fell off the cliff. Basically, they would do this every day. As for what Yunzi was thinking, he probably even had thoughts of dying. It was not that playing with the little water monster of Mute Lake was difficult, but that the unpolished jade bottleneck sword Immortal who was all smiles and munching on melon seeds made Yunzi panic. Today, when Yunzi was about to slide down the cliff, he suddenly found that the green-robed Umi had a strange smile. He turned his head and found that there was a stranger with a familiar breath on the side of the cliff. It was a slender young woman. She was also holding a mountain walking stick and carrying a green bamboo box. Xiaomi opened her eyes wide and stared blankly for a long time. She quickly walked to her side. The little girl raised her head and murmured, "Where is Pei Qian?" She was still a little girl in black. She seemed to be looking at Pei Qian in front of her, but asked where the familiar Pei Qian was. Pei Qian was now so tall that Ju Meili, who used to tiptoe to talk, forgot to tiptoe. As soon as she said that, Xiaomi knew that she was wrong. She lowered her head and scratched it. Pei Qian reached out and pressed Xiaomi's head. He also asked, "Where are the melon seeds?" Zhu Mili hugged Pei Qian and cried. She sobbed and complained in a low voice that Pei Qian was so tall that he was willing to go home. After Pei Qian returned to Luo Po Mountain, there was a little mute named Man on the mountain. However, he was not close to anyone. In the end, Pei Qian let him go to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley to help as a waiter. Miu, also known as Umi, was a bottleneck sword cultivator of Jade Realm. Kui Wei, who went down the mountain to travel at the sword worship platform, was a nascent soul sword cultivator. From the looks of it, Sui Yu, who wanted to take over the sword reverence platform, was a bottleneck sword cultivator of Aurus Core Realm. According to the legends of Aquarius Continent, there were 3 sword immortals, Great Sword Immortals and Old Sword Immortals. Chen Lingjun, Hongxia, Pei Xiong, 2 water dragons and 1 fox demon, a total of 3 Yuanying. Yunzi successfully walked on the river. He did not cause as much of a commotion as Hongxia. He only walked on the Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River. There were many other changes, big and small. Pei Qian was not used to it. On this day, Pei Qian walked to the sword reverence platform. There was once an extremely beautiful female Taoist sister, Tongyi Continent's Taiping Mountain sword cultivator Huang Ting. She taught Pei Qian the white ape back sword technique and the dragging blade style. But for so many years, it had always been bamboo blade and bamboo sword playing around. It would not happen again. At the sword reverence platform, Pei Qian found Sui Yu who was cultivating there. Now that the nascent soul sword cultivator Kui Wei had rushed to the southern mountain boundary, Jiang Chu and Zhong Jiazhen had moved to Luo Po Mountain, it was very peaceful. When Sui Yu saw Pei Qian, he was surprised. He was unable to connect the calm young woman in front of him with the unscrupulous and cunning charcoal girl of the past. He was even more unable to connect the little girl who was in so much pain that her face was covered in snot and tears with the pure martial artist in front of him. Although he had heard some small things about Pei Qian practicing martial arts from Nuan Shu and Mi Li, such as liking to jump off cliffs, Sui Yu still could not believe it. Pei Qian cupped his fists and greeted Sister Sui. Sui Yu smiled and nodded. Pei Qian went straight to the point. "I remember Master lent you a sword, right?" Sui Yu narrowed his limpid eyes and said, "What do you mean?" Pei Qian smiled. "Sister Sui, since you are a sword cultivator with that intrinsic flying sword, why don't you lend the heart-eating sword to me?" Pei Qian patted the narrow saber auspicious symbol on his waist and said with a smile, "The saber and sword are wrong. I have the saber, but I am lacking a sword. I will return it to Sister Sui soon, at most 3 years. Sui Yu shook his head. "Go somewhere else to exchange for a sword. Don't lend that infatuation. Let your master come and get it himself." Pei Qian said with a smile, "It's not like I won't return it." Sui Yu simply stopped talking. Pei Qian asked, "Sister Sui, do you know why among the 4 people in the painting, I have a good relationship with Old Chef, Old Wei, and Little White, but only with you?" Sui Yu began to frown. Pei Qian answered his own question, "Because my master is not the teacher in your heart. Don't think that my master will become that person one day." Sui Yu said with an indifferent expression, "You want to ask the sword-worshipping platform?" Pei Qian said, "Why not? It's just a spar. It won't kill anyone." Zhu Lian sighed and appeared outside the wooden door. He did not enter and only said, "Pei Qian, don't be so aggressive. We are all family. Even if you have resentment, you shouldn't use your fists before reason." Pei Qian did not turn his head. "Are you my master?" Zhu Lian was speechless. Difficult, it was really difficult. In fact, Zhu Lian knew that this day would come, but he did not expect it to come so early. The worst way was to use his fists to stop Pei Qian. The best way was to block the disaster for Sui Yu and not fight back. Then, he might be beaten up by Pei Qian and Sui Yu. There was a good way. A woman in a snow-white robe appeared beside Zhu Lian. Pei Qian hesitated and turned to cup his fists. Chang Ming said, "When the fist technique is good, the reason is great." You are worthy of being the first disciple of Luo Po Mountain Lord. Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. Chang Ming looked casual and sneered, "Your master asked me to pass a message to you. You can save anything but chestnuts to eat. It's up to you whether to listen or not. I just need to pass the message." Pei Qian was skeptical. Chang Ming seemed to have recalled something. Your master added, "Don't run too fast." Pei Qian suddenly felt guilty and subconsciously scratched his head. She sat on a small bamboo chair under the eaves and looked at old chef, wanting to say something but hesitated. Zhu Lian smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Pei Qian did not need to take it to heart. Anyway, this Sui Yuyu was not easy to deal with even if he wanted to. He was also an eyesore. Chang Ming said, "I will help you remember what happened at the sword prayer platform today with the Mountain Lord." Pei Qian nodded, likewise. Zhu Lian and Chang Ming left together. Sui Yuyu asked, "Pei Qian, let's not talk about our grudges for now. What is going on with your state of mind?" If Pei Qian visited the sword prayer platform today and acted shamelessly or slyly like little charcoal, it would have been fine if Sui Yuyu borrowed the sword. The infatuation sword was, as Pei Qian said, lent to her by Chen Pinggan. As the first disciple, not to mention borrowing it for 3 years, it was reasonable for Pei Qian to take it back. Pei Qian crossed his arms and said, "You already know the answer." There was only one bamboo chair in the cottage. It was clear that Sui Yuyu did not welcome any disturbances at the sword prayer platform. So when Pei Qian sat on the chair, Sui Yuyu could only stand. But Pei Qian finally looked a little familiar. Sui Yuyu laughed. Pei Qian had actually started to doze off. But after a while, Sui Yuyu sighed in his heart. What a sleeping body but not sleeping spirit. Was Pei Qian in the far travel realm or the peak realm? Pei Qian's fist intent seemed to be still sleeping, but he had already opened his eyes and spoke. "The 5th day of the 5th month at Calligraphy Lake is an unusual day. Sister Sui, you are now a sword cultivator of the True Realm sect. You should know, right?" Sui Yuyu nodded and said, "If I remember correctly, Chen Pinggan was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. You can call him Pei Qian, your master. Don't call my master by his name." Pei Qian reminded him and then took out a bag of stir-fried chestnuts and a foreign snack called 5 poison pancake. The centipedes, toads, and scorpions on the pancake were all made with wooden molds. He handed it to Sui Yuyu, who shook his head. Pei Qian ate half the bag of chestnuts and finished the 5 poison cake. He put the chestnuts back into the bag and clapped his hands, saying, "Some words keep running around in my head. I can't get rid of them. As long as I don't practice martial arts, I will be upset. I thought I would be better after returning home, but I didn't expect to be so upset that I can't even practice martial arts. I was afraid that Sister Nuanshu and Xiaomi would be worried about me, so I came to the sword-worshipping platform to get some fresh air." Sui Yuyu laughed and said, "Am I easy to bully? Am I the most outsider in Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian said, "Sister Sui is from the same hometown and also an elder, so you have the final say." Sui Yuyu asked, "What kind of words can make a peak realm grandmaster's mind unstable?" Pei Qian said, "It's a restriction steely I saw in the countryside of Jinjiao continent. It's a very ordinary object, nothing strange." He didn't want to say more. Pei Qian left, cupping his fists and lowering his head. Sui Yuyu sighed, "No need for that. You should be careful." Pei Qian returned to the cliff near the bamboo tower of Luopa Mountain. Today, he sat sideways and looked at the sea of clouds outside the cliff. Xiaomi lay on the stone table and stared blankly at Pei Qian. Chen Nuanshu was busy with her needlework, helping Xiaomi mend her boots. A small wooden tray was placed on the table, filled with various items of various sizes. A tiny person from Incense who had rushed all the way to Luopa Mountain for the roll call saw the unfamiliar figure from afar. As he ran, he could not help but say furiously, "Who are you? How dare you sit beside our protector of the right? You've infuriated me. How dare you?" Pei Qian turned around and raised an eyebrow. The tiny person threw himself onto the ground without saying anything else and called out, "I'm currently serving as the protector of the right of the Dragon Rider Alley to see the branch master. In the past few years, I've been diligent in the roll call, rain or shine. I've worked quite hard. Without seeing Pei Qian do anything, the tiny person was dragged onto the stone table. As the tiny person from the city god's pavilion of the Dragon Province, he was even more obsequious than the protector of the left of the Dragon Rider alley right now. He laid on the table with his bottom sticking out and said with a slightly choked voice, "Branch Master Pei, I've been waiting for you for so long, and you've finally come. Those hornets' nests on Chestun Mountain are huge now. They need to be dealt with. Everything is ready. All that's left is Branch Master Pei's immortal sword technique." Chen Yuanshu tilted his head slightly and bit off a thread. Looking at how the tiny person was putting on an act, he could not help but laugh. Xiaomi coughed, reminding the tiny person that it was about time. Pei Qian looked at Xiaomi. Xiaomi snickered and blinked her eyes. Pei Qian looked at the tiny person and said, "From today onwards, you'll officially be the protector of the right of the Dragon Rider alley for our Bamboo Tower's minor register. Guard against arrogance and rashness. Keep up the good work." Pei Qian said to Zhu Xiaomi, "Go and get the minor register. Remember to bring pen and paper." Zhu Xiaomi leapt to her feet. Understood. The tiny person was grinning from ear to ear. His master was going to have a meteoric rise. And a few years ago, according to the protector of the right of the Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian might set up the position of the protector of the Dragon Rider alley in the future. Tonight, Pei Qian walked down the mountain alone. During this time, he met Center Yuanji, who was climbing the mountain by stacking. Pei Qian stood sideways and waited until Center Yuanji climbed the mountain by stacking before continuing down the mountain. Cao Qinglang moved a bamboo chair for Pei Qian. After the two sat down together, they were silent for a long time. Then Cao Qinglang said, "It seems like a long time has passed." Pei Qian gently nodded. Cao Qinglang did not know what to say. Pei Qian did not say anything, so she had to be silent again. Pei Qian suddenly said, "Do you know about the forbidden tablet?" Cao Qinglang said, "In the past, there were many blessed lands outside the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Now in the vast world, there are even more." Logically speaking, Pei Qian's memory was so good that he should not have asked this question. Pei Qian said, "When I was traveling, I saw the inscription on a tablet in a rural village." Cao Qinglang was puzzled but did not ask. She quietly waited for Pei Qian to continue. Pei Qian slowly said, "There was only one sentence written on it. It is forbidden to drown female babies and male babies born on the first day of the 5th month." Pei Qian clenched his fists and looked into the distance. His expression was indifferent as he said, "Little Shixiang, let me see the painting of time. But until now, I still can't overlap the childhood master with the master I know. I don't understand why this world wants me, Pei Qian's master, to not return home for a long time. Do they all want to die so much? And why am I learning martial arts so slow? It's too slow." Cao Qinglang accompanied Pei Qian and looked into the distance. She said softly, "Pei Qian, don't think that master will return home if you make a mistake. Even more so, don't think that master will scold you or even expel you from the sect. As long as master returns home, you don't care. A disciple seeks a master, a student seeks knowledge. No matter if master is around or not, we have to do something and do something." Pei Qian sighed and stood up. Cao Qinglang did not stand up. She said, "Pei Qian, master always hoped that you would not be in a hurry to grow up. On Luopa Mountain, master thought about you the most. In my opinion, anyone can disappoint master, but not Pei Qian. Do you know why I didn't have much resentment towards you back then? It's really not because I'm magnanimous or tolerant. Back then, master took me to school with an umbrella. After walking out of the alley, master handed me the umbrella and asked me to wait for a moment. In fact, master secretly went back and secretly saw you. After master came back, I will remember master's appearance clearly for the rest of my life." After master took the umbrella again, he lowered his head as if he wanted to say something to me. But in the end, he didn't say a word. At that time, master was really sad. But I still don't understand what master wanted to say at that time and why he was so sad. After that, master's disciple and master's student, for some reason, sat on the bamboo chair and just remained silent. Pei Qian stood up first. Cao Qinglang wanted to say something but stopped. Pei Qian asked, "What if I reach the limit of martial arts earlier than Master?" Cao Qinglang thought for a moment and replied, "At that time, I'll ask Master to help you punch." 7:30. When Pei Qian ascended the mountain, she held a bamboo paper knife in her hand. She pressed her thumb against the handle of the bamboo knife and pushed it out of the scabbard before pressing it back. Although it was a paper knife made from the ancestral bamboo of the Azure Immortal Mountain, if it was used against an enemy, it could be considered a magic treasure that could suppress demons and ghosts due to the fact that the Azure Immortal Mountain's ancestral bamboo came from this bamboo sea grotto heaven. Center Yuanji happened to walk down the mountain. Pei Qian stopped again and stood sideways to make way for her. At the same time, Pei Qian kept the bamboo knife in her sleeve. Zhu Lian and Miu sat on the steps at the peak of the mountain, drinking wine. Zhu Lian looked at the scene and sighed. Even if she walked the same Jianghu as she did back then, even if it was the exact same route, there would still be no charcoal girl with talismans stuck on her head and the words walking arrogantly, "Demons will panic" in her mind. In Miu's original impression, Pei Qian was still the little girl he met at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was mischievous and unrestrained. When Miu met Pei Qian again at Luopa Mountain, he was indeed surprised. Miu's feelings were not much different from Sui Yoyo's. After Miu ascended the mountain, all his understanding of Pei Qian came from Chen Nuanshu and Zhu Mili's daily chats. Of course, Zhu Mili and Miu patrolled the mountain every day in private and chatted more. Every time Miu did not go out early in the morning, there would be a little girl dressed in black outside the door. She would not rush him and would just wait there. Miu once advised Xiaomi not to wait at the door, but the little girl said that waiting for someone was a very happy thing. Then, it would be even happier to be able to see the person immediately. Xiaomi's simple and unintentional words almost caused the lazy sword immortal, who had been drunk in his hometown for hundreds of years, to tear up on the spot. After Center Yuanji walked to the mountain gate, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a break. She sat on the bamboo chair beside Cao Qinglang and whispered, "Pei Qian has changed so much." Cao Qinglang smiled and nodded without saying anything. Cao Qinglang did not even need to look back to know that Pei Qian must be looking at the foot of the mountain. If she said one more word, she would be recorded. In the past, Mr. Liu had said that many children grew up in an instant, and many people ended up as white-haired children. At that time, Cao Qinglang could not understand it at all. On the steps at the top of the mountain, Miu took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "Compared to rice and warm trees, I don't really like Pei Qian. Of course, I don't hate him." Zhu Lian nodded. "It's very normal. Pei Qian is too smart. Many times, excessive intelligence is like a sword without a sheath or handle. It hurts others when it's drawn, but it hurts when it's held." Miu said self-deprecatingly, to say something shameless, "The fact that Luopo Mountain has a pure martial artist like Pei Qian is something that inexplicably makes me feel more at ease." On Luopo Mountain, there were not many rules, but each one was big. The way people conducted themselves was very reasonable. Miu was used to being lazy and indifferent. The only thing he could do was to hand over the sword. It was inevitable that he felt that his hands and feet were tied. However, if Pei Qian left the mountain first and did not reason with others, he only needed to follow Q-Sword and whoever. Otherwise, when Master Hidden Official returned home, it would seem that he, Miu, had been living in Luopo Mountain for so many years. After all, Master Hidden Official's sword immortal words were not something that many sword immortals could handle. Zhu Lian smiled. Sword cultivators and martial artists are not scholars in the end. One beheads the head with a flying sword, the other opens a fist to fight the enemy. There's nothing that they don't dare to admit. Both sides seek unrestrained and great freedom. Regarding this matter, I've talked a lot with the young master. Miu had a headache. He raised the wine pot and said, "You guys talk. No matter what the result is, don't say a word to me. My head hurts." Zhu Lian said, "Yuanji, that girl, and Qinglang, that child, are two of the few clear streams in our Luopo Mountain. Where the two of them stand is where the Luo Po Mountains style is. Miu was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhu Lian smiled but did not say anything. Miu suddenly understood. He clapped his hands and praised. He clicked his tongue and said in a low voice, "That makes sense." Pei Qian did not go to the bamboo building. Instead, he hiked up the mountain. The bamboo paper cutter in her hand, which was given to Pei Qian by the old ancestor of the Yu family and given to her by old master Wen Sheng, was a great help to her. Otherwise, Pei Qian would have to travel across 3 continents on his way back to his hometown. Many of his belongings would have to be entrusted to Yu Zhuanfu. Otherwise, the principle of not showing one's wealth was the tacit understanding between the master and disciple. With this item close at hand, Pei Qian could clean up his belongings and help the ants move their nest. Now, it contained the 69 items that Pei Qian picked up from the demon cultivators in the Jinjiao continent battlefield. Previously, at the Thunder God Temple in the Horse Lake Mansion in the Snow Mountain continent, Pei Qian took out the iron spear of a demon cultivator in the Pure Jade realm. It was a half-immortal weapon, which was given to him by old immortal Yu Xian. Pei Qian broke the tip of the spear with his fists in the deity beating drum style. It was as if the tip of the spear had suddenly become 3 weapons, a double saber and an iron rod. Coupled with the refining of the thunder technique in the Thunder God Mountain, its grade was slightly damaged, but it was not much. In the end, Pei Qian got half a half-immortal weapon for free. At that time, Pei Arxiang was stunned. Did this little girl surnamed Pei fall into the eyes of money? However, Pei Arxiang intended to give Senior Pei a magic weapon to help refine the 3 items in the Thunder God Mountain to make up for the loss of the Thunder God Mountain. Pei Arxiang was not so calculative and refused Pei Qian. She only said that in the future, the martial arts practitioners in the Thunder God Temple and the Luopa Mountain should practice more fist techniques and sharpen their martial arts. If there was a chance to meet in Jianghu, maybe they could take care of each other. The disciples of the 2 sects only needed to tell each other their names and they would be friends in Jianghu. Pei Qian was in high spirits and asked, "Senior Pei, is it really okay?" Pei Arxiang smiled and said, "Why not? Does the Luopa Mountain look down on the Thunder God Temple?" When Pei Qian slightly untied the knot in her heart about the restriction tablet, she re-examined her trip to the 4 continents. Pei Qian realized that she seemed to have done something and did not really achieve nothing. Just like helping the Luopa Mountain and the Mahu Mansion's Thunder God Temple, the 2 sects that were originally strangers became closer because of this. Moreover, the 7 Qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms, 31 Earth Immortals from the Jinjiao continent who retreated with her and Yu Zhuanfu from the battlefield, as well as many other cultivators who had fought side by side, all knew that Pei Qian, a martial artist from the Aquarius continent, was a young woman who was once the strongest in the central part of the Jinjiao continent and was the first disciple of someone from a certain mountain. She treated people well and at least did not lack the necessary etiquette. She was not the kind of person who had a bad upbringing. At least, Pei Qian's fists were only aimed at the strong enemies on the battlefield. As for who that person was and where that mountain was, Pei Qian had always been hiding. She was not willing to say more and did not dare to say more as she was afraid that it would bring some unnecessary trouble to her master and the Luopa Mountain. Old Chef had once warned Pei Qian that many accidents and troubles caused by Golden Body Realm cultivators could only be resolved by those at the distant Wander Realm or even those at the Peak Realm. This was actually similar to her master's teaching: to walk the Jianghu, I must first drop 2 or 3 realms as a form of respect. Near the mountain peak, Pei Qian was still a few steps away from Old Chef and Miu. Pei Qian stopped and cupped his fists. It was mainly because this sword immortal senior of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had not been worshipped in the ancestral hall of the Jise Peak. Otherwise, Pei Qian would not have to deliberately pay attention to the complicated formalities. Then, Pei Qian threw the paper cutter in his hand to Zhu Lian. Using telepathy, he told Old Chef in detail how to open the mountain. Zhu Lian's mind was immersed for a moment. He smiled and said, "More than 70 treasures on the mountain. If you fight with Li Huai in the future, won't you win for sure?" Pei Qian gently shook his head. This kind of childish quarrel when they were young would definitely not happen again. Perhaps the so-called growing up meant that the interesting events of one's childhood had become less interesting as they lined up one by one. Pei Qian no longer used telepathy to talk to old chef in private. Instead, he said directly, "Other than the paper cutter itself, I'll keep the 2 knives and the iron rod. The rest will be confiscated. I'll have to trouble Mr. Wei to check the quality of the goods and estimate the price. It's up to you to sell them or keep them." Zhu Lian asked, "If I remember correctly, you didn't give any gifts to Nuan Shu and Mi Li." Pei Qian smiled and said, "I've already prepared for it." Zhu Lian nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. In a few days, something big will happen in Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's about to be promoted to a high-grade blessed land. Don't be in a hurry to go down the mountain and travel. Master Zhong will return to the mountain soon. At that time, we'll go to the blessed land together. Other than Wei Shanjun and Island Master Liu, old Longcheng Fan and Sun Jiashu will also come to watch the ceremony. Everyone will witness the promotion of the blessed land." Pei Qian said, "No problem." Just as Pei Qian was about to turn around, Zhu Lian suddenly said with a smile, "Sword Immortal Mi said he doesn't like you very much." Pei Qian only said, "Oh. It's enough that Senior Mi really likes Nuan Shu Jejia and Mi Li." Miu's face was covered in yellow mud and his crotch was covered in it. He had an awkward expression on his face. Pei Qian cupped his fists to both sides again and left. When Pei Qian turned from the fork in the mountain to the bamboo building, Miu said helplessly, "Brother Zhu, you're not being kind." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's good that you've talked it out. Do you think Pei Qian doesn't know about this? Do you think Pei Qian cares about whether Brother Mi is pleasing to the eye or not?" Miu was relieved. "I'm the one who thinks too much." Zhu Lian comforted him. Since ancient times, too much affection has caused too much trouble. The taste of this place is that of a heartless and unromantic person. Late at night, near the bamboo building, Pei Qian sat alone on the edge of the cliff. His feet hung over the edge. Little Mi Li didn't seem to be able to sleep, so she decided not to sleep. She picked up the golden carrying pole and green bamboo cane and went to stand at Pei Qian's gate. She dozed off while waiting for daybreak. Her ears twitched, and Zhu Mili immediately opened her eyes. She saw a piece of snow on the ground and shook her head. After confirming that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, she quickly looked around and furrowed her brows. Then, she picked it up at lightning speed, got up, and jumped. She spun around and gently threw the piece of snow into Pei Qian's yard. She clapped her hands lightly and completed the task. When Zhu Mili turned around, she realized that there was another piece of snow on the ground. This time, the young lady lay on the ground and walked around in a circle. After much difficulty, she confirmed that this piece of celestial money was most likely a sibling that had gotten separated from the one in front of her. Zhu Mili lay on the ground, propping her cheeks with her hands as she stared hard at that piece of celestial money. This was too strange. Money fell from the sky the moment Pei Qian came home. She had to think about it carefully. As for the golden carrying pole and the mountain walking cane, they had worked together with the black-clothed young lady to build a temporary nest for the celestial money, lest it grew legs and ran away. Pei Qian had vowed in the past that all the silver in the world would really grow legs to visit him. Someone asked from above, "What? There's money on the ground?" Zhu Mili first lay on the celestial money like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Then, she suddenly laughed. It turned out that Pei Qian was sitting on the wall of the yard. She immediately grabbed the piece of snow and jumped up. Just as she was about to claim credit, Pei Qian picked up a piece of snow and shook it gently. He asked with a straight face, "Who threw money at me just now?" "Xiao Mili, did you see who it was?" Zhu Mili shook her head vigorously. "I didn't see anything. I swear to God, what if it was Sister Nuanshu who passed by and picked up the money? God knows. I was standing at the door taking a nap just now. If I didn't sleepwalk to the ground, I wouldn't even know." Pei Qian asked, "Sister Nuanshu would throw things around?" Zhu Mili immediately corrected herself. "Jing Qing, Jing Qing. Maybe it's Jing Qing. He said that he treats money like dirt. It must be Jing Qing who ate so many of your fried chestnuts and was too embarrassed to give you money, so he secretly came over to give you money. Sigh, Jingqing was just being kind. It's my fault for not guarding the door well. Pei Qian jumped down from the wall and brought Xiao Mili back to the bamboo house. They sat by the cliff together. In the end, the little girl in black was really tired. She lay on the young woman's lap and fell asleep. The sky turned white. First, it was the light of rice grains. Then, it shone brightly. After Pei Qian left, Zhu Lian got the bamboo paper cutter and immediately went to the accountant's office to find Wei Wenlong. He calculated the value of the items in Pei Qian's paper cutter. However, Wei Wenlong's realm was not high enough, so he couldn't determine the rank and price of some magic treasures with unknown origins and strict restrictions on the mountain. He was worried that they would be sold at a low price at Oxhorn Mountain's ferry and then be picked up by outsiders on the mountain. Even if Luopo Mountain eventually chose to keep it for themselves, they couldn't not know how rare it was. If they just left it there to collect dust, it would make Wei Wenlong's Dao heart unstable. Everything had to have a definite price to make Wei Wenlong feel at ease. As for whether they would sell it for money or keep it for a high price in the end, it was not important. What Wei Wenlong enjoyed was the process of making money. Therefore, Zhu Lian could only trouble friend Chang Ming to come here again. This Luopo Mountain's patriarch of discipline had some of his original supernatural powers related to money and fortune. He was indeed unreasonable. Chang Ming helped Wei Wenlong find and fill in the gaps. He re-evaluated 3 treasures that were mistaken for high-grade spiritual weapons. However, there were still a few items on the mountain that Chang Ming didn't dare to determine their true value. In the end, Chang Ming gave a final estimate of 6 to 9 items on the mountain. It was a sky-high price. It needed to be converted in GUU money. Moreover, it had 1,000 characters. Chang Ming smiled and said, "One matter is another matter. The sword-worshipping platform will record a small mistake. This matter must record a great merit for Pei Qian. In the matter of making money on Luopo Mountain, at present, other than the master, Pei Qian is the most hardworking." Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "After all, he is my master's first disciple." Zhu Lian then asked, "Why don't I call Brother Wei and Brother Mi to confirm again?" Friend Chang Ming's total estimate is definitely correct. At most, it's a difference of 100 GUU money. However, it's still a fly in the ointment of a single item. Once it's finalized, we might be able to earn another 200 or 300 GUU money for free. After all, friend Chang Ming's estimate was only the estimate of the value of the 70-odd items themselves. As for the transactions on the mountain, especially the immortal masters who came from the sect, the younger they were, the more money they had. They were generous, and it only depended on whether they liked it or not. Chang Ming was in a good mood when it came to the increase of Luopo Mountain's fortune. He joked, "You really feel sorry for Pei Qian. Zhu Lian was so careful. Other than earning more GUU money for Luopo Mountain, in the end he still didn't want Pei Qian to suffer any losses." Zhu Lian laughed loudly. A moment later, other than the butler of Luopo Mountain, the patriarch of discipline, and the accountant, another 2 people came. One was Mi Zhenxian, and the other was Wei Shanjun, who was always on call without complaint and had come to the other mountains without any complaints. Wei Pai inspected many spiritual weapons on the mountain one by one. Among them, Wei Pai was more interested in 2 items. They were a strange stone roller and an even more inconspicuous square towel. Wei Pai smiled and said that since they were a pair, they should be regarded as 2 magic weapons. It was an ancient seal script that had been lost in the vast world for a long time. The 2 items were the seal script Jin Fa Cao and Sai Jiofang. In addition, Zhu Lian's hometown was the blessed land of lotus flowers in the past. He didn't know why there was no custom of tea competition. If not, Zhu Lian would never let Wei Pai pick up the leftovers. Because Zhu Lian was the real expert when it came to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After Wei Wenlong learned about this inside story, he immediately looked at Zhu Lian. Without Wei Wenlong's words, Zhu Lian had already put his hands behind his back. It seemed that he had already prepared a draft. He immediately blurted out, "On both sides of the tea roller, I will add 2 inscriptions. The rolling sound is sonorous, each has its own law, so that the strong cannot follow the wrong path. I am Jin Fa Cow. The sound of the zither and the zither, surrounded by the 4 mountains, so that the weak can walk on this path unharmed, laughing with the wind. As for this square towel, I can do the inscriptions. Let Mr. Kui write it in cursive. In the scorching heat of the mountain, feather fans and silk towels, cool shade trees, bamboo chairs, red sleeves, light makeup, green tea blended with the wind, green mountains brushed against one's face, the moon and stars fell on one's shoulders. White clouds, several boats crossed the ferry, birds fluttered in front of the mountain. What a pair of kind-hearted people. Wei Wenlong nodded and said, in this way, the 2 items are not sold separately. They are priced as magic weapons, and the price has to be doubled to be fair. Miu stood aside dumbstruck. Mother **, you can make money like this. How did you guys come to such a tacit understanding? Didn't I come to Luopa Mountain with Brother Wenlong? Fortunately, Sword Immortal Mi didn't make a wasted trip tonight. 2 of the old magic weapons that had fallen to high-class spiritual weapons were raised to the rank of genuine first-class magic weapons. One of them was a sheathless long sword with the inscriptions of slender eyebrows and moon halo on both sides of the sword. It was once the beloved sword of a sword immortal of the demon race in the wasteland world. Later, when the sword immortal's cultivation level was high, it became a useless item and was given to a disciple of the sword immortal of the wasteland world. In the end, it was passed down to another family and lost its inheritance order. Now, even the scabbard had disappeared without a trace. However, it was rumored that the true beauty of this longsword, which was not known for its great killing power, was that the moon halo sword light could condense into a puppet sword servant named Slender Eyebrows. A female sword immortal of the wasteland world had the combat strength of a sword immortal of the Dragon Gate realm after she appeared in the world. To a certain sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, such a female puppet was naturally only pleasing to the eye. However, to any Earth Immortal realm cultivator, once they were caught in a fight and had a combat strength equivalent to that of a Golden Core realm cultivator, who was completely fearless of death and could reincarnate many times, it was an unreasonable move and a winning move. Miu held the sword with one hand and brandished it. 2 fingers of his other hand were pressed together. He first captured some of the moonlight outside the window on his fingertips before gently pressing it against the sword hilt. Then, he used the moonlight and sword chi to cleanse the sword together. The sword chi and moonlight flowed together and poured onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, a woman with slender eyebrows stood gracefully in front of everyone. She was wearing a snow-white robe that was covered in clouds and mist. Her face was cold and her eyes were slightly dull. In the end, she looked at Miu and her movements were stiff as she gave a salute. When Miu withdrew all the sword chi, the woman's figure dissipated and returned to the long sword. Miu put the long sword back on the table, grabbed the originally dim and tattered robe, and slightly placed it near the window. Miu gently shook the robe, and in an instant, the golden and emerald colors intertwined, like the plumes of a peacock. Under the light of the faint moonlight, they became bright and dazzling. Miu then revealed the secret of heaven. It was true that the robe was badly damaged. However, it was meticulously woven using the technique of the Jin Kui City, a sect in the wasteland world. The foundation of the Jin Kui City was the dragon robe of the sovereign stage Great Demon Yang Ji. It was the icing on the cake so that the Jin Kui City, which had a majority of female cultivators, could not be attacked by the numerous great demons. Miu smiled and said, under the illumination of sunlight and moonlight, the intersection of gold and emerald will be transparent and sparkling like water ripples. Through the robe, the 2 types of water ripples at night and at night are different. It is known as the waterway divides yin and yang. The waterway at night is murmuring, while the waterway during the day is clear and bright. It can allow some chi cultivators who practice unorthodox secret techniques and are not suitable to be exposed during the day to practice both day and night. Therefore, the Sparrow Mansion in the North Continent is a little similar to the Jin Kui City. The foundation of their foundation is the robe. Wei Wenlong and Wei Shanjun asked tentatively, if the officials of the underworld like Lord Xing Wang and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple wear this robe, won't they be able to openly patrol the world of the living in their human body in broad daylight? Wei Pai nodded and said, of course they can. It's just that we can't master the true secret technique of the Jinqi city and can't sew the real Jinqi city robe. Except for the day-wandering god who is in charge of patrolling during the day, the other officials of the Xing Wang Pavilion and the Civil and Martial Temple wear this robe, but the effect is not obvious. Wei Wenlong nodded and said slowly, the most valuable thing is the art of weaving silk hidden in this robe. Even if it can't touch the foundation of the Jinqi city's robe, as long as it has a slight touch, there will be no need to worry about sales. Even if the effect is small, like what Wei Shanjun said, it's a good thing that the night-wandering god leaves the yamen for a quarter of an hour before the change of day and night. With extra money, it's also a good thing to show off to your colleagues. At this point, Wei Wenlong's tone was obviously stagnant. In the territory of the Northern Mountain, the immortal Master Fu Ji might be able to make it. Whether he was really poor or not, he still dared to complain to his brothers in distress. However, in the entire northern region of Dali, all the big and small gods of the mountains and rivers were officials under the jurisdiction of Mount Biyun. Who dared to say that they had extra money? Would they go to Mount Biyun to drink Wei Shanjuan's night-wandering banquet and ask for a few cups of wine? Most importantly, they were all so pitiful that they didn't even have the guts to complain about being poor. Wei Wenlong could only quickly change the topic. We can make a deal with the Sparrow Manor. Friendship is friendship, business is business. We'll use this ancestor robe and the Jinqi city weaving technique. After the deal is done, we can ask for 30% of the profits from the Sparrow Manor. This weaving technique, since we were able to disassemble it, we can't hide it. It will definitely be imitated by others soon. That's why the Sparrow Manor wants to push out hundreds and thousands of pieces in one go. Then, they will ask the Hemp Sect, the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, or the Tai Hui Sword Sect to help sell them. When the time comes, the other immortals will buy a few pieces to disassemble the technique and imitate it. Some small hills, we and the Sparrow Manor will definitely not be able to stop them. There's also no need to stop them from making money. However, if a immortal mansion like the Jadewood sect of the North Continent wants to sell this kind of robe openly, they'll have to consider the consequences of our joint efforts. Zhu Lian smiled. There's no need to trouble Tai Hui Sword Sect and Floating Duckweed Sword Lake with this deal. After all, it's a debt of gratitude. It's not worth it. Later, we'll ask Brother Mi to go to the Sparrow Manor and be a nominal guardian there. When the time comes, if the Jadewood sect dares to sell the robes, Sword Immortal Mi will go ask Mount Biyun. If something really happens, Brother Mi can fly on his sword and find someone to drink. It's not a problem to find Sect Master Liu or Sect Master Li. Just treat it as avoiding the limelight. Miu smiled and said, excellent, excellent. Zhu Lian said frankly, but this way, we'll be using the Sparrow Manor's nominal guardian Mi's favor. We'll have to be careful not to implicate the Sparrow Manor. Miu smiled. What's the use of Mi saving that favor? It's meaningless. As for the fairy sisters of the Sparrow Manor, how can I bear to let them be injured in the slightest? Before and after the sword, I'll think about it carefully. Zhu Lian glanced at the golden jade city robe and the long sword slender eyebrow on the table. He asked softly, Changming, Mr. Wei, other than taking the initiative to reduce the reasonable 30% profit to 20% from the Sparrow Manor, I also plan to give this sword to the Qi cultivator Shu Xingjiu of the city above the clouds in the name of Luopo Mountain as his guardian artifact. What do you think? The city above the clouds was actually on the southeast trade route of the North Continent. Although it could be considered as a follow-up edition, it was still relatively weak. This was because the city above the clouds was far inferior to the great immortals like the Skeleton Beach and the Spring Dew Garden in terms of the foundation of the sect or the cultivation realm of the cultivators. Even compared to the Sparrow Manor, the city above the clouds did not seem to have a deep relationship with Luopo Mountain in terms of money. However, the city above the clouds, from the city lord Shenzhenze to the two direct disciples, the Taoist companions Shu Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan, were extremely friendly and close to Luopo Mountain. They had a lot of strength and would provide a lot of financial and material resources. However, They would never puff themselves up at their own cost. Even Wei Pai said that such a mountain ally could not be bought with thousands of gold. In addition, Mr. Fisherman, who was traveling to the North Continent, left his direct disciple outside the Sparrow Manor and brought his unofficial disciple Zhao Shuxia to the city above the clouds. After all, the Sparrow Manor was a little too feminine. There were many female cultivators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The old man ultimately had to avoid arousing suspicion. The trend of Wenju Pianran Peak began with the young mountain lord of Luo Po Mountain. Then, the first outsider from the Tai Hui sword sect added on. It was Xu Xingjiu from the city above the clouds, the new nascent soul sword cultivator from the Golden Crow Palace. Liu Jiqing followed closely behind. After that, on the way to the Skeleton Beach in the south, he specially brought a martial artist from the realm of limits and a sword immortal to the Tai Hui sword sect's martial artist, Li Er. The martial artist was the old martial artist, Wang Junyang, who had gone berserk while practicing martial arts. The old man was first at the boundary of Lion Peak. Because of a few words from the bottom of his heart, he was beaten up by the junior, Li Er. Fortunately, he was able to accompany the sword immortal along. At the Tai Hui sword sect's Pianran Peak, they had a drink that said, Wenju Pianran Peak is better than Wenju Pianran Peak. With the two big mouths, Wang Junyang and the sword immortal adding fuel to the fire, Wenju Pianran Peak gradually became a bad trend in the North Continent. As a result, the first thing Li Cai did when she returned to the North Continent was not to return to the floating duckweed sword lake. Instead, she directly brought the wine to the Tai Hui sword sect. Fortunately, Liu Jinglong had already left the mountain and traveled far away at that time. Changming asked, "Is it a long-term business or a personal relationship?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's purely a personal relationship. It's not a business transaction." Changming said, "Then I have no objections." Wei Wenlong nodded and said, "I agree, Minister of Law. I will tell the two of you in detail about the old incident at the city above the clouds later." Then, Zhu Lian looked at Great Sword Immortal Miyu was quite happy. Today was really an auspicious day. He finally helped the Luo Po mountain a little. He had to remember it when he went back. At this moment, he laughed and said, same reason, same reason. After speaking, Miyu was in a daze for a moment and returned to the summer palace. Changming left first. Several sword talismans made by the Dragon Spring sword sect were hanging on her waist. They were almost the same as the keys of the little butler, Chen Nuanshu. Since there was nothing on the mountain, Changming bought them for fun. In the future, when there were more disciples in the ancestral hall, she could distribute them according to the rules. Changming and Ruan Xiu were naturally close. Therefore, Ruan Xiu must have informed the Dragon Spring sword sect. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to this. Moreover, every time Changming spent money to buy sword talismans, she followed the rules set by herself. Every time she bought a sword talisman, the price would be doubled. Changming was not willing to spend immortal money and used her own gold and copper coins to exchange. Ruan Ting was famous for not smiling at anyone in Luopa Mountain. In the past, only Pei Qian was an exception. Now, Longevity Fellow Daoist was half an exception. He still did not smile, but when the two sides occasionally met on the mountain, he would nod to Longevity Fellow Daoist. Finally, Zhu Lian said to Wei Pai, "Brother Wei, it's rare for you to come. As usual, melon seeds and wine." Wei Pai smiled and asked, "Rare?" Zhu Lian smiled and replied, "Isn't this to set off Brother Wei's identity as a mountain lord?" Wei Pai and Changming used their magical powers one after another and left the Luo Po mountain. Zhu Lian handed the robe and sword to Miyu. "Thank you for making a trip to the North Continent, Brother Miyu reminded. Brother Zhu, once Master Hidden Official returns to the mountain, remember to send a flying sword message to the Sparrow residents immediately." Zhu Lian smiled and agreed. After Zhu Lian left the accounting house where Wei Wenlong was, he strolled alone on the Luo Po mountain. He went to the peak of the mountain and had not thought of how to deal with the old mountain temple. It was at the peak of the Luo Po mountain and there were more taboos on the mountain. He missed Brother Da Feng. It was better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Many of the key pages of the immortal books had colorful patterns that were gently folded. This was Zhu Lian's understanding. In the past, every time Brother Da Feng went up the mountain to borrow a book, he could tell whether the book was good or bad with just a slight shake of the hand. Brother Da Feng went up the mountain in a hurry and went down even more hurriedly. At dawn, Zhu Lian went down the mountain and went to the bamboo house. He saw Pei Qian and Zhu Mili, one big and one small. Zhu Lian walked softly and sat at the side. Little Mili was still sleeping soundly. Adults had their own complicated thoughts, and little water monsters had their own worries. Both of them had the same weight. Zhu Lian used telepathy to tell Pei Qian about the results of last night's meeting in the accounting house. Pei Qian knew old chef's intention. He did not want him to ignore the efforts of ruler Changming and sword immortal Miu. Zhu Lian said, "Do you feel better?" Pei Qian nodded. Zhu Lian smiled. "There's something I need to ask you." After old chef finished, Pei Qian said, "I have no objections." Zhu Lian looked at the scenery outside the cliff. Our little Mili is probably the only one who doesn't get tired of the scenery. On the road of life, some people walk faster, while others can walk slower. Some people were tall, and their hearts were inclined towards the sun. Their shadows were elongated and spread out on the road behind them. This allowed the children behind them to hide in the shade, to avoid the sun, to avoid the wind and rain. Then the regret of a person having to grow up will not be so hard for you and me to let go. Pei Qian gently rubbed little Mili's head. "I understand." After a moment of silence, Pei Qian turned his head and said with shame, "I sincerely apologize for the sword prayer platform." Zhu Lian's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. His expression was gentle. "Unnecessary. Are you underestimating old chef's breadth of mind? Is that so?" Pei Qian looked into the distance with old chef. Whether old chef minds or not, and whether Pei Qian is willing to apologize in person are two different things. Zhu Lian smiled. Young master is good at teaching fist techniques, and even better at teaching principles. Pei Qian smiled knowingly. "I've traveled a lot on this trip. Old chef is still the best at talking." Zhu Lian smiled. "He's always been firm and never changes his rudder according to the wind." Pei Qian chuckled. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "That Fox Kingdom, do you want me to sneak around before I go down the mountain?" Zhu Lian shook his head. There must be some pawns planted by the Shu family in Clearwind City hiding there. Pei Xiong has already detained some of them, or sent her confidants to spy on them. As for the rest, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom can't detect them, so it's best to settle the Fox Kingdom in Lotus Root Blessed Land. There won't be any trouble. You don't have to worry too much. The reason is very simple. The Shu family would never expect the Fox Kingdom to move elsewhere. So the most important pawns of the Fox Kingdom have more of an advantage in strength. They're mainly used to restrain the nascent Soul Realm ruler of the Fox Kingdom. To put it bluntly, let Chen Lingjun and Hong stay in the Fox Kingdom to prevent any accidents. As for some schemes, as long as those pawns dare to make a move, I can track them down and find them one by one. I'm not afraid of them fighting a battle of wits and strength. When the new Fox Kingdom is established, many people and things that were originally variables will naturally be integrated into the general trend. Pei Qian was hesitant. Zhu Lian smiled. "Do you think I'm too wishy-washy and that the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, Lady Pei Xiong, is not decisive enough? Or do you think I'm too selfish towards Pei Xiong because I'm worried that she won't gain favor in Luopo Mountain and will instead accumulate hidden dangers? In the future, when many small accidents accumulate, it will become a big change. That's not the case. To truly convince people, strength and power alone aren't enough. If Luopo Mountain was when you and I first arrived, I would naturally suppress all kinds of thoughts with a thunderous force. But now, Luopo Mountain has the confidence and foundation to slowly plan. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. Not only do we have to treat the world like this, when the world treats us like this, we also have to understand and accept it. Of course I understand this principle, but I don't care too much. Zhu Lian inside and outside Lotus Root Blessed Land is the same. It's just that young master cares a lot, so the entire Luo Po mountain naturally cares. Within the rules, we have to give people enough flexibility and allow them to have some right and wrong between right and wrong. Originally, I would have to wait for Pei Xiang to take the initiative to mention the literary luck of the Fox Nation to Luo Po Mountain before I would say these sincere words to her. Now, just treat it as me nagging you for a while. It's fine if you listen. Pei Qian nodded. I won't hold you accountable for the matter of Cao Qinglang losing Qian blessed land. Zhu Lian smiled angrily. If I didn't say these words, you would hold me accountable. Pei Qian said righteously. Even my master won't look through those boxes of account books of mine. Old chef, you can't do anything about it. Zhu Lian asked curiously, where did you reach the peak stage? Snow Peak Continent. At Thunder God Temple, Pei Qian had sent a flying sword letter to Luo Po Mountain. That was the last letter Pei Qian sent. At that time, Pei Qian was still in the far travel realm. Pei Qian shook his head. Other than Sword Immortal Xie, whom I met at the northern ice plains of the Snow Peak Continent, there was also Ma Hu Mansion's Thunder God Temple who helped me send the letter. Senior Ah Xiong and Sister Sui, you were both really good people. Plus, my foundation in the far travel realm wasn't very solid, so I didn't think about breaking through. I broke through in the Gold Armor Continent because Sister Xiaoxi said that she couldn't hold on to it. Instead of leaving it to those beasts in the wild world, I might as well snatch it for safety. I didn't have the ability to break through consecutively. Otherwise, according to Sister Xiaoxi, once I reached the peak stage as the strongest in the world, my martial luck would be unimaginable. It was impossible for me to reach the 9th stage from the 8th stage. At that time, the Gold Armor Continent was half vast and half savage. As long as I got the word strongest, I could learn from my master and fight for martial luck from the savage world. There was no better deal in the world than this. So at that time, whether I was practicing boxing alone or going to the battlefield to kill enemies, I was very focused, just like, Pei Qian turned his head and looked at the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. The worst years of practicing boxing were there. It was so bitter that it felt like he had suffered all the hardships in his life. After Grandpa Kui left, Pei Qian traveled across continents alone. Even in the battlefield of the Jinjiao continent, no matter how bitter the fighting was, Pei Qian did not feel that it was torturous. After Pei Qian retracted his gaze, he asked, Old chef, Grandpa Kui can be considered to have traveled far, right? Zhu Lian sighed, probably so. Suddenly, a head popped out from the edge of the cliff. A teardrop was squeezed out from the corner of each of their eyes. Then, they raised their head and said with grief and indignation, that guy who is as beautiful as a celestial fairy and not charcoal, quickly return my respectable and adorable eldest senior sister. Xiao Mi Li shuddered and woke up in an instant. With a blank face, she said, Pei Qian, why did I hear the big white goose's voice? Pei Qian smiled and said, it's nothing. That big white goose was kicked down the cliff by Pei Qian just now. Kui Dongshan was lying on a bed made of white clouds that came out of nowhere. He slowly rose into the air and rowed his boat over. He laughed and said, eldest senior sister, Xiao Mi Li, old chef, did you miss me? Xiao Mi Li sat up straight and clasped her hands together. She muttered, sweet dreams, sweet dreams. I'll take another nap. Kui Dongshan squatted beside Pei Qian, one of his shoulders high and the other low. He leaned back and looked at Pei Qian. Eldest senior sister, what's wrong with you? You're even taller than little senior brother. Xiao Mi Li immediately opened her eyes. She got up and ran to Kui Dongshan's side. Standing at the side, she stretched out her hands and gestured their sizes. She laughed and said, a series of oh-hos. Big white goose, it's really you. How pitiful. You went from the 1st tallest to the 2nd tallest. My ranking didn't drop at all. Kui Dongshan smiled and nodded. Xiao Mi Li is still the best. Xiao Mi Li acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She quickly winked at Pei Qian. Her account book was the one with the least entries. Of course, Sister Nuanshu didn't even have an account book. Kui Dongshan groaned and shook his shoulders. He was about to get up when Xiao Mi Li quickly held him down with both hands. Kui Dongshan struggled for a while and could only give up. Zhu Lian looked at Kui Dongshan and then at Pei Qian. Pei Qian looked at Zhu Lian and then at the big white goose. Kui Dongshan smiled. Cao Qinglang is fine. I don't have any objections. Zhu Lian said, so the blessed land is starting work today? The people who were supposed to come to watch the ceremony are all busy. Although they aren't here, the gifts aren't missing. Kui Dongshan smiled. Today is a good day to move the earth and light the beam. It's a good day to offer sacrifices and make an alliance. It's a good day to accept marriages. Everything is good. Otherwise, why do you think I specially came here today? Zhu Lian asked, what about the pond behind the bamboo house? Kui Dongshan smiled. It's better to lock it in the lotus root blessed land. It saves me the trouble of setting up a restriction. Who knows, there might even be an unexpected gift in return. To Luopa Mountain, today was a big day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Hall of Patriarchs. Even if the young mountain chieftain wasn't on the mountain, it couldn't be delayed any further. Wei Pai, as the lord of Mount Beiyu, was still in charge of opening the entrance to the blessed land under the parasol tree umbrella. A group of people walked into the blessed land. Peak State martial artist Zhu Lian, Peak State Pei Qian, Immortal State Kui Dongshan, Sea State Qi cultivator Cao Qinglang. The bottleneck of the pure jade state was as big as the sky. When he reached the bottleneck, he was like an ordinary sword immortal who had just entered the pure jade state. Luopa Mountain's Judge Changming, who seemed to be born with the pure jade state. After the 3 golden raindrops fell from the sky, her current state was a mystery. Inverted Mountain's Spring Banner House cultivator Wei Wenlong, who was a golden core cultivator, Chen Lingjun, who had successfully walked the path of blasphemy. Little butler Chen Nuanshu and Luopa Mountain's right guardian Zhu Mili. There was also the leader of the Fox Nation, Pei Xiong, who was already in the blessed land. She sensed the strange phenomenon that was purposely leaked to her from the new Fox Nation that was placed at the border of Songlai country. She rode the wind and rose to the sky. She bowed to the people of Luopa Mountain and finally chose to stand beside Hongxia at the edge. Actually, this time to raise the rank of the blessed land, Old Master Zhongqiu, nascent soul sword cultivator Kui Wei and the rest were all absent. Some were temporarily unsuitable to be involved, such as Zhong Jiazhen, Jiang Chu, and the substitute shopkeeper of the dragon-riding alley sway shop, Sharu. Zhu Lian smiled and handed a money bag to Cao Qinglang. Cao Qinglang was surprised. She shook her head and said, let little senior or Pei Qian do it. Pei Qian was silent. Kui Dongshan smiled and said, it's more auspicious if the lower state comes. Cao Qinglang was speechless. Zhu Lian did not withdraw his hand. Cao Qinglang could only take a deep breath and take the money bag. She took out a piece of grain rain money and looked around. Pei Qian said, it's a total of 81 pieces of grain rain money. Just spend it slowly. Kui Dongshan made a gesture and a strange phenomenon appeared between heaven and earth. The blessed land of lotus root and the grotto heaven of the well were connected. Then, Kui Dongshan opened his palm and blew a pocket-sized pond that was suspended about an inch above his palm. It landed at the foot of the mountain in the center of the blessed land and took root. Suddenly, it became as big as a lake. A swaying purple-gold lotus grew in the water. The lotus leaves were as big as several acres of land. The lotus was only a bud for the time being and had not fully bloomed yet. It swayed with the wind and a purple-gold bud was about to bloom. However, among the native Qi cultivators in the blessed land of lotus root, only those who were Jindan cultivators could vaguely see the general situation. However, there were no earth immortal cultivators in the blessed land for the time being. Cao Qinglang held a piece of grain rain money tightly and refined it into spiritual energy. She gently released her palm. The spiritual energy scattered between heaven and earth. Wei Pai smiled and took out a small golden crab from his sleeve. Previously, the little guy had inexplicably received a decree to transform into a dragon in the river and let the small crab into the great blasphemy water. It was so anxious that it ran in circles. Li Shixing held back his laughter and took it as a harmless joke with the little guy. He then took it back to his palm from the great blasphemy water. Finally, He gave it to Wei Shanjun of the cloud-spreading mountain and gave it to him as a blessed land. He also said that it should be placed in the pond as the water protector of the purple gold lotus. The small crab fell into the pond. On its back, the golden light of the talisman's decree flashed and disappeared. The little guy suddenly shed its crab shell and turned into a huge mansion that looked like a dragon palace. It slowly sank to the bottom of the pond. Kui Dongshan shook his sleeve and performed the heaven and earth sleeve. Dragon pearls fell like rain into the mortal world and went to the rivers and streams of the blessed land. This was a gift from that Madame Qingzhong, who was also Li Liu's maidservant. In fact, it was a collection of several thousand years of treasures from the resting dragonstone in the Lushire pit. Everything was sent to Kui Dongshan at once. In any case, this object was not a rare object in the Lushire pit, but for any blessed land in the world, it was a first-class tonic. At first, the plump woman was a little embarrassed. She felt that some of the pearls that showed signs of pearl yellow could not be taken out. She wanted to filter and only give the pearls that were of good quality. In the end, she was spat on by Kui Dongshan. Not only did she give all the pearls, but Kui Dongshan also asked for a water magic treasure. Other than that, Skeleton Beach, Linen Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Sparrow Mansion, City Above Clouds, Old Immortal Huanyun, Fuping Sword Lake, Liu Jinglong of Taihui Sword Sect, Shunlin of Jesha Spiritual Origin, Marquis Longting Li Yuan, Immortal Hualong of Crouching Ground Peak, Sect of White Cloud, Sect of Peach Mountain, Sect of Finger Shen Peak, and Sect of Tai Xia all gave Luo Po Mountain ceremonial items. For example, Fuping Sword Lake had a total of 18 lakes. Li Cai took out one of them named Cloud Mist Sword. The water was not big, but it was full of sword chi. It was one of the two places where the Earth Immortals sword cultivators of Fuping Sword Lake tempered their swords. Another example was Taihui Sword Sect. They entrusted Linen Sect with a mountain and refined it into a pocket-sized mountain. Its real size was not smaller than Mount Grey Mist. Shunlin gave him a large stretch of pavilions in the Southern Incense Water Hall. Li Yuan took out a green river that was rich in water luck. Yuan Lai was not stingy at all. This young martial artist who liked to read more had obtained an immortal opportunity in the Middle Mountain Crown Prince's Mountain. It was an entire fragmented secret realm. There were 2 golden and jade archives hidden in it. The fragmented secret realm could not be moved, so Yuan Lai sent the most precious golden and jade archives to Luo Po Mountain. Wei Pai, the mountain lord of Mount Cloak Cloud, would of course give something. As for Luo Po Mountain's consecrator Zhu Fei, who used his status as the Jiang family head to bet on the Blessed Land, he had already prepared a generous gift when he helped the Blessed Land recruit refugees. Other than that, Fan the young family head of Old Dragon City's Fan family, and Sun Jiashu, the family head of Sun family, each sent gifts after receiving a secret letter from Luo Po Mountain. Even the Dragon Spring Sword Sect and Liu Xianyang sent a generous gift to Luo Po Mountain. When Cao Qinglang threw out the second last grain rain coin, heaven and earth roared. Cao Qinglang felt relieved. Then, the green-robed Confucian scholar bowed solemnly to the 4 directions of the world. The rest of the people also bowed to the heavens and earth. They either bowed, cupped their fists, or bowed. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared all over the world. One after another, opportunities for cultivation appeared one after another. The heroic spirits, ghosts, and spirits of the mountains and lakes that were originally wandering aimlessly all condensed a true spirit or found the embryonic form of a true name. They began to develop intelligence and truly set foot on the path of cultivation. In the territory of the 4 countries, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers began to gather on its own, turning into brand new feng shui treasured lands. Not only that, Luo Po Mountain's master Changming snapped his fingers. A golden torrential rain enveloped the earth as if it was obeying a decree, moistening the mountains and rivers of the human world for thousands of miles. Kui Dongshan jumped up, his sleeves fluttering as he repeated the word imperial twice. A speck of light moved as fast as an immortal sword in the sky. At the same time, not only did the sun and moon appear in the sky, they were even brighter than before. After floating to the ground, Kui Dongshan sighed. Everything was ready. All he needed was for Mr. to return home. He only needed a snowstorm from somewhere to bring back a person for Luo Po Mountain. (731) Mount Sway of the Central Plains. The golden armored deity who was sitting on the steps suddenly stood up and saluted the newcomer with a solemn expression. The person who could make Swaishan Guru show such sincere respect was, of course, not the old scholar with shifty eyes, but the one beside the old scholar. Bai Yi, who had now become a child wearing a tiger head hat. He was the proudest person in the human world. Holding a sword, he slashed again and again. If Ju Mi and Liu Cha were included, then Bai Yi was holding 4 celestial swords and fighting against 8 sovereigns. But now, the child was wearing a white robe and a red hat. He had delicate features and a cold expression. Seeing the Swaishan great deity, the child just nodded slightly. The old elementary scholar pressed down on the tiger head hat. "What's wrong? Child, you're lacking in etiquette. Did you see our Swaishan great deity?" The child raised his hand and patted the old elementary scholar's hand, indicating that it was enough. The old elementary scholar pretended to help straighten the tiger head hat. "It's windy on the mountain. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, right?" Bai Yi's spirit was weak and he needed something to help him hide from the heavenly secrets. He did not want to be entangled by the great ancestor of Mount Tuoyue. Therefore, the old elementary scholar asked the Holy Master for a treasure from the Confucian temple. After the Holy Master took the ceremonial item from the Confucian temple, the old elementary scholar persuaded the Holy Master to help him refine it. In the end, it became the tiger head hat that Bai Yi often wore in his hometown. The Swaishan great deity was really indignant for Bai Yi. He said to the old elementary scholar in his mind, "Old elementary scholar, be serious." The old elementary scholar stopped and asked the child with a smile, "Are we going to walk to the top of the mountain or do you want to give us a lift?" The child had already started walking. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense with the old elementary scholar. He planned to walk to the top of Mount Sway to meet the Holy Master. Bai Yi had entered the mountains to visit immortals many times in his life, but for some unknown reason, due to various coincidences, Bai Yi had passed by Mount Sway several times, but he had never been able to ascend Mount Sway. Therefore, Bai Yi wanted to take this opportunity to walk around. The old scholar followed behind the little white tiger head hat and turned his head to look at the big fool who wanted to sit down again. He laughed and scolded, "Can you hatch a nest of chicks under your buttocks? Or are you here to be a door god and receive money from the old man? Why don't you hurry up and protect me? Quick!" The golden armored deity automatically ignored the old scholar's nagging and silently followed the two up the stairs. The stone tablets carved on the cliffs of Sway Mountain were the best in the world in terms of both quantity and literary talent. The deity in golden armor regretted that he did not have a tablet inscription written by Bai Yi. However, the child in the tiger head hat could probably be considered a true banished immortal. The old Shiotsai turned his head and said, "Bai Yi's poetry is invincible, isn't it? Does your Sway Mountain acknowledge it?" The golden armored deity nodded and said, "Of course we acknowledge it. Mr. Bai's poetry is so majestic." In fact, at the peak of Sway Mountain, the golden armored deity had specially left an empty stone cliff. It should be known that famous mountains in the world often had immortal masters and scholars carved many cliff inscriptions. This was the so-called famous mountains since ancient times had been waiting for saints. Especially the top of Dau Mountain. For tens of thousands of years, only the peak of the mountain could be left for future generations to carve cliff inscriptions or erect tablets. Not even a palm-sized empty space could be left. This was enough to show the sincerity of the great deity of Sway Mountain. Moreover, the head deity of Mount Central was not like the old scholar, who clearly had such thoughts but never told others. If Bai Yi did not come to climb the mountain, he would leave it. If he did not come, he would leave it there. Otherwise, with the old scholar's character, he would take the initiative to bring his brush, ink, paper and inkstone to block Bai Yi's door. The old scholar simply turned around and stomped his feet and scolded, "How can such a big Sway Mountain not have a single word of Bai Yi's poetry? How can you be the great deity of Sway Mountain? The golden-armored deity said, I don't want to disturb Mr. Bai's study in isolation. The old scholar spat, you are not sincere enough. You and Bai Yi are not close at all, which is normal. How many people in the world can call Bai Yi brothers, and even take advantage of his own disciples' glory to be half a generation higher than Bai Yi? But what kind of friendship do you have with me? Why don't I see you begging me? Whether you beg or not is your business, whether you agree or not is my business. Do you want to talk about the order? The golden-armored deity was furious and said telepathically, why don't I leave you alone at the foot of the mountain and slowly talk? The child with the tiger head hat turned a deaf ear to old Xiao, who was behind him, starting to use his natal supernatural power to fan the fire. The child was happy to slowly climb the mountain alone and enjoy the scenery of Sway Mountain. The old scholar's face immediately changed and said to the silly big guy with a pleasant face, the scholars of the future boast shamelessly. Bai Yi has flaws too, but in the 7 laws, they are not strict and have a lot of loose adhesion. Therefore, there are very few of them. What long-waisted and strong woman with a bee's waist on Bai Yi's head? Compared to this tiger head hat, it is not cute at all, right? The golden-armored deity looked confused. Could it be that the old scholar was being kind for once and wanted Bai Yi to leave a poem of the 7 laws, carved on the cliff of Sway Mountain? The old scholar signaled to the silly big guy with his eyes that he understood. Seeing that the great deity of Sway Mountain did not seem to understand, the old scholar with his back to Bai Yi raised his hand and gently rubbed his fingers. The golden-armored deity was really moved. As long as the old scholar allowed Bai Yi to leave a poem of the 7 laws, everything could be discussed. It was not a problem to let the old scholar borrow a mountain. 200 or 300 years of merit in exchange for a poem of Bai Yi. The old scholar stopped in his tracks and smiled while stroking his beard. He coughed in his heart and said slowly, listen carefully. Poems, laws, and old-fashioned rules, it would be strange if Bai Yi could be restrained. Unexpectedly, the child with the tiger head hat, who was dozens of steps away, said, the 7 laws are indeed not my forte. If the great deity of Sway Mountain heard a poem of the 7 laws, it must be the work of the old scholar. The old scholar sighed and followed the tiger head hat. Just as he was about to reach out to hold the hat, Bai Yi slapped his hand away without turning his head. The great deity of Sway Mountain escorted the two to the top of the mountain. He saluted the old scholar, who was sitting cross-legged and flipping through the book, and returned to the foot of the mountain. Although Bai Yi was no longer a 14th-level cultivator, his leg strength was still much better than that of the common pilgrims. The time it took to climb the mountain was less than an hour. The old scholar turned his head and smiled at the child with the tiger head hat. I am a little busy, so I will not get up. The child bowed to the holy master. The old scholar was very happy to see this. He was not tall to begin with, but he still had to bow. At the peak of Sway Mountain, the scenery was magnificent. In the middle of the night, the 4 heavens opened and the river of stars blurred one's vision. The old scholar said emotionally, the will of heaven is always difficult to ask, but one has to ask. The breath of the human world is like a turtle drum, who dares not to listen? Everywhere in the sky, it was as if a huge rock had smashed into a lake. Waves of ripples surged endlessly. This was the work of the grey-clothed old man above the flood dragon ravine, trying to open up the sky and draw the remnants of the ancient gods into the vast world. The Holy Master was in charge of mending the sky to prevent the Sage of Rites from suffering too much. As for the spells and abilities that the moon-bearing mountain ancestor left in the human world, the Holy Master would dispel them one by one. A tie-bai scabbard suddenly hung beside the child with the tiger head hat. It was the talisman Yu Xian who had sent him back to Sway Mountain. Bai Yi held it lightly, wanting to say something but stopped. The old scholar nodded his head. Go. No matter if it is the vast world or the green world, the human world is still the human world. Bai Yi is still Bai Yi. Bai Yi bowed once more and bid farewell to the Holy Master to travel the world. He owed Daoist Sun too much. Bai Yi also planned to travel to the Da Xian capital temple. At that time, Bai Yi was also in the Fuyao continent and was already prepared to die. He split Tai Bai celestial sword into 4 and gave them away. Since he was able to cultivate again, Bai Yi was not worried that he would not be able to repay this favor. When he reached the Da Xian capital temple, he would at most have 100 years of time. The old scholar squatted down and covered his sleeves with his hands. He said softly, "Traveling against heaven and earth, traveling in the night with a candle, I suddenly saw the bright autumn moon." The child with the tiger head hat held the scabbard with one hand and pressed the old scholar's head with the other. "You are still young, don't complain so much in the future." In reality, other than the holy master who called the sage of literature a scholar, the other cultivators at the peak of the mountain were used to calling the sage of literature an old scholar. After all, there were millions of scholars in the world. For the sage of literature to have been so many years, he was indeed worthy of being called old. But in reality, the old scholar was indeed very young compared to Chen Chunan and Bai Yi. Compared to the great god of Sui Mountain, he was far inferior. But for some reason, the old scholar seemed to be very old. His appearance was so, and even his demeanor was so. He was not as elegant as the mellow scholar Chen Chunan, nor was he as immortal as Bai Yi. The old scholar was short and skinny, with deep wrinkles on his face and white hair. In the past, when he was worshipped in the central region's Confucian temple, the various universities and academies would hang his portrait and invite the artist who had a good relationship with him to draw his portrait. The old scholar himself had to make a fuss about it. He looked younger and more handsome, but where did the scholarly air go? Realistic, realistic my ass. Can you do it? If you can't, I will do it myself. The old scholar stood up and said, "It is natural for a traveler to return home. No matter how good it is, one must remember to go home." Bai Yi nodded and said, "I will." The Tai Bai scabbard in his hand flashed and disappeared, returning to one of his natal acupoints. The old scholar said worriedly, "I heard that the vegetarian food in the Da Xian capital temple is not very good." The old master in the distance said, "I heard that before. It is indeed SOSO. The old scholar and Bai Yi said, "Listen to me. Do you think the old man would talk nonsense? It is really not good." The Confucian temple in the central region returned the favor to the Beko Keikyang building when the quasi-sage traveled the Qingming world for many years. Bai Yi reached out and touched the bright red tiger head hat on his head. He looked up at the sky and then retracted his gaze, taking another look at the mountains and rivers of his hometown where the plum flowers bloomed every year. In the Qingming world, outside the gate of the Da Xian capital temple, a young Taoist with a lotus crown on his head was not in a hurry to talk business with Taoist Sunday. He leaned against the door and smiled as he talked with a female Taoist. He said that the Taoist brother borrowed the sword from Bai Yi. He saw the immortal sword Taoist cannon travel thousands of miles with his own eyes in the Beko Keikyang building. "Sister Chunhui, you were far away and could not see it clearly. At most, you could only see the mysterious Taoist Qi traveling with the sword. It was a pity." The female Taoist with a sword on her back smiled and said, "Chief Lu, no matter how much you chat with me, you can't enter the gate. The Grandmaster has said that even a dog can enter the gate by wagging its tail. Only Lu Chen can't enter." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Taoist son looks at me in a different light. It's okay if I can't enter. Half of my visit this time was for Sister Chunhui. Now that I have met Sister Chunhui, this trip has been worth it." The female Taoist with the Taoist title of Chunhui said helplessly, "Chief Lu, I really won't go to the Purple Clouds Tower to cultivate and become the leader of the Jiang family's welcoming spring officer." Lu Chen said pitifully, "If you don't want to be the welcoming spring officer, you can go to Qingqi City. Have you heard of Jiang Yunsheng who just returned home? He has a baby face and is lively and cute. He's even chosen by my eldest senior brother when he left home to travel. As long as Sister Chunhui agrees, I'll let Qingqi City have another joyous occasion tomorrow. There are many betrothal gifts. The Beko Keikyang building's Jiang family and Qingqi City will each have a large portion. The Dashuan temple doesn't have to give any dowry at all." The female Taoist with a sword on her back was a little embarrassed and angry. "Chief Lu, please watch your words." Lu Chen blinked and asked tentatively, "Then should I let Jiang Yunsheng acknowledge Sister Chunhui as his godmother?" He doesn't have to betray his master and go to Qing Kui City to get a son for free. It'll sound good if word gets out. It'll greatly increase the prestige of the Dashuan Temple's sword immortal lineage. The young female Taoist with a pure jade appearance narrowed her phoenix eyes. Chief Lu. Lu Chen said helplessly, forget it, forget it. I'm indeed not cut out to be a matchmaker. However, to tell you the truth, when I traveled to Liju Grotto Heaven in the past, I studied palmistry for many years. I can predict fortune and misfortune through marriage. I'm always right. Sister Chunhui, why don't I take a look for you? A tall and thin old Taoist appeared at the door and said with a smile, Chief Lu, could it be that your soul has been taken over by the otherworldly demon? You're really shameless today. In the past, Chief Lu's Dao skills were profound and smooth, just like the white dew rain. Wherever you go, you'll rot. Why have you changed today? You're acting like a matchmaker out of kindness. Chunhui, why did you acknowledge Jiang Yunxing as your godson? Isn't there someone in front of you who has delivered himself to your doorstep? Why are you being so courteous with your guest? At that moment, this Taoist priest's son's attire was very nostalgic. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and had a string of copper bells around his waist. He wore a Taoist robe made of ordinary silk. There were 12 patterns on it, corresponding to the 12th month of the year. If this was seen by a fellow Taoist in the past, he would definitely praise this old Taoist priest for having a celestial aura. Lu Chen smiled and said, You flatter me. I'm not as relaxed as you, Taoist priest Sunday. An old dog lying in his nest and keeping watch at night, his mouth moving and his body not moving. Once he moves, he'll have a different style. An old turtle that flips over the pond, stirring up trouble. Taoist priest's son smiled and said, Let's go, let's talk inside. Lu Chen nodded his head vigorously. He stepped over the door but did not touch the ground. Taoist priest's son's expression remained kind as he stood at the side. However, the pure jade realm female Taoist priest with a sword on her back was already sweating on her forehead. It was not that she was timid. It was just that once Lu Chen's foot touched the ground inside the door, the Grandmaster would treat his guest with no hesitation. The protective mountain formation, the Taoist temple's prohibition, her large group of senior and junior brothers, and even those whom she had to address as Uncle Masters or Grand Uncle Masters, would instantly scatter around the Taoist temple and block his path. The Daoist cultivators of the Da Shendu temple had always liked to one-on-one with a group of people. Lu Chen jumped and stepped over the door with his other foot. He was still suspended in the air. Hey, I'm not going in. The Taoist priest with a sword on her back did not find it interesting at all. She was always on guard as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Although she was worried that she would be implicated in the fight between the third most powerful in the world and the fifth most powerful in the world, she had to do her duty. Furthermore, the Da Shendu temple had a tradition of not losing the battle. Hence, she could only brace herself and stand where she was. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves as she silently formed a spell. Apart from trying to protect herself, she would look for an opportunity to slash the third chief of the Beko Keikyang building a few times with her sword or fiercely use a spell. Taoist priest's son turned and walked towards the stairs outside the Taoist temple. Lu Chen retracted his foot and bid farewell to Sister Chunhui. He swaggered beside Taoist priest's son and laughed, the celestial sword Tai Bai is gone just like that. Don't you feel sad? I have some salt here. Brother son, you can use it to cook. Otherwise, the vegetarian dishes in the Taoist temple will be tasteless. Taoist priest's son walked down the stairs. However, when he stepped on the last step, the old Taoist priest appeared tens of thousands of miles away with Lu Chen when his feet touched the surface of the street. Taoist priest's son liked peace and quiet. He opened a summer resort outside the jurisdiction of the Da Shendu temple. It was not a place with good feng shui nor were there any restrictions. The only scenery that could be used to entertain guests was an ancient 10,000-year-old pine tree that seemed to be verdant. A boy in white was brewing tea under the pine tree. There was also an armored god with a purple beard and a laurel on his head standing by the side. Between the branches and leaves of the ancient pine tree, there was a lustrous and cute white jade plate hanging. It looked like a document embedded in the shade of the ancient pine tree. Other than that, on the ground north and south of the ancient pine tree, there were 2 words carved by Taoist priest Sun and his junior brother using the celestial sword Taibai in the past. There was a stone table under the pine tree. After the old Taoist priest Sun Huizhong sat down, Lu Chen took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He took off the lotus crown on his head and casually placed it on the table. Lu Chen went straight to the point and said, "I came here because of my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to come here to be scolded." Taoist priest Sun frowned slightly. Aside from the 5th world that was created at the beginning of heaven and earth, the other 4 worlds were orderly and had a strict Tao. Regardless of whether it was the dark world or the vast world, when cultivators fought in each world, there was a heaven-shaking rule, and that was to separate the 4 worlds. For example, in the Qingming world, no matter how bold someone was, they would not think that they could arm wrestle with a Daoist ancestor. It was no longer a matter of whether one's Dao heart was strong or not. It did not matter if one was brave or not. However, the Daoist ancestor was not willing to go to the Beko Keikyang building. He let his 3 disciples take turns to manage the Beko Keikyang building. Even Taoist priest Sun, no matter how much he disliked the second disciple, Yu Do, he still respected the Daoist ancestor. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Bai doesn't like to owe people favors. Therefore, if there are no accidents, he will most likely come to the Da Shendu temple to repay the favor. The Confucian temple will not stop him. I'm here today to greet you. The Beko Keikyang building and the Da Shendu temple will remain the same in the future. Bai will focus on cultivating here. It doesn't matter if Bai is listed in the Da Shendu temple's ancestral hall. The Beko Keikyang building will only treat Bai as Bai. Therefore, Master Sun, you don't have to worry about this matter." Taoist priest Sun nodded. Lu Chen supported his chin with one hand and leaned against the stone table. "I've always heard that Brother Sun has taken in a few good disciples. They're very talented and beautiful. Why don't you let me take a look at them?" Taoist priest Sun asked, "How did Bai die? How did he survive?" Lu Chen sighed and waved his hand like a fan. Ju Mi's unification of the way is strange. The great Tao is full of troubles. This guy messed up the heavenly secrets in the vast world. Half of the embroidered tiger died at the right time and just happened to cut off one of my important meridians. I don't trust what my disciples, He Xiaoyong, Cao Rong, and the others saw. It's better not to. Let's leave it to fate. Anyway, it's not our problem for now. Even if the sky falls, there's still senior brother Yu Do, who's truly invincible, to hold it up." Taoist priest Sun sneered and said, "Second brother Daoist is willing to lend by his sword." My eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Languid, Lu Chen said, "Senior brother Yu still has the spirit of a hero. Brother Sun, you're half a family. Don't say things out of anger. It's easy to hurt feelings." Taoist priest Sun and Lu Chen looked up at the sky almost at the same time. Taoist priest Sun stood up and laughed loudly. He made a gesture with his hands and the white jade plate between the branches of the ancient pine tree shone brightly. Its brilliance shrouded the world. Lu Chen hurriedly put on his boots and walked away, slipping away. When Lu Chen left and the light faded, Taoist priest Sun saw an old man and a child standing in front of him. Taoist priest Sun widened his eyes and was extremely confused. He said in disbelief, "Bai Yi?" The child wearing the tiger head hat nodded. He took out a scabbard and handed it to the old Taoist priest. He said apologetically, "The Taibai divine sword has been destroyed." The old Taoist priest waved his hand and shouted, "F*CKU." He walked quickly to the child and squatted down. He joked, "Which family's little kid is this? Look like a jade carving." In the future, those young girls in the Da Shendu temple won't be in the mood to cultivate. They'll just come and pinch your little face. As the ancestor, I can't say much. Bai Yi was expressionless. He only tugged at the tie of the tiger head hat on his neck. The child's mood should not be too good at this moment. On the way here, the old scholar said with certainty that the Holy Master had personally reminded him not to take off the hat in a hurry. He should at least wait until he reached the upper 5 states. Bai Yi could not imagine what it would be like for him to wear the tiger head hat before he reached the pure jade state. The old scholar at the side pinched a green talisman with 2 fingers. It slowly faded away. When the talisman was completely burned, it would be time for the old scholar to return to Howran. Taoist priest Sun stood up and bowed. He smiled and said, "The old scholar's style is unparalleled." The old scholar bowed and praised with a smile. Taoist priest Sunday, both parties had a tacit understanding and smiled at each other. It was better to meet them in person than to hear about them. This was how family should be. Then, the old scholar pinched the talisman with one hand and pointed to the sky with the other. He stood on his tiptoes and shouted, "Second Taoist brother, are you really invincible? Either you debate with me, or you can be more straightforward and use that immortal sword to chop me. Come, 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 chop me here. Remember to bring that immortal sword with you, or don't come. You won't be able to do anything. The chivalrous and righteous Daoist son beside me will definitely not help you. The grudge between you and me can only be resolved with that immortal sword." At the highest point of the Beko Keikyang building, the second Taoist brother narrowed his eyes and made a mental calculation. At the same time, he glanced at the sky. Bai Yi suddenly said, "The immortal sword Taoist scripture will only return to the heavens before your talisman disappears." Although his state was gone, his vision was still there. The old scholar chuckled with a calm expression. But the hand holding the talisman immediately drooped down and gently swayed. After a while, he simply raised his hand and blew with all his might. They were all family. There was no need to be so particular about face. Although the old scholar was poor, he was not particular about it. Taoist priest Sun laughed, "There is no need to rush back. If the second Taoist brother dares to come here, I will dare to go to the Beko Keikyang building." The old scholar held the talisman in his hands and rubbed his hands together. "No, no, no. We can't drag Bai Yi into this. He has just arrived." Taoist priest Sun suddenly frowned. "Old scholar, are you going to go to the 5th world?" The old scholar shook his head. "I can't go for now." Taoist priest Sun reminded him, "It's best if you can go." The old scholar immediately understood and spread out his hands. Taoist priest Sun put 2 fingers together and a ball of spiritual light condensed at the tip of his finger. He gently pressed it on the far-traveling talisman personally drawn by the Holy Master. The old scholar turned his head to look at the child wearing the tiger hat. He should be relieved, but he really couldn't. After all, Bai Yi was just a child who needed to re-enter the Tao. He was no longer the most proud person in the 14th state. Bai Yi said, "Take care of yourself first. I will find you for a drink in the future." The old scholar nodded and suddenly felt sad. He asked softly, "That Bai Yi who laughed at the sky and went out, I have always been curious about what kind of Bai Yi he is." The old scholar was just asking casually. It wasn't important whether Bai Yi had an answer or not. The child wearing the tiger hat thought for a while and crossed his arms. He stood on his tiptoes and raised his head high. He opened his mouth and closed it. He quickly said 3 words as if he was reciting a book. There was almost no fluctuation in his tone. "Ha, ha, ha." It was more perfunctory. Taoist priest Sun, who was standing at the side, felt that he had learned something new today. The old elementary scholar was grinning from ear to ear, and his face was wrinkled. The old man, who loved to talk endlessly, didn't say anything more. As the talisman disappeared, his body flashed and the door in the sky opened. He returned to the world. In the Aquarius continent, Kui Dong's image held a replica of the Beko Keikyang building. Kui Dong's real body made an exception and didn't give a lecture today. Instead, he entertained 2 old acquaintances. The 2 old friends didn't use their real bodies to travel across continents. There were many methods on the mountain, and the more mysterious the technique, the more expensive it was. However, Kui Dong didn't need to worry about this. When Kui Sha landed in the human world and walked along the bank of the river, a fat rich man and a plainly dressed middle-aged man walked beside the Great Li's imperial preceptor, one on his left and the other on his right. One was Liu Jubao, the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, and the other was Yu Panshui, the retired emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty of the Central Plains. Neither of them cared about money. Yu Panshui, who gave the young Lin Junbai a headache in the family study, was now flattering him. "Brother Kui, you are so generous. You are so generous that you can change the world. How can the three things be enough? You have to add this one." Liu Jubao wasn't as thick-skinned as Yu Panshui. However, when he looked at the big river, he couldn't hide his admiration. However, what Liu Jubao saw was not only the big river, but also an endless stream of money. As long as one's ability was great enough, it was like opening a big money bag at the mouth of the big river. Kui Dong smiled and asked, "Old Yu, how's your chess skill now?" Yu Panshui complained, "You already know the answer. You are still strong." How high was Yu Panshui's chess skill? In Kui Dong's words, old Yu spent more time cleaning up the chess pieces than playing chess. His chess style was overbearing, decisive, and indomitable. Therefore, he played fast and lost early. Kui Dong was rarely willing to waste time with this kind of bad chess player. Yu Panshui was an exception. Of course, when playing chess, the pieces were placed outside the chessboard. Moreover, both sides were well aware that they were enjoying it. In the battle of the third and fourth places, the sage of literature suffered a crushing defeat. Kui Dong betrayed his master and betrayed the sage of literature, becoming a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat. However, in the Dacheng dynasty, which seemed to be flourishing at that time, Kui Dong and Yu Panshui were playing chess in the Gall Cypress Pavilion. At the same time, he helped old Yu break the declining trend. It was after that chess game that old Yu, who was slightly hesitant, decided to change dynasties. Kui Dong had one good point that Yu Panshui admired the most. Because he was different from the scholars of the world, Kui Dong knew many drawbacks but still couldn't solve them. Kui Dong would obediently rot in his stomach and would never pretend to be profound. In short, Kui Dong only did what he could. He dared to do it and was willing to do it. Therefore, when Kui Dong left the Yu family, in addition to a chess game without any suspense, he also left the Yu family a book on the change of dynasties. He only said that he would try his best to help old Yu sort out the situation. Both sides' strategies could be used to support each other. At that time, Yu Panshui accompanied him to the bottom of the pavilion steps. He only asked, "Xiu Hu, what do you want?" Kui Dong replied, "In the future, when I borrow money from the Yu family, Yu Panshui, don't be vague. Give me as much as you can. It's hard to say how much I'll earn or how little I'll earn, but I definitely won't lose money." Yu Panshui was famous for being a bad chess player, but in terms of tactics and strategy, he was actually a needle hidden in silk floss. Before the age of 30, he was already the imperial tutor of the great Cheng dynasty. He had supported several puppet emperors and had the reputation of dragon-slaying technique. Regarding Fei Yu, both on and off the mountain in the vast world, there had always been half praise and half blame. Among them, there were many erotic secrets of the palace that were widely circulated on the mountain. Together with Jiang Shangzhen's personal writing in the North Continent and the publishing of his own money, they were known as the double erotic edition of the mountain. Kui Dong turned to Liu Jubao and asked, "Liu Xiong is still unwilling to place a fierce bet?" Liu Jubao said, "Earning money does not depend on gambling. This is our Liu family's first ancestors' family rule. The two sums of money that the Liu family has lent to Dali can't be considered little. Gu money. 10,000. 2 times, 100 each." Kui Dong laughed. "Bet? Brother Liu, are you looking down on my Aquarius continent's defense, or are you looking down on the savage desolate world's offense?" Liu Jubao laughed, but did not speak. Dealing with this embroidered tiger, do not quarrel, it is the most boring. As for Liu Jubao, the god of wealth of the White Jade continent, he had the frigid crisp blessed land, and was in charge of all the sources of snow money in the world. The Central Plains Confucian Temple recognized the Liu family's 10% profit. It was written in black and white. The two parties to the contract were the Sage of Rights and Liu Jubao. And the reserves of the snow money mine were still astonishing. The Shu family and the Yin-Yang school's old ancestor had studied and calculated together for many years. The final answer made Liu Jubao very satisfied. That also meant that the White Jade Continent's Liu family was not only rich now, but would be rich in the future. Thus, the White Jade Continent's Liu family had the praise of sitting and eating the mountain is not empty. Even the Shang family's old ancestor, Sir Fan, said that the god of wealth was truly rich. Among the Liu family's consecrators, the White Jade Continent's Lei Gong Temple's Pei Xiong was a martial artist. As the continent's #1 martial artist, the consecrator was only ranked third. The Shu family had a total of 3 old ancestors. 2 of them were the consecrators of the White Jade Continent's Liu family. Kui Dong asked, "Xie Songhua still does not care about the Liu family's consecrator title?" Liu Jubao frankly admitted this, nodded and laughed. Money is an item, after all, it cannot win over everyone's heart. This is good, so I truly admire that female sword immortal. One of the Liu family's old ancestors was currently trying to persuade the female sword immortal Xie Songhua to be the consecrator, because inviting her to be the consecrator was not an extravagant hope. Xie Songhua did not have a good impression of her hometown, the White Jade Continent, and had a bad impression of the wealthy Liu family. Thus, as long as Xie Songhua nodded, she would not need to go to the Liu residence, and would not ask consecrator Xie to do anything. Xie Songhua could not be present for the old ancestor hall's discussion, but as long as she brought the message, it would be useful. Other than that, before Xie Songhua's 2 direct disciples, Zhu Xing and Chaomu, ascended to the upper 5 realms, the White Jade Continent's Liu family would be responsible for all the heaven and earth treasures and immortal money needed for sword nurturing and refining. But even so, Xie Songhua still refused to nod. From start to finish, she only said one sentence to the old ancestor Liu: "If not for the face of the inverted hanging mountains Yuan Wan residence, you would be asking for a sword." Of course, the White Jade Continent's Liu family did not really lack a sword immortal, but the White Jade Continent's old ancestor Liu family's old ancestor Liu had spoken, asking the old ancestor hall to complete this matter, and to be polite and respectful to sword immortal Xie. Otherwise, when they returned to the old ancestor hall, Liu Jubao would not be polite. Kui Dong laughed. "Business is business, if brother Liu is not willing to bet big, it's fine. Previously, when we borrowed money, the principal and interest, the Liu family spent a lot of money. Other than that, I can let Xie Songhua be a consecrator of the Liu family, as thanks for brother Liu's willingness to lend us money." Moreover, Liu Jubao did not forget his roots. Just for the White Jade Continent's martial arts fate and sword fate, he secretly spent a lot of money. Kui Dong saw it all. The rich people in the world came and went, no matter if they were new or old, there would always be someone sitting in the position of the rich. Then, who had the right to be rich, it would be a question. The world's affairs went round in circles, it was still people dealing with people. Liu Jubao said, "Next, the savage world will close the front lines. Even if we send most of our top forces to the South Whirlpool continent, the Aquarius continent will still be in an awkward position." Kui Dong sneered, "Gathering mosquitoes?" Liu Jubao was speechless. Fei Yu, who was famous for his carelessness, heard this and his eyelids trembled. He quickly patted his chest to calm himself down. The Dali dynasty had worked hard for more than 100 years, the wealth accumulated in the national treasury, plus the private property of the Song Emperor, was actually more than enough for a normal dynasty in the Central Plains. But before the Dali cavalry went south, just building the imitation Baek Okekyung building and supporting the cavalry was already quite difficult. In addition, there were also the sword boats that floated in the air, the mountain ferries that moved the border army as if they were walking on flat ground, the talisman armor that was tailor-made for the Dali cavalry, the siege weapons, city defense mechanisms, secret crossbows and arrows that targeted the cultivators on the mountain, the formation hubs of the coastal battle lines. With so many expensive and uncountable mountain items, even if the Dali dynasty had a few mountains of gold and silver, they would be emptied early on. What to do? Borrow money. Xiu Hu Kui Dong borrowed from Mr. Fan of the Shang family, Yu Panshui, the Liu family of the Snow Mountain continent, the Mohis Juzi, and secretly borrowed from the 100 schools of thought. Part of it was through the Dali cavalry going south, and the huge income from the integration of the mountains and rivers of the continent to pay off part of the debt. In addition, Kui Dong also advanced a large part of it, of course, the Tongye continent that was destroyed and almost all the sects on the mountain were destroyed. Liu Jubao shook his head and said, "No need to do this, it's not refreshing." Kui Dong turned and laughed. Xie Songhua took the initiative to ask to be the consecrator of the Liu family. "You are willing to stop her? Do you think you're teasing a female sword immortal with a bad temper?" Liu Jubao said helplessly, "You win." Yu Panshui gloated and laughed. "It's really refreshing to see fortune god Liu defeated. Good, good, good. Just because of Xiuhu's move, I will take out half of the treasury of the Xuanmi Empire." Kui Dong smiled and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank fortune god Liu for giving the Yu family this opportunity to make money." Yu Panshui said, "In the world, only Xiuhu can borrow money in such a refreshing and refined way." Liu Jubao suddenly stopped and said, "I am only sure of one thing. If you, Kui Dong, have left a way out for yourself, I will bet, starting now." Yu Panshui also stopped and pricked up his ears. This was also one of the things that he, the master of the Yu family, wanted to know the answer the most. Once it was confirmed, not to mention the remaining half of the treasury of the Xuanmi Empire, Yu Panshui could turn the 16 vassal states upside down, and he would accompany Xiuhu and fortune god Liu to do a great job. Dare to rebel? Do you think the territory of the Xuanmi Empire is not big enough? Kui Dong shook his head and said, "The human heart is different. I have disappointed you." The implication was that there was no way out, and the heart was at ease, that was all. Kui Dong calculated people, the fate of the country, and the general trend, but he was not a person who could only rely on shrewdness and underhanded means to scheme. Liu Jubao rubbed his cheeks hard, and then cursed a few times for the first time. Finally, he stared at Xiuhu and said, "Once the Liu family makes a big bet, can we earn money from the mountains and rivers of the Tongya continent? The key is whether the money is hot or not. Can you at least tell me this?" Yu Panshui whispered, "You deaf, Xiuhu has always said that he can make money, but he is happy to be scolded. Brother Kui is such a hero, if he wants to make money wholeheartedly, not to mention the word north in the snowy peak continent, you, Liu Jubao, will also lose the title of fortune god." Kui Dong looked at Liu Jubao and said with a smile, "Being able to help a friend make money is a great joy in life." Liu Jubao's expression was complicated, and he raised a hand. Kui Dong hesitated for a moment, and then gently high-fived him. Liu Jubao withdrew his technique, and his figure dissipated. He said, "The money is a bit too much." Yu Panshui did not leave, and he continued to walk with Kui Dong until the great blasphemy temple could be seen in the distance. Yu Panshui stopped and said softly, "No matter what other people think, I can't bear to lose Xiuhu in the human world." Kui Dong smiled, "It's okay." Yu Panshui sighed and disappeared in a flash. Kui Dong sat by the great blasphemy river, and he turned his head to look at the Chiju gate in the distance. He withdrew his gaze, and with a smile on his face, he murmured softly, "What else can I say?" "732. When the dazzling rainbow-colored sword light left Ascension City, it broke through the sky and left this world. The entire Ascension City was silent for a moment, then the entire city was in an uproar. Countless lights lit up as sword cultivators hurriedly left their houses and looked up. Could it be that Ning Yarrow had broken through and ascended? In the Chen family mansion on Taixiong Street, the old sword immortal Chen Shi, who had changed his name to Chen Wn, now had the appearance of a young man. He was originally taking a stroll in the corridor at night and happened to be the first person to discover the anomaly. Chen Wan was currently hiding his true identity and realm, so he still had a personal maidservant following behind him as a dispensable camouflage. In fact, with each passing year in Ascension City, Chen Wan was one step closer to becoming the word-carving sword immortal Chen Shi. Therefore, the sword cultivator maidservant following behind the young man was further away from death and closer to the peak of Sword Dao. Chen Wan sighed. He felt that Ning Yarrow had taken out this immortal sword a little too early and there would be hidden dangers. Otherwise, it would be best to wait until it was completely refined to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm and ascend to the ascendant realm. However, although Chen Wan didn't know why Ning Yarrow did this, since Ning Yarrow chose to take such a risk, he believed that she had her own reasons. Of course, Chen Wan wouldn't criticize her. He would use the righteousness of Ascension City to reason with Ning Yaro, who was only temporarily holding the position of a hidden official. Firstly, as the former head of the Chen clan and the most important successor of Chen Qingdu's bloodline, Chen Wan wouldn't be so narrow-minded. Q sword. Go for it. Then, Chen Wan frowned. Not only him and his maidservant, but almost all the sword cultivators who were alarmed by the anomaly saw Ning Yaro in a snow-white robe leave Ascension City on her sword. It seemed that she was going to travel somewhere far away. The young maidservant with average looks couldn't help but whisper, "A beauty like jade and a sword like a rainbow. Both the person and the sword light are beautiful." In the past, the top tycoons of Tai Xiong Street and Yu Street would often nurture a few female sword immortals as their maidservants. They were very good to them, and in the future, they would marry into their own families. This maidservant with excellent aptitude was named Yanxi and was given the surname Chen. Chen Yanxi had admired Ning Yaro for a long time. He always felt that a woman like Ning Yaro was truly beautiful to the extreme. This time, Ning Yaro had traveled across the mountains and rivers without any warning. He was still dressed in a daoist robe and stood on a long sword. The long sword hidden in the sword casket was named Sword Immortal. In the early years, Chen Mang had the intention of matchmaking her and Chen Sanqiu to become Dao companions. However, Chen Sanqiu had always been obsessed with Dong Buji, so Chen Mang's intentions faded. Chen Mang's expression was solemn. Ning Yaro intentionally distanced herself from Ascension City to lure those ancient existences into attacking her. She wanted to sever her own karma so that none of the great Dao pressure caused by her would land on Ascension City. Since he couldn't stop Ning Yaro Li Cheng, he couldn't help at all. Chen Wei mocked himself, "My realm is not high enough. Do I really have to drink to make up for it?" Over the past few years, Chen Wan had deliberately slowed down his pace of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, if he broke through to the upper 5 realms too early, it would cause too much of a stir, and it would be difficult for him to hide his identity. Chen Wei still wanted to live a few more years in his current leisurely life. At the very least, it wouldn't be too late for him to leave the mountain after his appearance had reached the age of 20. At the same time, he could observe the growth of young people like Qi Shou and Jiao Yeho. Within 100 years, Chen Wei wasn't willing to restore his identity as Chen Shi. Chen Yanzhen was curious about the sword radiance. Was it the legendary Ning Yaro's natal flying sword, celestial slaying? Chen Wei was curious about whether the Confucius Temple's sage, who was guarding the skyscreen, couldn't stop the celestial sword naivety and could only avoid it. Or did he not even think of stopping it and just let it be? This was very important. This involved the Confucius Temple's true attitude towards Ascension City and whether they had followed a certain agreement and didn't restrict sword cultivators. Chen Wan was most concerned about whether the sage worshipper was just a bystander and was only responsible for monitoring a brand new world. At the same time, according to the rules of the Sage of Rites, he was also in charge of monitoring an Ascension City and recording the flow of merit in a world. Or would he focus on monitoring the Ascension City early on and guard against all sword cultivators as if they were thieves? This was what Chen Wan was most concerned about. If it was the former, then the Ascension City 100 years later would be willing to treat the Confucian school with respect and completely settle their grudges with the world. If it was the latter, Chen Wan did not mind using Chen Shi's identity in the future to challenge the skyscreen. As long as one was a sword cultivator, who didn't have a temper? Chen Wei suddenly smiled and asked, "Yanzhen, do you think our hidden officer would dare to say a few harsh words to Ning Yao? Would he be able to act like a man?" Chen Yanzhen thought for a moment and answered, "In the early years outside the Ning mansion, Ning Yao seemed to be very obedient to the hidden officer. As for when he returned home, I don't think our hidden officer would have any heroic spirit. I heard that every time the hidden officer drank in his own shop, he would act like a thief when he returned to the Ning mansion. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a rumor in the city." What's worse was that there was a drunkard who could recite poems. He said with certainty that he saw the hidden officer with his own eyes. He came home late one night and knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. He didn't dare to climb over the wall either. So he kindly sat with the hidden officer until dawn. Every time he thought about it, he would shed a tear for the hidden officer. Chen Wei laughed angrily and said, "The atmosphere at the Great Wall of Sword Aura used to be simple and honest. When the two scholars came, it started to become unbearable." Chen Yanjun hesitated and said, "Actually, I miss the hidden officer more." Chen Wei smiled and asked, "Do you think that Chen Ping'an's brain is better?" Chen Yanjun shook his head and said, "I just think that the hidden officer is calm and peaceful, so others don't have to worry about making mistakes." Chen Wei nodded and said, "That's right." Ning Yaro rode on her sword alone and went to the sword stone tablet that had been re-erected at the easternmost side of Ascension City. She wielded her sword at an extremely fast speed. It was as if an immortal had executed the earth-shrinking mountain river divine ability. She wielded her sword and split open the sea of clouds. During this period, she passed through a thundercloud that was intertwined with lightning. As soon as the thundercloud approached, it was completely crushed by Ning Yaro's copious sword chi. She kept her sword and floated to the side of the stone tablet. Ning Yaro leaned against the stone tablet and closed her eyes to rest. Ning Yaro used telepathy to ask the sword cultivators in the nearby Ascension City to leave immediately and try to get closer to Ascension City. Dozens of sword cultivators greeted each other and then left on their swords without hesitation. Not long after Ning Yaro used her sword Innocence to break the sky canopy, the scholarly sage who was guarding the sky canopy had already sensed that something was wrong. Therefore, he didn't stop the sword from traveling far and wide. Instead, he immediately sent a message to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. Strange phenomena appeared in all directions of the world. The earth trembled, and many parts of the ground were overturned. Mountains collapsed and shattered instantly. Ancient existences that had been dormant for a long time appeared. They were like huge deities that had been banished to the mortal world and were punished for their crimes. They finally had a chance to make up for their mistakes. After they got up, they casually stepped on the ground and broke the mountain ridge on the spot, creating a canyon. These ancient existences that had lived for a long time were slightly slow at first. However, when their eyes, which were as large as deep pools, turned golden, they immediately regained some of their divine luster. In addition, there were also several majestic figures that appeared in several abysses and swamps that were full of miasma. Wrapped in majestic auras of mountains and rivers, they opened their mouths and inhaled the spiritual energy of the world within a radius of 50 kilometers. They even swallowed the water energy into their stomachs, instantly drying up the swamps and drying up the plants and trees. Somehow, these ancient existences that were either sleeping or watching coldly from the sidelines all knew one thing. If they didn't do anything for another 100 years, they could only wait for their deaths. In the end, they would be killed, expelled, or detained by those outsiders. Among the outsiders, the female sword cultivator with a familiar aura deserved to die the most. However, her natural and overwhelming aura scared most of the ancient existences that were dormant. However, when the immortal sword Innocence traveled far and wide in the vast world, they couldn't help but kill this person. They had to completely cut off her path to the Great Path. They absolutely couldn't let this person succeed in becoming the first ascendant realm cultivator in the world. In the south of the world, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent either fled far away from the troublesome place, covering their heads and running for their lives, or there were a few so-called people who had achieved Dao who were already in high positions. At the same time, a group of cultivators that had built the prototype of a mountain peak with great difficulty was almost in despair. In fact, the cultivators didn't suffer many casualties. Most of them were ants in the lower 5 realms. However, the ancestral hall that had just been built was casually smashed by an inexplicable behemoth with a wave of its arm. In addition, the spiritual energy of the world and mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were condensed by it and moved away together. However, on the way of migration, a pair of golden eyes stared at an eyesore of a mountain peak that was lingering with multicolored light and rich in fate. It slightly changed its route and ran wildly. It stomped its foot heavily, but it couldn't break the mountain and river formation. Therefore, it didn't bother too much. It just glanced at a young cultivator who raised his head and looked at it, and continued to run on the ground. The burly figure that was thousands of meters tall stepped on the ground step by step. Every time it landed, it would trigger muffled thunder. That immovable mountain peak was the transcendental platform that one of the 10 young candidates in the world, the cultivator of the Liuxia continent, Xu Zhonghe, personally built by him. However, it was unknown why he came to the fifth world from the gate of the Tongyi continent. If it wasn't for that imperial bulletin that revealed the secret of heaven, no one would know that he was the young master of the Tianyu Grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. A black-clothed scholar opened the folding fan in his hand and stood side by side with Xu Zhonghe. He smiled and said, "Brother Xu, actually we can stop it. It's a great opportunity. Don't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. Brother Xu and I work together and have the geographical advantage, so the odds of success are not small. Once we succeed, the rewards will be great. If we don't take what the heavens give us, we'll be punished." Xu Zhonghe, who was dressed in a brocade robe that was as gorgeous as the sunset, smiled and said, "I don't trust Brother Chen Wen. I'm worried that if I'm not careful, the transcendental platform will become someone else's." Chen Wen, who came from the North Continent, closed his bamboo fan and gently tapped his chest. He turned his head and looked at the distant figure of the ancient existence. His eyes were full of disappointment, as if he was watching a stream of money slip away from him. The young scholar said sadly, "You didn't accept it when it's good, and you're suspicious of people. Brother Xu, you're not a hero. If my good brother was here, I guarantee that both sides would be talking and laughing tonight and splitting the spoils." Xu Zhonghe asked, "Good brother? Brother Chen Wen, you seem to think highly of this person?" Chen Wen nodded and said, "We fought side by side, earned money together, and fought in a battle of wits and strength. In short, we were both enemies and friends. We hit it off very well. However, in the end, I was still more skilled. That good brother can be considered as half a defeated opponent." Xu Zhonghe smiled and said, "I don't think so." Chen Wen tapped his face with his folding fan and said sadly, "Let me give you a kind warning, Brother Xu. In the North Continent, we have a custom. Beat someone half to death, but don't hit their face." Xu Zhonghe raised his head and smiled, "What a sword fairy of Mount Taiping." It turned out that while the two of them were talking, among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, only a female Taoist wielding a sword chased after them. She rode her sword past the boundary of the transcendental stage and finally blocked the path of the ancient remnant. Compared to the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who were good at escaping, the cultivators of the Fuyao continent who lived in the north of the heaven and earth were led by a man who exuded the aura of an emperor. He led more than 100 Qi cultivators gathered around him and forcefully dragged an ancient remnant like the female Taoist Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. It was just that Huang Ting, who had broken through to the pure jade state, was purely looking for a fight because she was bored. As for the pure martial artist of the Fuyao continent who wore the Great Frost treasure armor, he was there to earn money and luck. In the west of the heaven and earth, a young monk held an alms bowl in one hand and a monk's staff in the other. He landed lightly and imprisoned an ancient remnant in a lotus pond. The young monk lowered his head and looked at the alms bowl in his palm. There were lotuses the size of a thumb. As for the ancient remnant, it was as small as a mustard seed. It was overturning the rivers and seas, but it was futile. It only caused some ripples. In the east, a young female Taoist of the sword fairy lineage of the Da Xiandu temple met up with two cultivators of the Jar Palace. They worked together to hunt down an ancient remnant that appeared out of nowhere. Even so, there were still 4 that escaped and arrived at the boundary of the sword tablet. Ning Yarrow had been waiting for a long time. Before this, there was no one around. She played hopscotch over and over again, but she was still bored. She squatted on the ground and found a large pile of stones of similar size. She flipped the stones with the back of her hand and played with them. However, when Ning Yarrow sensed the traces of the ancient remnant, she immediately stood up. The existence that was the first to approach the sword tablet seemed to have a telepathic connection with the other 3 remnant. It was not in a hurry to make a move. It was only when the 4 colossal beings each occupied one side and surrounded the tablet that they slowly walked towards Ning Yarrow, who had temporarily lost her immortal sword innocence. Ning Yaro allowed them to surround and attack her. She only lightly tapped the tip of her foot and kicked the stones away. She casually glanced at one of the ancient remnant. Was it a few thousand Chen Pingan who had just started practicing martial arts? The corners of Ning Yaro's mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. She raised her hand and an immortal sword was unsheathed. Ning Yaro held it in her hand. At the same time, one of Q-Sword's natal flying swords, the immortal slaying sword, no longer needed to fight with the naive Q-Sword. In an instant, it pierced through the head of an ancient remnant. The latter was suspended in the air like a long, thin thread. The immortal slaying sword was extremely fast. The entire ancient remnant seemed to be imprisoned in place by sword chi threads. As long as it struggled a little, it would tear open countless huge scars. Ning Yaro's yin spirit roamed far away with a sword in her hand. It was like an ascendant realm cultivator's great magical power of shrinking mountains and rivers. A tiny figure suddenly appeared in front of the ancient remnant that was thousands of feet tall. She held the sword with both hands and a sword light slashed diagonally. At the same time, on the ground, fine sword chi rose like clouds. The land within 1,000 miles seemed to be covered in white clouds. High in the sky, the clouds gathered like a sea. They were mighty and slowly fell. There was no small world. It was just sword intent. A remnant swung its arms wildly. Golden light lingered around its body. Its colossal body seemed to have fallen into the sea of sword chi clouds. It used its arms and golden light to crazily fight against the sword light that had condensed into substance. The colossal body that was cut in half by Ning Yaro's yin spirit sword light was golden magma. It was like the blood of a cultivator. It wrapped around each other and automatically healed the wound. The sword immortal slashed again and again. Compared to the orderly immortal slaying sword chi cage in other battlefields, an immortal weapon-grade sword dragged out hundreds and thousands of sword lights. There was no order to speak of. It was purely a sword cultivator's great killing power against the enemy. Ning Yaro's Dharma form appeared. It was 1,000 feet tall and was wearing a golden robe. It rode the wind and left the sword word steely. It held a long sword condensed from sword energy. It cut off the head of an ancient remnant and nailed it into the head. The remnant of the ancient remnant that had lost its head temporarily fell backward. Ning Yaro's Dharma form stepped on its chest. Then, it shook its wrist and pierced the remnant's head with the long sword. The remnant of the ancient remnant was like a headless corpse. One of the ancient remnant's arms was stepped on by Ning Yaro's avatar. The remnant tried to break Ning Yaro's avatar's ankle with its other arm. Ning Yaro bent down and grabbed the remnant's wrist. She pulled with all her strength and casually threw it far away. As for Ning Yaro's true body, it remained where it was. The true enemy of this battle was not the 4 ancient remnant that were difficult to kill, but the slowly forming Great Tao Heavenly Tribulation. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the immortal sword true master was not in this world. They wanted to suppress Ning Yaro with a heavenly tribulation that was supposed to be triggered when an immortal broke through a bottleneck. Ning Yaro's true body, who seemed to have nothing to do, only stood where it was and quietly waited for the heavenly tribulation. From the beginning, she had prepared for the worst. Even if Naive could rush back to the battlefield, it was very likely that it would deliberately slow down. Once Ning Yaro's great Tao was damaged and her realm fell after the heavenly tribulation, she would be able to find an opportunity to reverse her identity and become the sword master from a sword attendant. Ning Yaro didn't think that the sword spirit, who seemed like a mischievous little girl, would be able to succeed. As expected of Naive, her thoughts were truly naive. The 4 ancient remnant seemed unable to approach Ning Yaro's true body, but in truth, it was also difficult for Ning Yaro to kill them all. They were always able to rise from the ashes. In the surrounding 1,000 miles, countless large and small golden rivers and streams appeared. Then, in an instant, they were able to reform their golden bodies. Then, Ning Yaro's life-flying sword, immortal sundering sword, sword cloud sea, Ning Yaro's avatar, and Ning Yaro's yin spirit-wielding sword immortal, one after another, their bodies were smashed apart. This was the only crux of a sword cultivator's problem. Whether it was a flying sword or sword energy, they both had tremendous killing power and were unrivaled in the world. But what they feared the most was that the sword would miss. If there were several superior magic arts or supernatural abilities that could isolate the world and separate the golden blood that represented the foundation of the Great Tao, or if they could refine it on the spot, then this slaughter would have ended much earlier. Because of the golden blood that flowed like rivers, no matter how incomparably sharp Ningyaro's flying sword and sword energy were, even if they could recklessly cut apart and shatter them, as the foundation of the golden divine body that was purer than heaven and earth spiritual energy, it was impossible for them to be like an ordinary enemy. As long as the flying sword pierced through the enemy's body and soul, the sword energy would linger in the body's small world and then break apart the cultivator's cave abodes and acupoints. However, if there wasn't that heavenly tribulation that was becoming more and more powerful, even if the two of them continued to exhaust each other according to this situation, Ningyaro would still have a greater chance of winning. One of them would lose the golden body Great Tao, while the other would exhaust his mind and spiritual energy. This was because the golden blood that seemed to conform to the Great Tao of the world wouldn't even be damaged by the flying sword. But, if an ancient remnant wished to reform its golden body, there would be an innate loss. These 4 ancient remnant beasts were clearly different from the ones that Ningyaro had killed earlier. Those existences from before weren't so difficult to kill. Ningyaro looked up. There seemed to be a halo of golden light hanging in the skies, like the golden eyes of an ancient high god staring at her. And above the earth, the 4 ancient remnant actually melted away like snow, completely turning into a sea of golden blood. Finally, a 100,000-foot tall golden divine spirit stood tall. A golden halo, like a wheel of the future, floated behind the divine spirit that had restored its true appearance. Then, the great Tao manifested on the divine spirit's arms, with golden flood dragons and pythons coiling around them. The divine spirit overlooked the world. Sword cultivator, sword seek, heavenly court. Ningyaro raised her head high, staring straight at the divine spirit that no longer hid its identity. According to the secret records of the Summer Palace, among the 12 ancient high gods, the one with the single eye was in charge of rewarding and punishing the world's flood dragons and water descendants. One of its duties was to be in charge of the dragon transformation pool and the dragon slaying platform with a high god of the Thunder sect. This high god, whose great Tao was damaged on the ancient battlefield, was mending the great Tao after the fifth world fell silent for 10,000 years. It was also slowly merging with the great Tao of the world, so it was the heavenly tribulation itself. No wonder it was so difficult to kill. No wonder Bai didn't use his sword to kill this remnant, because it was already considered a part of the world. At this moment, Ningyaro wouldn't be Ningyaro if she didn't ask for a sword. She had long been displeased with everything related to the true dragon, whether it was near or far, human or not, whether it was someone she had spoken to or not. Her natal flying sword, celestial slaying, floated on the side of Ningyaro's shoulder, and her yin spirit returned to her body. Ningyaro wore a golden robe and held the sword. At this moment, Ningyaro narrowed her eyes, a little surprised. First, a ray of sword light broke through the sky, and it seemed to go near Ascension City. Then, a more complete ray of snow-white sword light broke through the sky, and it went straight through the back of the god's head. The sword light became clearer and clearer, and it turned out to be a little girl in snow-white clothes. It was just a collision, and the snow-white clothes were wrapped in countless fine golden threads. She was dizzy like a drunkard, and she mumbled crunch 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 crunch. Then, she swayed, and finally, she fell upside down, crashing into the ground at Ningyaro's feet. The ancient god whose great Tao had been damaged again silently dissipated, and then left. Ningyaro didn't hesitate, and decided to wait until she reached Ascension City. She bent down and pulled out the little girl's sword spirit, naive, like pulling out a carrot. Ningyaro asked, "What do you mean?" The little girl sat cross-legged on the ground with her arms crossed, and her cheeks puffed up, "I won't say." In Ascension City, a young Confucian scholar who had traveled to this place found shopkeeper Zheng, whose saliva was flying everywhere, at the wine shop. He bowed respectfully and said, "Zhao Yarrow pays his respects to Mr. Zheng." The wine shop's business was booming today, and it was all thanks to Ning Yarrow's sword sacrifice and traveling. Ascension City was noisy, and everyone was looking for wine. Zheng Dafeng stood up with a smile. Congratulations. Zhao Yarou nodded slightly, and didn't deny that great opportunity. He looked young, but his real age was almost 40. In fact, when Zheng Dafeng was guarding the door of Liju Grotto Heaven, he was the most optimistic about Zhao Yarou among all the children. When Zhao Yarou left Liju Grotto Heaven on the ox cart, Zheng Dafeng even chatted with Zhao Yarou. First of all, every time Zheng Dafeng went to the school to ask Mr. Qi for knowledge, they would often play a game of chess, and Zhao Yarou would watch silently from the side, occasionally pouring wine for Mr. Zheng. Zheng Dafeng put his arm around Zhao Yarou's shoulder. Zhao Yarou, you came late to the beautiful girls here, and there aren't many left for you. Uncle Zheng will help you choose a few, and I'll tell you what their names are, where they live, how old they are, what their temperaments are, and what their realms are. I've compiled a small booklet and sell it to friends for money, but you can forget about it. Just patronize my wine shop business more often. Just sit here. Scholars are the most popular, especially those who are young, promising, and handsome. Uncle Zheng, I'm only at a disadvantage because of my age. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance. Zhao Yarou smiled bitterly. Mr. Zheng, please don't tease me. Zheng Dafeng said seriously, how can I tease you when you're trying to spread your family and pass on your legacy? The Tai-Bai sword, one of the 4 immortal swords, was divided into 4 and given to 4 people. Chen Pinggan, Liu Cai, Fei Ran, and Zhao Yao. The tip of the sword was the most lethal, and the blade contained the most sword qi. The hilt was the heaviest, and it carried the remaining half of Bai Yi's sword legacy. In the end, each of the 4 youths took one. Head shopkeeper Zheng used his but to push away 2 familiar drunkards. He dragged Zhao Yarou to a table and ordered 2 bowls of the shop's best and most expensive wine. Zheng Dafeng asked softly, why are you here? Zhao Yarou smiled, I'm just curious about this brand new world. There's no special reason. Zheng Dafeng sighed softly. Forget it, forget it. What a waste of money. Others shouldn't talk about it. After drinking a bowl of wine, Zhao Yarou suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He bid farewell and left. Zheng Dafeng did not ask him to stay. Zhao Yarou seemed to have casually strolled to the entrance of a street. Ning Yarou's flying sword was extremely fast. She had even used a camouflage technique because there was a young lady sitting behind her. After landing at the entrance of the Ning residence, Ning Yarou put her sword back into her case. The young lady was still sitting on the ground. Ning Yarou walked up the steps. The young lady could only stand up and follow behind her. Zhao Yarou thought that she would glance in his direction so that he could greet her. He did not expect that she was completely unaware. Zhao Yarou could only call out, Miss Ning. Ning Yarou stopped and turned to ask, you are? Zhao Yarou smiled, Pearl Grotto Heaven, Zhao Yarou. Ning Yarou asked, and? Zhao Yarou was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the strange young lady of unknown identity tug at Ning Yarou's sleeve. She said in a childish voice, Mother, our father is living well. He just obtained a section of the immortal sword Tai-Bai's sword tip. Mother, can you discuss it with him and let it be my dowry? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,